Good morning and welcome to the second day of this county championship clash between Surrey and Sussex, and what a first day it was. The card there tells a story of some low order resistance from the visitors. It was quite magnificent, a partnership of 173 between Carson and Robinson, who made hundreds, the latter declaring he's in his close, giving Surrey 10 overs last night. They weren't successful with Sibley and Burns getting through to the close. Surrey 339 behind. It's a beautiful day here at the Oval. We'll be with live action in about 10 minutes from now, but first and foremost, let's go to yesterday's highlights.
The first ball of the day, which is sponsored by Stadium Sport Services, delivered by Matt Fisher.
Oh, gone. What a take. At second slip over to his left. Surrey needed something early. Abbott's got it second ball. Gets the opportunity with the new Dukes and makes the most of it. So Pope up to his left. And they're pumped up as well. They know what this week means for them.
Yeah. I mean, early on in the innings, Tom Haynes will be thinking to himself, could I have left that? But
the preconditions for it so far. Square driven away for 4. Didn't get all of it. Didn't need to. Short side of the ground. Hughes' first boundary. I might go to weather, as conditions generally. Pleaved that. Didn't want to play it at the start, but bat was already there and ran off the face of it. Edged, diving away to the left. Can't quite be dragged in. Would have been an absolute screamer. Boundary to complete the over.
This seam attack was after. Throwing his hands at this one. Foolish. Asking to be hit by Matt Fisher, but airborne, but into space and runs away for 4 this summer. Let's put that down in the loosener category. Tom Clark, though, climbing into it. Full punch down the ground, shot of the morning. Some good order here, does Tom Clark. Yeah, right. Throwing his hands at it. Extravagant shot. 2 bounces over extra cover. Fabulous. He is in good nick.
Team.
Oh, false shot. Picks up 4. Now, was he trying to pull away there, Mark, do you think? Driven again through the covers. Beautifully done. 4 more.
Shout. Close. Yep. Full straight toe gone.
After a good hour or so for Sussex, get their second wicket.
Doing plenty, not yet, just short of Yorker length. Oh, squeeze straight to mid-on, would you believe it?
Actually, after a difficult first hour after accounting for Tom Haynes early, we're in a strong position. 3 wickets in the first 75 minutes of the day. Long way to go until the lunch break. Clark's got his tail up.
Yeah, that late movement, or the subtlety seeing there wide of the crease. That's there as a tempter, but Coles is equal to it. His first boundary, square driven, out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. Oh, knocked over. Clark superb. Couple of times in the previous over, he tried to tempt Coles with balls moving away on the 4th stump line. Just brilliant. He is at the peak of his powers, Jordan Clark. A second ball duck. The danger man Simpson comes and goes. 83 for 5.
Bowled him. 6 down. Beautiful. So, Hudson Prentice is going to counter-attack as well he might. There it is. Telegraphed, really. 5 for Jordan Clark. Propulsive and irresistible this morning is the big man.
Everything he's done has worked. And there, even with a bit of width on show, leaning, thought he had an opportunity. And ball nestles safely in the hands of Surrey stand-in wicketkeeper.
Short wide 4, much needed. 100 up. It's been a long haul. Driven. Useful stuff. And so back-to-back boundaries for Jack Carson, who's a useful lower order player.
Yeah.
Swung away, thick outside edge, it'll run away for 4. So Carson also showing some aggression after lunch. 7 off the over, including that no. Oh, that's whipped away nicely. It's going to speed away. It's a long side out there, but just straying slightly onto the pads. The
Yes,
champions
well,
referring to this
yes,
team.
that's true. Got to let someone else have a go now and again.
Well, I don't believe that's strictly speaking true.
Actually, I can't believe I'm saying it.
Oh, it's got a bit of luck there. Flown away over the slips. Wow. Now there's some enterprise. Cracked away for 4. Hudson Prentice is on the charge here. I like this. That's a shot. That's a fabulous shot as Matt Fisher comes into the attack. Oh, I say. Well, fetch that. Well, hacked away this time. Didn't time it quite as well. You could hear from the sound off the bat, but it's brought up the 150. And it's brought up Hudson Prentice's 50 in double quick time. 47 balls.
Catch it.
Oh, he's dropped it. Burst through the hands. It was a tough one above Ollie Pope's head, but he did get hands to it. And there was the chance.
Now maybe shot.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Bit of wit. Had to reach for it, Carson. And it was full, but... Now then, where's that gone? High in the air. Sibley underneath it. Takes the catch. And Hudson Prentice's very enterprising knock comes to an end. It was a steepler. It was a horrible one to have to take. For a moment, Sibley would have thought he hadn't quite judged it right, but...
Attendance record or... Oh, gosh. Somehow that's gone past the off stump. Off the very bottom of the bat. Ideal. Okay, that's pretty well worked by Carson. He's been going it better than a runner ball in the cricketer. Chance to free the arms and makes the most of it. Robinson into double figures. At least. Dancing and slapping. Have that. Couple in the over. Putting some pressure back onto Clark. Gets it straight of mid-off, who was set fairly wide. And it will beat the fielder. So that takes Sussex to 200, which in context is quite the effort.
Sort of boggles the mind, really. That's a shot. Lovely. Didn't time it perfectly, but a straight bat, a great technique, and it's going to get him 4. Hudson Prentice. And he's going to squeeze that out the offside for his half century. Carson, he's batted really, really well. Initially, he was sort of junior partner to Hudson Prentice's violent, aggressive intent after lunch.
Into difficulty. But certainly in the white ball game, it's working very well.
As is Ollie Robinson, who's batting quite superbly.
He's disarmingly honest, sometimes self-defeatingly so, perhaps.
Just one slip. Gets inside the short ball. Down to the rope for a boundary, which will mean 2 things for Sussex. Their captain has a 50. Bit shorter. An acre to work with. No protection in front of square on the offside, and Lawrence bows his head. Clears mid-on. Gets it in front of square. Didn't need to hit the cover off it to get a boundary with only one man back. Second time in the over. He's gone short and been put away. So Abbott's now conceded 79 runs in 14 overs. Last ball before tea. Defended by the skipper. What a terrific session for Sussex.
Let's remember when the ball was doing plenty,
No second slip. Field spread 4 more. Story. And that will be 4 more. Off the toe of the bat, I fancy. Short and wide and a slightly tired delivery.
Oh.
There you go. So, bang on cue. The short stuff. Clobbered again. They may have to rethink this, or at least tinker with the field, because Robinson's now cleared that front hip. Clobbered past mid-wicket. 4 more. What a shot. More runs into the onside, into the gap. And they will come back for a couple.
Well, you're seeing there, it was quite a comeback from Sussex yesterday. At one stage, they were in a world of pain at 92 for 7. They went to lunch at 105 for 7, but then 2 terrific partnerships, Hudson Prentice combining with Carson, the former about to take the first over of day 2, and then the captain, Ollie Robinson, 100 even, not out, his second first-class 100, but what a way to do it here at the Kia Oval. A partnership of 173 with Carson, who made 105 and totally turned this day on its head. Sussex declaring at 358 for 9. Surrey facing 10 overs last night. First over of day 2 begins here. Sibley catching it fine. Boundary first ball. That'll help. 23 for none. So still a long way behind. But this will be, as it tends to be, as the pitch changes colour on this side of the square, the best time to bat. Adam Collins with you, and Surrey legend Ali Brown with me. Morning, Ali.
Good morning, Kyle. Yeah, it's a green wicket with the sun on it this morning. Bit of rain forecast later on in the day, but yeah, a good time to bat on it.
So 3 slips, backward point. 3 on the leg side. That's the shorter side of the ground for the right-handed Sibley. They had to really drop anchor last night, but runs from the first 2 balls here. Doesn't quite get to the rope, dragged in at the last. But ample time to return for a third, so 26 for none. As our ticker on the bottom just catches up, it'll be a 4, then a 3, and here we go. Yeah, but last night the old-fashioned dropping anchor was proper cricket, that, having to see the 2 Surrey openers with their vast experience drawing down on that.
Well, it's quite a momentum change, isn't it? I mean, you think at lunchtime you're in a great position to be creating a large run advantage going forward, and of course a brilliant partnership. Yeah, you just need to see through that bit, and this is obviously a better time to bat than last night was.
We've got effects, I can hear them, but it feels like it might be a bit low, just in terms of compared to where I normally would have my dial. My sense is that if you're watching the stream, you wouldn't be able to hear it very well. So Hudson Prentice was the man who changed the vibe entirely. At 53, it doesn't look like the most important contribution of the day, but it nearly is, you know, the way that he totally changed the environment after lunch. Burns is turning nicely at the middle of the blade there. It was 53 from 58, but it was kind of like the way he did it, Ali. It was under pressure, it was counter-attacking. We see that quite a bit in modern multi-day cricket, that if they see a bit of grass on the pitch, that lower order players like, God's going to go for it here, and it worked.
I think, you know, when you looked at the wicket at the start of the day, you know, it was green, and you have a perception that actually the ball's going to go everywhere, and there will be a ball with your name on it. So you're trying to get as many runs as you can. But once you start to get in, you start to think actually it's not doing quite as much. Some of those shots yesterday were indicative of, you know, perhaps a pass score was lower than it really was.
Yep.
But you have to come in and counter-attack. There's, you know, you've got 2 choices. One is that when you are that many wickets down, there are more catches, and that of course leads to more scoring opportunities. So it's probably the only way to go. You can kind of dig in and then get an extra 15 or 20, and then maybe lose another wicket. But the way is to push those fielders back, and they did that really well yesterday. And of course, it's all about momentum. I mean, I played in a game where Durham were 29 for 9. We had Wacker Eunice on our side. They ended up with 129. So it's you start attacking, and then with that the the batting side play positively, and so you need to be able to change the momentum.
Who was that final wicket partnership for Durham?
Oh, I can't remember who that was.
Pretty handy to see off Wacker.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've kind of felt there's just one more wicket and it was going to be done, and it took about an hour and a half or something like that, but there were quite a few boundaries scored in it. We did win the game, but it took some time to get that last wicket.
Ollie Robinson, the captain, unbeaten 100 yesterday, bowled a few overs before stumps last night. He was brilliant, coming in at number 10, which gives a sense of just how deep Sussex are with the bat. Carson at 9, Robinson at 10. Both could bat at least a couple up from there if needed, but it was their partnership. Oh, first ball, Robinson gets one to come back off the scene, but no appeal from the bowler. It gave great entertainment to over 6,000 people who were here at the Kia Oval yesterday. We didn't quite get that record for a one-day 21st century crowd at the Oval, but we came mighty close. And 85,000 people watched across the day on the stream. So a lot of interest in what was going on here at the Oval throughout the course of a topsy-turvy day.
And you feel if we're going to do it, it's going to be done on a Friday when you work from home?
I reckon we'll do well today because, for reasons that still escape me, the league season doesn't start until next Saturday. So I've just got to fit. There'll be a lot of friendlies, a lot of pre-season games, but I think we're a chance of a pretty healthy crowd again. Why wouldn't there be the incentive to come? Lovely weather, a game that has so much riding on it for Surrey, having not won so far this season, having opened up an opportunity yesterday, a pitch that should improve. Certainly changed in colour. Massive football today across the country too, it should be noted. But still, I've got faith that the cricket community will come out and spend their afternoons here at the Oval. Plenty already in the pavilion opposite us.
There's a lot to play for in the football, isn't there? I mean, I'm a Hammers fan, so I'm hoping that Brentford fold this afternoon. But there's plenty to play for in that, and it's top and bottom of the table.
It's one of those days when we will have some of our colleagues, maybe you, will have iPads out watching football on one screen and cricket on the other, and we'll provide round the ground scores. We've done that before on the Surrey stream. How are you balancing it? What's your plan? Because I know, being from the other side of the world, oftentimes my football's being played in the morning, and I'm, got an investment in that, and I'm obviously working here, and I try and. But if you're at the football today, or better still, at the cricket today, are you bringing in a phone? Are you bringing in your laptop, your work from home laptop, to follow the football, or vice versa? How do you juggle this time of year?
Well, the way West Ham have played this year, actually, I don't like to watch too much, and I just wait for the notifications. But they've improved massively.
You're out of the drop zone, right?
We are 2 points out of the drop zone, and could potentially go 5 out by this afternoon. So,
I say my best mate from home would have me for saying that. I was a season ticket holder for a couple of years at West Ham in an earlier time of living in London. Absolutely loved it, but sort of drifted away from football over time and spend my afternoons watching Dulwich Hamlet in the non-league these days when I get the opportunity. But happy memories of following West Ham when they were in the Championship, actually, looking for promotion again in 2011-12.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been a fan for 45 years, and I've got a lot of friends in the club who keep saying, "Would you like to come up and watch?" Gareth Townsend, former academy director at Surrey, is a big Hammers fan as well.
Robinson, has he found the edge? There was a noise. He wasn't convinced, nor was the man who matters most, umpire Warren. But a probing start, a maiden from Robinson. Big day ahead for the Sussex captain.
Yeah, fantastic line. And I was reading about Josh Hull on the way in, who hasn't bowled a maiden all season. So he would be, you can tell by the appeal that he knows that's not actually out, but a probing area and bowling very well.
Just played above it a little bit there, Sibley. Might have gone past the inside edge as well. The experience of John Simpson with the gloves, one of the best in the country, has been for such a long stretch of time. Really looking forward to watching Henry Crocombe bowl today.
Yeah.
There have been rave reviews about his pace this season. 3 slips for Hudson Prentice away from us, Vauxhall End. So a 3-pronged seam attack, and then Jack Carson with those runs yesterday, one of the most capable finger spinners in the country. Bit of James Coles we'll see as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see some spin on show.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of talk about, in a month's time, what the first test side is likely to be, and of course spin is a big talk in the equation. And to see 2 of them who are going to play in every game. I think Paul Farbray said last week that they were going to play every game, and that's really good to see, because we don't see that many spinners, and it's a difficult time probably to bowl at the moment, especially with some of the wickets being as placid as they are. There's some big scores about. So yeah, it's great to see 2 good young spinners on show each week.
Yeah, Carson's a beauty. Really looking forward to watching him bowl up close today. Seen him a bit on the streams. Done a couple of games he's played in, but finger spinners only get better the nearer they get to age 30. He's in his mid-20s still. Originally from Ireland, of course. Yeah, just send your photos in if you're set up. I'm being told that's a good idea. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. How are you setting up on this Saturday of sport? Championship cricket around the country. We want you to stay with us, but if you've got a second screen on a different game, that's fine as well. What combination? TV, tablet, phone, maybe a couple of TVs, maybe a laptop in the mix. How deep do you go in following multiple things at the same time?
Are you a multi-watcher, Collar? I mean, I'm a sort of I've got a laptop and an iPad, man.
Yeah. I find it hard to concentrate on more than one thing at once.
Yeah.
The way my brain's hardwired. If I've got 2 screens going on, it's a bit like that expression. If you've got 2 quarterbacks, you've got no quarterbacks. If I've got 2 games on, I've got no chance of following either.
Well, I had PSG and Bayern on the iPad, and that was a fun watch.
What was the outcome?
5-4 PSG.
Oh, wow. Bit going on there. Man drops back for the short ball, but being the long side of the ground, it won't be all the way. I wonder how they'll plonk him for Burns. He might be 30 metres inside the rope, but 15 metres over the left-hand shoulder of the square leg umpire. So predictably, after sending a man back, he goes full, as is the custom in modern cricket.
What the old double bluff?
I think we see more bluffs than we do.
Oh,
actually, I think in modern cricket,
I think the whole point of them going back is that actually your feet are nowhere because you're expecting the short ball. But I can't see Henry Burns being undone by that.
And I'm terribly guilty of it as a captain as well. Whenever I'm always doing stuff like that, like pretending our bowlers are going to do a certain thing.
So you're giving it the big spiel.
Telling the batsman why and all that. Never happens. Beating the edge with another full delivery. That's a really good start from both ends for Sussex. 26 for none. Oh, yeah, the other week I brought in a short leg and a short catching mid-wicket, deep backward square out, talked the big talk about our Sharpish quick, knowing full well he was attacking the stumps.
How fast is Sharpish quick?
Oh, I don't know. Sunday Sharpish, to keep it in perspective, but Sharpish in that context. And, of course, he was attacking the stumps.
Are we talking sort of Ben Folkes Sharpish? I mean, 75?
I thought Ben Folkes bowled with real vigour.
Yeah, I was really impressed.
The other day with the way he got it through.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys who you just know would be good at absolutely everything, isn't he, folks? You know that if you gave him if he was playing, if you're playing a frame of snooker with him, he'd smash you. I mean, they all play football, so that's probably the wrong example. Is that sneaks past point? They'll get a run there. First one off Robinson today. But I'm sure he'd wipe the court with you if you gave him a tennis racket. I reckon you're one of those guys too. Were you good at every sport you played?
No.
With your hand-eye?
I was all right at racket. Well, when I went to Notts, they've got some squash courts at Trentbridge, and so it was quite fun to sort of take racquetball there. I played racquetball when I was in Bangladesh. We were out there for an England mini World Cup, which we lost to South Africa in the first round. But actually out there was great fun. So the Lancashire boys played Chappie and Ian Austin, Peter Martin. They all played racquetball, and that's where I first sort of had a love for that. But yeah, I used to enjoy racquetball when I was second 11 coach here. Actually, Steve Davis, who was a phenomenal keeper, came down from Worcester and was obviously very good. And at the start of the season, from a fitness point of view, I said, "Come on, let's go and play some racquetball. We'll play at my club, the RAC." And unfortunately, I did most of the running. He was very good at placing the ball. And what we used to do was we'd play a couple of frames and then we'd stop for frames. I mean, what are they called? Anyway, a couple of games, and then we'd stop for a drink. And anyway, after that, there was one where the first one, I'd run for everything. Literally, I think to try and get a point, I'd run 10, 15 sprints to try and get the ball. And I had to. At that point, I said, He said, "Do you know the game?" I said, "No, I think a drink is called for." But he was a far better squash and handball player than me.
So racquetball is, just get my nomenclature right here, that's essentially squash?
Well, it's a little bit between, I would describe it as between squash and paddle, really.
Okay,
So it's basically squash with a bigger racket, a bigger ball that's sort of in between a squash ball and a tennis ball.
As opposed to rackets, which is played with a harder ball.
Yeah.
And I've read of Cowdrey played rackets the whole time he was a test cricketer.
Right.
Helped keep his eye in.
Yeah.
I know not that many people play it. Back off the scene, but no interest in the bowler, but doing everything right so far this morning. Robinson up around that 80-mile-an-hour mark, asking good questions. But yeah, it's like real tennis, right? It's a game that not many people play, but those who play it are absolutely obsessed with it. I think rackets has got a similar reputation. There's a story of, I think, Cowdrey, the day before a test, was known for getting some rackets in just for that reason. He would use it as a tune-up, as opposed to having
I used to use table tennis, actually. I found incredibly good. And I say that because you're concentrating on a really small white ball.
Yeah.
And so I'd try and play. This is going back a few years. Try and play, and then you get into the game itself. And of course, you've been focusing on a small white ball, and then suddenly you're focusing on a bigger white ball. And so that was always a good eye training game to play. Snooker I wasn't quite so good at. My best break was 27, and that's all the colours. And I used to play David Ward, who was very good at snooker. I think he spent most of his childhood in the snooker centres, Riley's and Croydon. He used to give me a head start.
Of course, that's the other sport today, isn't it? Those picking up the World Championship semis, the end of the over, 28 for none. I'd never taken any interest to this year, for no other reason that snooker's not that big a deal in Australia. I wasn't brought up with it. I went to the Crucible last week. I was playing games of cricket in consecutive days around Sheffield. So my mate who was captaining goes, "You know what? I'll take you along to the Crucible in the in-between night." And it was utterly captivating. Not coming from that sport, kind of learning, watching it up close and getting an appreciation for.
What did you think of the set that took 100 minutes yesterday?
Well, I saw the highlights of it. I didn't watch the full 100 minutes, but I love the idea of it. I love the idea. Yeah, quite. I love the idea of that ultimate tactical pursuit down the leg side here. I mean, we speak in our sport occasionally about batters batting for an hour and a half or whatever it is to save a game and no runs being scored. I suppose that's a little bit different to what was going on there, but still, I like that it required is it the umpire? Do they call it the umpire? Referee to intervene and say, "Right, boys, you're knocking one in, you're knocking the black in, or we're reframing the whole thing, and this is all in vain." It's an ultimatum of sorts to finish it.
Well, the game's changed. I mean, most games have changed, haven't they? Become more aggressive and better to watch. Gone are the days where we're watching sort of Cliff Thorburn and these sort of players hit their snookers, and it's more interesting. Of course, out in sort of Saudi, I think, where they put the extra ball on, don't they?
Oh, right.
At the back, which is started off. I think Barry Hearn started this, where they're talking about having a ball that was worth $250,000. So if they get the 147 and pop the ball that's on the cushion, they get 250,000. And then Brilliant. I think no one did it in the first year, so then it went up to $500,000. And I think they're going to keep. The idea was to keep doubling it until someone gets it.
Shot. Burns, first chance to free the arms this morning, makes the most of it. Into double figures. But the job last night wasn't about runs. It was about occupying the crease and absorbing pressure. This morning's the day for runs. Or the day for runs will be Surrey trying to set the game up on their terms. It's 32 for none.
I think an effortless pull, and I think that Sussex have bowled really well this morning. They hit a great length, but I think it just shows the nature of the wicket, that if you do drop short, you can pick that off with ease. But they bowl very well in a good length. Sometimes when you see a green wicket, it's very easy to get excited by it and bowl a bit too short. It looks good, but I think Sussex have held a great line this morning.
Oh, close leave on length, but does it well. Can trust the bounce here on the basis of what we saw yesterday.
There's still
So
plenty happening, isn't there?
Yeah, my word, there is. But a 147 break, again, is not familiar with the... I've watched the Ronnie O'Sullivan 147 on YouTube a few times. Sort of strikes me as it's got the same energy as a 9-dart finish, sort of equivalent thereof, as a sports fan.
I mean, I think it's interesting how I think snooker players... I used to think as a snooker player, just pop the black because that's 7 points, and that's really important. That's worth 7 reds. But, nowadays they're looking 4 or 5, shots ahead, so it's all about position.
Just Googling it here, there have been 240 recognised 147 maximum breaks. Nearly all of them have been televised. The first was Steve Davis in 1982. I'll trust what I'm reading here. How many 9-dart finishes on TV? Not quite getting the same amount of information from Google second time around. Oh, here we go. There's a list. That's helpful. Yeah, kind of comparable. 110, so about double.
The thing is, the standard of the darts these days, they're almost expecting to get a 9-darter.
Right.
And they'll throw a 180, like boom, boom, boom. It's incredibly quick.
You're right, actually. Looking at the skew here, ends the over 32 for none, the boundary in that over. There were about 10 last year. So you go back to when the first one was recorded, according to this chart at least, in 1984. It was 6 years till the next one, and 12 years till the one after that in 2002. Far more common. In our sport, it's hat-tricks and triple centuries, isn't it? They're about level.
Triple
Test
centuries.
hat-tricks and triple centuries. They're both about between 40 and 50 with similar frequency. Far more test triples in recent years. I'm not sure if there's far more hat-tricks, but first test triple in 1930, April 1930, Surrey's Andy Sandham. There was a hat-trick here in 2018, Moeen Ali against South Africa. I'm sure there have been others. I've seen a test triple, David Warner's in Adelaide in 2019, 2020, something like that. I'm still yet to see a test hat trick. I've been to a lot of test cricket. Would love to see that one day. Very special.
Where did Hayden get his triple?
Perth. 380 at Perth against Zimbabwe. It's one of those quirks where it was only another 3 or 4 months before Lara broke the record straight back.
I know.
401. 400, sorry, 400. Real where were you moments. Off the hip, that's where Sibley likes it. Times it so well, racing across the practice surfaces. They'll get a couple comfortably in the end. There was 2 in a day. In the 1912 triangular, Australian bowler Jimmy Matthews, 2 hat-tricks in 1 day at Manchester against South Africa. That's probably the quirkiest in Test cricket. Couple last year, Moeen Ali against the Windies, and Scotty Boland at Jamaica, which was right on brand with Scott Boland. He does these types of things all the time. He's a freak. Gus Atkinson got one a couple of years ago, early in his Test career. Stuart Broad got a couple, one of which he didn't even know. Someone told him afterwards.
I think Gus Atkinson's, wasn't that at Lord's? And he literally didn't appeal. He didn't even have to appeal for the final won.
it was-
Might have been New Zealand. I
Yeah, it was
can't
in New Zealand, wasn't it? Yeah, he got the 100 at Lords and the 12
Yeah.
wicket match at Lords on debut, which was quite remarkable. Yeah, triple centuries in Test cricket. There have been a lot more in the last 20 or 30 years. If you look at the spread of those, I mentioned the first was in 1930, a couple in 1930. Bradman, of course, at Leeds. Only a couple of months after, famously, Len Hutton here in 1938 to break the record, the 364. Then 20 years after the war. The next one was in 1958, but you look since even in the last 20 years, you've got 15 of the 33. The most recent, VR Mulder, 367 not out last year, which he decided to not
declared,
break.
didn't he?
He got a bit of a whack from Lawrence Booth in the editor's notes of the Almanac this year, and I agreed with him. Got to go for these records, don't you? If it's there for you. Last ball here, Robinson again on the money. 34 for none. We asked what your setup is for today. Big day of sport round the country. Got one here from Callum Stack, who's watching on board a coach full of Luton fans on the way to a massive game in Bolton. Currently 1 point off the playoffs. There you go. Thank you, Callum, for your company. Hope you're enjoying the cricket. Hope you have a terrific day at the football. Special that. Coach early in the morning, off to a far-flung place to watch the football.
Yeah, well, they're coming. Some of the lower leagues are coming up to the last few games, aren't they?
Yeah.
So
Early beer, nothing wrong with that when you're going away for a sporting event. Have you travelled somewhere outrageous for sport before? Have you done sort of a football World Cup or something like that?
I haven't been to a football World Cup, but yeah, I mean, I won't even travel to East London for West Ham the way they started this year. So and that's only a sort of a 2-hour trip there.
I've got a feeling some of our viewers may have though. What's the most outrageous sporting event you've travelled to, or something that comes up at dinner parties, so to speak? Hudson Prentice here, nagging away, fourth stump line on the angle round the wicket. Got an email from David about his setup. There's so much to keep up with. He'll be swapping from the snooker to the championship football to the 2000 guineas to the radio commentary of the Brighton game and having the Surrey Sussex YouTube stream running the whole way through. Thank you for that, David. Great to have your pleasure. Have your company, rather. Pleasure to have your company. Third time's a charm. As a 20-year-old, it doesn't really count for sport, but as a 20-year-old, I was coming over here to have a summer, watch a bit of cricket, play a bit of cricket, that type of thing. Pretty good summer too, 2005. And I made a decision some months out that en route to the UK, well, not en route necessarily, but before arriving here, I was going to go to Kiev in Ukraine to watch the Eurovision Song Contest. Not quite sport, but, kind of sport. That's an extraordinary event to be at. I ended up going back to it about 10 years ago as a journalist and covering it. So more politics than sport, Eurovision. But same
I think
kind
so.
of vibe.
Well, ever since we left the European Union,
Yeah.
it's like, will we get a point?
There was one year when the UK were towards the top since then. But yes, you brought a point stands for sure. Playing a miss from Burns. You can see what he was thinking. That was Fuller. Fifth stump line. Just a tiny bit of movement off the seam. He was targeting the short boundary, which is towards the Archbishop Tennyson School side of the ground this week.
Do you like the Eurovision?
Aussies tend to.
Yeah.
It's probably bigger in Australia than it is here. Used to be a thing where you'd watch it on tape delay. They'd put it on a Sunday night on a TV station called SBS, which would have has a remit to be an ethnically diverse TV station. So people would kind of avoid the scores all day on a Sunday and watch it on a Sunday evening. And of course, Australia have been in it for the last decade. But yeah, it's got a bit more cut through there than it does here, I sense. Although, cricket teammates getting together for it this year. on a Saturday night. Our producer, John Surtees, is behind us here. He'll be part of that, I'm sure. Hudson Prentice has been spot on this morning. Is so again here, back off the seam, impact outside the line. Easy decision for Graham Lloyd, but just a reminder of how well these two have started. They're in the groove, yet to break through, but giving themselves every opportunity. 34 for none.
Yeah, they bowled really well this morning. I mean, you sense it's where Sussex are bowling and the sort of the movement that's there. It's difficult. If Surrey were to lose a wicket, I think it's a difficult wicket to start on. And I think they both bowl really well. Anything short has been pulled or worked off the hip with a relative ease. But I think if Sussex just keep banging away at a length, they could easily get some reward here.
So 2 back for Robinson now as well. He's deployed the deep backward square leg to the long side of the ground for Sibley. Just wants to get the angles right with that. And indeed going to a 5-4 here, Ali. So 3 slips, but then a deep backward point and a wideish mid-off. So giving Sibley the chance to drive, but not from there he won't. Nudging it round the corner for an easy single.
I like the fact that there's actually value in there through the covers. It's something that you could easily. It's the lure, isn't it, of driving it through there for 4, but you've got your 3 slips waiting for any sort of movement.
Gives me a chance to give us a very early plug of our lunchtime guest, actually. Our lunchtime guest today is John Houghton, who's written the most gorgeous book. It's a short book, but a book all the same. It's presented superbly, called Vinciness, and it's a book that isn't really about James Vince, I should say, but it uses James Vince as a way of telling a wider story about the horrors of batting and the beauty of his cover drive. There's a really interesting passage in it where he talks about those that have resisted the urge to drive over time and sort of going into the opportunity cost of being a compulsive cover driver when you can play it so splendidly like Vince can. So Daniel Norcross will pick up that chat at lunch. But yeah, that's.
I think I played against James Vince on his debut.
Oh, right.
And he had an amazing cover drive, and he's good on the pull as well. And he'd look effortless, and then would get caught somewhere between keeper and generally keeper, I think. But yeah, I completely understand the. He could look sublime on the eye, but then nick off. So his strength was his weakness as well.
Well, so it is for many players. It becomes self-reinforcing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The more you nick, the more in the cordon there will be. The more the plan will be exclusively that to wait for the error. The games within games and all of that, right? But yeah, that'll be a great chat. John Houghton's just an outstanding author. I love it when he writes about cricket, and Daniel Norcross will steer that chat when we get to lunch at 1 o'clock local time. I'll be listening to that as well. Burns for the second time in a couple of overs trying to force the agenda through the offside, not making contact.
Yeah, he's 11 off 59 here, but I have to say Sussex, I think, have bowled very well. Been luckless to this point, but could easily have picked up 1 or 2. Certainly asking the right questions.
.60 balls for his 12, but Burns setting himself up here. Well, these are circumstances where he has excelled in recent seasons. Certainly the three-peat. Burns on day 2 was a force to be reckoned with. And Sibley, who made a fine century here last week, albeit in a game that petered out to a draw, but batted 6 hours for that 100. This is the right pair to lay the foundation. Good from Robinson once more to find the edge. There is a man back, but fine of him. So a boundary to finish. Well bowled Robinson. 40 for none. Completes the first half an hour of play. So Surrey have added 21 runs in 30 minutes. Ali, I'm going to take my leave and handball over to Yas Rana for the next half an hour.
Morning, Ali. How are you?
I'm very good, thanks. Yes, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Still getting over the day of cricket that we saw yesterday. I still can't get over the fact that Sussex were 92 for 7 and ended up declaring.
I know. Well, would they have declared if Ollie Robinson hadn't injured his hand? Would he have kept going for a little bit more? Or, I mean, it's always good to have the momentum had changed massively, and of course, then it's a period where the openers, would be thinking, "Well, I don't really want to bat that bit." So, I mean, it's a good declaration. I like the fact it's sort of aggressive, and I like the fact that instead of trying to get an extra 15 or 20, he played exceptionally well to get that 100. And the openers, if they picked up 1 or 2 wickets, would have been a very good decision.
Change in the Sussex bowling attack. Tom Haynes is on for the first time in the Sussex innings, bowling from the Vauxhall end. His brand of medium pace. John Simpson standing up to the stumps.
It's an interesting debate with the test side that's going to be picked in the next month. Where are you on the Ollie Robinson or potentially a Sam Cook and maybe a keeper standing up in circumstances?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Easy for me to say.
Yeah, I think if you go back to the Ashes, so I mean, you can look at it in various ways. One, Chris Woakes doesn't play for England anymore. There's a Chris Woakes-shaped hole in the England side. And if you look back at the Ashes, for all the discussion around how England went with the bat and their method with the bat, actually they really struggled to keep a lid on the Australian run scoring for long periods of time. They had a few sessions where the game just raced away from them. And at times they lacked control. So I think there's space for England to include a bowler like a Sam Cook or an Ollie Robinson. And I guess Robinson I find fascinating because I really see the arguments both ways. Seeing there, John Simpson standing up for the first 2 balls, goes back for the 3rd ball, and immediately Rory Burns looks to use his feet.
But that's what all, if I'm facing this, that's exactly, I'd want the keeper to be back. Because if you just fall over one, he could have the bails off in an instant. So actually when you're facing this, you want to get out as much as you can. And that's what I like about having a really solid keeper behind the stumps who's good standing up. And we saw in the Ashes with Alex Carey, I think he was just not just the runs he would score at the back end of the innings, but his keeping, was very impressive.
Back to your question. So Ollie Robinson 3 years ago was the number 4 ranked bowler in the world. He was in between Pat Cummins and Jasprit Bumrah in the world rankings and 3 spots above Kagiso Rabada. He bowling to top 7 batters in his first 16 test matches. He averaged 23. In those same games, Anderson averaged 26, Board averaged 32. We don't need to be hypothetical about Ollie Robinson as a test cricketer. We've seen him do it. But the flip side of that was the physical side of things. 3 times he suffered back spasms. Twice that left England a bowler down in the second innings. Appeal for LBW. Interesting first over this remains. Beat Rory Burns 2nd ball. LBW shout 5th ball to Sibley. Let's have a look at how close this might have been. Yeah, I think it struck him outside the line and maybe height too.
So not a lot going for it.
Left alone. Surrey 41 without loss after 19. And by Robinson's own admission, he hasn't banged down the door since he last played for England. He had a good but not necessarily spectacular season last year. Reminder that the blast is coming soon. 22nd of May, first fixture. Double header against Lancs. Reminder that the London Derby, Surrey versus Middlesex, is on Wednesday, June the 3rd at 6:30 p.m. Tickets are selling very quickly. The game is already 90% sold out, so will be sold out very soon. So if you want to come, buy your tickets today.
I can't remember the last time we played Middlesex and it wasn't a sellout. It's especially if you put it on a sort of a Thursday or Friday, it was just a guarantee back in the day.
Henry Crocombe will be on for the first time today from the pavilion end. Started this round as the leading wicket taker in Division 1. So yeah, on Robinson last season, 39 wickets at 24, which is very good, and 10 wickets at 22 so far this summer. But it's not the sort of numbers that gets rid of the debate. Where do you stand?
I mean, firstly, when Ollie Robinson made his debut, I thought I can't think of a player who looks such a natural going into the Test side as he did, and it was a shame that it was everything outside of that became the focus. But I thought what he did in the game was really very impressive, and you're quite right about fitness being the thing. I mean, he's bowled very nice today on what looks a sort of a good wicket, but he's hit the right areas. And if you think that Test wickets might have a bit more pace and bounce than this, be quite interesting. I'm also interested in the Sam Cooke side of things, because I think you probably need to find out. I don't feel one game against, was it Ireland or Zimbabwe?
Zimbabwe.
I don't feel that's enough games to find out about him. And I think the real tests, yes, New Zealand come and they are only just below us in the rankings. Like I think we're 4th and 5th. And then, of course, Pakistan, which you'd expect to be a slightly easier series. Not that any series is easy, but I think in those two series, it's a great opportunity to find out, whether a player is the one you're looking for. And from my own personal side of things, that the toughest side I ever played against was Durham in first-class cricket. I didn't play Test cricket, but in terms of facing Durham, and what they used to have was 4 bowlers that could bowl 90 miles an hour, and that was Harmison, Claydon, Plunkett and Onions. And they were, but always at the other end, they'd have a Thorpe or a Davies who bowled about 74, 75, swung it, really good shape. And what that meant was that you had to be between 2 balls. You could face one ball where you're fending it off your chin and you're sat back a little bit, and the very next ball you've got to be very far forward. And, that's an interesting side that, watching Sam Cooke bowl the other day, I thought he bowled well without actually getting a wicket. But he's bowling areas, I think when Dom Sibley was getting to 100, that probably this was the last bowler you wanted bowling at him. He's thinking, just give me something I can just get the extra 3 or 4. And he bowled really nicely to him. And that's a side that we haven't really looked at before. And I'm not saying that's necessarily the way we should go, but I think it would be an interesting thing where you might have Sam Cooke and you may have your keeper, whether that's Jamie Smith or whoever that is, at times standing up on certain wickets. It just adds something different that we haven't necessarily had. We've often gone with pace, and I think whether it's Test cricket or one-day cricket, we've gone pace, pace, pace. Here we are. We're going to throw 90 miles an hour at you, and some. And I know that's not comfortable as a batsman, having faced that myself. And then here we are. You've got it again. So it's not like you're seeing off one bowler who's bowling that. You've got him again, and potentially another one. So we've often gone in with 2, haven't we? When we got sort of Jofra and Woody, and they will come in, and that's a test, But at the same time, there's scoring there if you give yourself a bit of room, or you get on the front foot and create things. So we've often gone pace, and I think if you can play pace, then it's a little bit easier for you. If you can't, it's a horrendous hour that you've got. But as I said, I found when you had extreme pace at one end and high skill at the other at a completely lesser pace, it's a very diverse thing of how you have to play, and that was something, or you've got a left armour who's swinging it back in, and suddenly it's a different dynamic because you've got to open up, and you don't want to get your left foot across and get LBW. So, so they're all options, and we'll find out in a month's time. But there's quite a few names in the hat, aren't there?
Yeah, I guess in that comparison between Robinson and Cook, I say that on his day, Robinson does just offer a little bit more, both physically from a height and release point of view, the extra bounce that he gets, but also just a speed gun. Robinson, when he's at his best, he's averaging 82, 83 mph across a day, which is a level above where Sam Cook is.
Absolutely, and I think high release points is something that in cricket very interested in, whether it's spin, pace. That's quite a variable. And in terms of speed, I guess those release points are really important, because if you look back at someone like some of the fastest bowlers I've faced, they weren't necessarily the fastest, but your Courtney Walshes and your Curtly Ambroses, they were probably mid to high 80s, probably mid 80s, but it felt like more because of the bounce that they got. So and their release points. But I completely concur with all of that, and I think that may be the way they go.
We don't know how many spots there will be in the bowling attack. Jofra Archer might not be involved because he's in the IPL at the moment. We don't know how severe Bryden Carse's injury is that ruled him out of the IPL. I guess other names that people have been mentioning. Sonny Baker, who started the season really well at Hampshire. By all accounts, an improved bowler, and he's also put on a bit of pace. He's been clocked at 92 mph already this season. And Matt Potts has started the season well at Durham. He had obviously difficult test match in Sydney, but by all accounts has started the summer really well and is close to his best. Very interesting field here. 2 short mid-wickets for Rory Burns. Short cover 2. John Simpson once more standing up behind the stumps.
It's not quite the Sibley umbrella field he had for his. I think he didn't get a big 100 early on. Might be a double 100, and I think Yorkshire had like the full umbrella. It was 2 or 3 fielders on either side a few years ago.
Causing a couple of problems early on, Tom Haynes. 2 overs from him so far, wicketless at the moment. We'll have a change in the commentary box. Kirstie White coming on for the first time this week. Reminder of where we are in the game. Surrey 44 without loss, responding to Sussex's 358 for 9. But one of the stranger 358 for 9s that you'll see. At one point, Sussex 92 for 7. And then hundreds from their numbers 9 and 10. Jack Carson and Ollie Robinson got them up to a position from which they eventually declared. Robinson bringing up his 100 with a 6. And the Sussex skipper walked straight off the field, gave his side 10 overs with the new ball to have a go at Surrey, but Burns and Sibley got through to the close unscathed. And 45 minutes into day 2, they are still there. Crocombe to continue from the pavilion end. Kirstie, what have you made of this morning so far? Yesterday the game was on fast forward. Wickets fell quickly in the morning, then runs flowed quickly in the afternoon, a slightly different pace to things today.
Yeah, morning, Raz. Sorry. I've managed to merge your first and your surname into a new name. Good morning, Yas. Very different start this morning, isn't it, to what we saw yesterday. A bit more watchful from this Surrey opening pair.
You say that.
She says.
Yeah, you say that, but an uncharacteristic prod from Dom Sibley, and you see actually with the shot he practices immediately after that he wanted to play that with more conviction, more full-blooded cut shot rather than that dab to deep third.
Yeah, and I was kind of pondering on the train on the way in this morning how Surrey would approach this innings. There's going to be some weather about potentially this afternoon. The game got to a point where Surrey probably weren't expecting it to. Oof,
look at
some
that carry.
Beautiful carry. The game got to a point where they probably weren't expecting it to be, if you were talking to them before lunch yesterday. And, Ollie Robinson going to his 100 with a 6, batting number 10 yesterday. Really just add insult to injury, doesn't it? So, yeah, I think psychologically and what Surrey's game plan will be this morning, it'll be really interesting to see how it unfolds before lunch. Obviously, the run rate is just over 2. And Sussex in a fairly aggressive field as well.
Yeah, we've seen starts like this from Burns and Sibley so many times over the years. And looking at how the wickets fell yesterday, 9 wickets across the day, but practically all of them to the new ball. Sussex was 6 down, 7 down within the first 24 overs. Their 8th wicket fell 36 overs in. We didn't see another wicket fall until Surrey took the second new ball, Jack Carson falling 3 balls into the second new ball. So far, it's been a new ball game, and Surrey, so far, have managed to blunt that new ball threat. We also saw Sussex try to be quite aggressive early on yesterday. So it's an interesting comparison, actually, to where Surrey are compared to where Sussex were at the equivalent point.
Yeah, and it's interesting whether Sussex have come in with a mindset of looking at the past 2 games that have been played at the Oval and whether they've felt that there were runs in the wicket, and actually to be assertive and aggressive up front to start to accumulate runs have played a factor in that. Oh,
That's not too far away from Rory Burns off stump. 4 runs, not the most convincing. The Surrey skipper won't mind. 4 more to the Surrey score. 49 without loss after 22 overs. I mean, yeah, in the 23rd over of the Sussex innings, they were 6 down. So a very, very different scorecard. They were 84 for 6 at that point. Surrey 49 without loss at the moment. And the hope from a Surrey perspective is that as the ball gets older, at the moment, you're right to say that there is potentially a bit of weather coming our way later today. But for the moment, the sun is shining on this ground. Surrey will hope that batting becomes easier and easier throughout the day.
oof, good lord. Big plant there from Sibley. Very lucky to get a leading edge on that. If that had clattered into his front pad, I think he'd surely be on the way back to the pavilion.
James Cole's in really tight at a catching short mid-wicket. He's only bowled 13 balls, Tom Haynes, but he looks threatening. It's not the type of bowling we see loads of in the county championship. It's a bit Darren Stevens, you'd say, operating between 65 and 70 mph, keeper standing up.
Yeah, it's a nice way for Sussex to get through some overs quite quickly as well, just bowling really tight to the stumps, stump to stump. Really pile a little bit of pressure on, bodies in front of the bat, and then let the pace do the talking at the other end. He conceded 3 runs and he's in his 3rd over so far, so very economical at the moment.
Yeah, the plan looks to be to bowl stump to stump from Haynes. You've got that catching short mid-wicket James Coles that you can almost see on screen as Haynes comes into bowl, but you've also got quite a short square leg. Appeal for LBW. Sibley was quite a long way across his stumps.
Ooh, yeah. Giving us runs.
That brings up the Surrey 53 without loss. Have a look at the replay. I tell you what, given his leg byes in the end by the umpire, Sibley gets a long way across his stumps.
It wasn't the most convincing appeal either, but for me, I mean, you'd forgive the umpire for giving that one out. Sussex have only got 1 fielder out on the boundary outside of what you'd call the ring, if you want to. They are really, really compact in... They're not offering any scoring opportunities. No opportunity to drop and run. And with this tight stump-to-stump bowling, really difficult to squeeze anything away.
Again, leading edge from Sibley ends another eventful over. Yeah, that fielder at square leg, it's a position you don't really see. He's much closer than a normal square leg, and he's crouching down as the bowler comes in. So very much a catching position. I wonder if we can see that LBW shout again, because that was really, really tight. I agree with you. I'm surprised that the Sussex fielder didn't go up more.
Yeah.
Certainly hit him in line.
I mean, under the review system, it might have been umpire's call, but for me, I think that's clipping leg stump.
That's a lovely shot from Rory Burns. Crocombe strays towards Burns' pads, and Burns whips that past mid-wicket for 4. He moves on to 23.
Yeah, that's picked up nicely. Undoes a little bit of that pressure that Sussex were building over the past couple of overs. Rory Burns will certainly feel a little bit lighter and less tense through the shoulders. Picking a boundary up of the first ball of that over.
Ali was talking earlier about facing the Durham attack around about 15 years ago, where they had 3 or 4 bowlers capable of hitting 90 mph. And that'll be at least a couple more. But also having guys at the other end bowling closer to 70 mph. A similar situation here. Crocombe cranking it up at 84, 85 mph from the pavilion end. Tom Haynes bowling his Darren Stevens medium pace, 65 to 70 at the other end. So 2 completely different challenges.
It's a really challenging adaptation you have to make between overs as well, from your reaction time and actually having a little bit more time. And I'm wondering if that's actually how Dom Sibley is finding himself planting a little bit and leading into that leading edge.
Would batters have slightly different technical setups to bowlers who have such hugely different paces?
I think with Haynes, an approach might be to play him a little bit more like a spinner, and think about how you can the mindset you'd be in. So are you playing him from the crease and not getting stuck on the crease to allow him just to kind of attack your stumps? Their game in terms of Sussex and the way that they're piling on pressure in front of the bat, you really have to have a clear game plan in terms of how am I going to attack, how am I going to play this type of bowler who's, I'm not going to just be able to run it off the face and find a gap, so I might have to manufacture something. It's for me, I would look to play that big pace change like a spinner. Crocombe bowling just a little bit too straight this over, actually.
Yeah, the run's starting to flow a little bit more freely for Surrey. Not long ago, that innings run rate was almost exactly 2 runs and over. It's up to 2.6 now. 9 runs from the first 5 deliveries of this Crocombe over.
And this might be how Sibley and Burns look to attack, actually. We'll see if we can just pick up runs from Crocombe. Wow.
Again, amazing carry. John Simpson taking a length ball way over his head. So there is pace in this wicket. Surrey 62 without loss, and there's a different vibe now to how it felt last night. Last night, Sussex with a brand new ball, all out attack. They had 5 slips and a short leg in place at times. This morning now we're seeing a more defensive field from Sussex. 2 slips and a gully most of this morning. And here's a surprise, actually, because Tom Haynes only bowled 3 overs, but looked really threatening, and a very, very close shout for LBW to Dom Sibley in the previous over. Ollie Robinson brings himself back on to bowl for the first time in the game from the Vauxhall end. All 7 overs from his work so far delivered from the pavilion end. 3 slips in place for Robinson. Bowling around the wicket to the Surrey skipper Rory Burns. Right on the money first up.
I wanted to see more Haynes. It was going to be an over of who blinks first for me. You could feel the tension rising. It's one of my favourite shots. Just kind of sit back into that square drive that Rory Burns plays. Gives to me Shivnarine Chanderpaul vibes.
No, definitely.
Just on top of the bounce, but just really allowing hands freely just to come down square on the ball. I feel that he probably deserved more than he got for that shot, but here we are.
I'm just trying to think why Tom Haynes might have been brought out of the attack, and I wonder if it's down to a end preference thing possibly for Robinson. First 7 overs from the pavilion end, now wanting to go the Vauxhall end. He's played, well, this is his 3rd first-class game at the Kia Oval, and the previous 2 were actually test matches against India in 2021 and against South Africa in 2022. Had some joy here in that test match against South Africa, 5 for 49. As South Africa were bowled out for 118, then 2 for 40 in the second innings. So fond memories of this ground.
Yeah, perhaps, and Crocom's going so well from the other end with the bounce and carry that he's finding from a length. I'd be loath to make a change from that side of things. He's gone with the 3 slips. He's bowling a really nice channel as well. Just that corridor of uncertainty of whether to play or whether to leave. Finding a lovely length as well. There's lots of factors to consider before committing to any form of shot.
Defended into the leg side by Dom Sibley. Just 1 run from that over. Surrey 63 without loss from 25 overs. We're an hour into day 2. We haven't seen any wickets fall. Surrey starting the day steadily. A few words from Kirstie White before Adam Collins takes over for the next half an hour.
Yeah, steady morning so far from Surrey. Run rate slowly creeping up, but very slowly. Was kind of very much around the low 2s. It's now just moving up towards 2.5 per over. We've got another change of bowling at the pavilion end. Welcome back, Adam.
Thank you. Great to be back. So the one close call this morning when the score was 49, when Sibley had a marginal 1 go his way. The bowling of Haynes. So there'll be a change up at the pavilion end. So Hudson Prentice, who bowled very nicely this morning away from us at the Vauxhall end, has been spun around. So it's not going to get any easier
wonder how these big, tall, strapping opening bowlers are feeling after their adventures yesterday.
Straight away trying to put pressure on Hudson Prentice. First ball back in the attack, clipped away for 4. Burns willing to use his feet. A sign that he's in good nick. Into the 30s he goes.
Yeah, just one small shimmy outside of off stump and finds that gap between mid-wicket and mid-on really nicely. Shortest boundary down underneath the scoreboard.
Operating with a couple of slips. Deep backward point, deep backward square back. Straight back in the channel. Hudson Prentice, a man of considerable experience on the circuit these days.
Yeah, I was just wondering to myself, let's have a quick look at this replay, because that is an excellent reply to that first delivery, just beating the outside edge there of Rory Burns. I was wondering to myself what changing room Sussex find themselves in today. So if they are, obviously, Surrey had a big revamp of changing rooms, and there are 2 absolute world-class changing rooms now for the men and the women, home changing rooms, and they've created some more down in the indoor school for visiting teams.
Yeah, well worked there from Burns, joining Sibley on 32.
Part of that was around hosting the eliminator for the 100 and any kind of finals days activities to have multiple teams in. If Sussex find themselves in the women's away changing room, in the women's changing room today, because I think the women are away this weekend, they'll have ice bath facilities, which I'm sure those big strapping bowlers would find themselves in. I'm not sure if downstairs those facilities are available in the visiting changing rooms, and that play a big factor in some recovery after scoring hundreds.
You're seeing that more and more, aren't you, in the renovated dressing rooms in the professional game. Good shot. Sibley, so strong through mid-wicket, long side of the ground, happy with 2. Productive over for the home side. They've done the same thing at Lord's, where they've made a number of changes to the dressing rooms over the winter. So they've, one of the, I guess the cubicles, I suppose you would call it, is just ice bath facilities where, you know, go back a few years and it was just, I don't know, just a shower room where everyone would pile in there together. Now it's all very professional and schmick.
Have you had a chance to look inside these Surrey changing rooms?
I've seen some social media clips. I've not been, we don't spend much time on that side of the ground.
No, they're world class. They really are fantastic. The dining facilities as well. It's really, really high end in terms of all of those tiny factors that contribute to performance. It's really been thought of in terms of every detail.
We were talking a bit about it yesterday about modern cricketers loving those game ready ice packs as well.
Yeah.
Were they around when you were still playing?
Yes, yeah. We had one when we were South East Stars. They got very well used within the team. I used it when I had my groin surgery. But no, they travelled everywhere with us. They're expensive pieces of kit, for sure.
8 runs from the over, taking Surrey to 71 without loss. We've got a package here of Ollie Robinson, just how well he's been bowling. He'll continue in a moment from the Vauxhall end. Bowled 3 overs last night, 5 this morning. And we'll see here that at a very consistent pace as well. Had a packed cordon last night, past the edge time and again. From lengths, as you see there, that Surrey's batters have had to play at lines and lengths. That's a feature of Ollie Robinson at his best. He makes you play from that extra height. That just went past the inside edge earlier today with Sibley. But threatening both sides of the bat. A bowler who is surely very, very close to a test recall. And an unbeaten century yesterday, the Sussex captain, to continue from our Vauxhall end.
Yeah, he's given Gus Atkinson a run for his money, isn't he? Also got a test 100 to his name.
Yeah.
What a position to be in as an England selector with fast bowlers that can do it all. I'm really just enjoying that challenging line he's bowling. He's not allowing batters to leave the ball. He wants them to play. He wants them to make a really tough decision.
I can see a world where they coexist in that England team. Robinson has been traditionally a new ball bowler in an England context. Atkinson has bowled a lot with the new ball, but oftentimes that first change. And Josh Tongue, of course, will virtually pick himself when he's fit and firing. Fifer last week. Really stepped up in Australia, enhanced his reputation. With those game readies, are they the ones you wear to bed as well? Once you've got it toggled to the right setting, you can kind of let it do its thing through the course of a night?
I don't know, actually.
Well, not in your case, you won't.
Not in my case, but you've got lots of different settings on them depending on what you need to use them for. So if it's recovering from an injury, if it's just recovery, it adjusts the temperature that is flowed through the cuff and the amount of pressure. So obviously the amount of time is programmed on it as well. They're really great pieces of kit.
I want one badly. Finds the edge here. That's going to go away for 4, but it's no reflection on the way that Robinson's bowling. Although, in fairness to Sibley, he's been able to just take enough weight out of the bottom hand to get the angle right that it evaded the diving third slip, 75 for none.
Yeah, it was really nicely controlled. He's kind of known that it's going to take on that thick outside edge, but he's just managed to control it, almost guide it. I think he'd probably say he's guided that past that third slip.
Yeah, good cricket from both of them. I reckon, I can't see myself jumping into a wheelie bin full of ice after play. I just don't think at 41 that's me. Not realistically. But if you could have the machine ready to roll in the dressing room when you get back in there, and you can effectively jump straight into it for whatever your ailment is.
Yeah, and that's it. It's those isolated areas. So if you struggle with like a quad niggle, then obviously you can just pop the cuff on and then there you are. And you know that it's targeting the entire muscle itself. Interestingly, I did a study at university a long, long time ago about different types of contrast therapy and cryotherapy. And we looked at, how much certain pieces of kit cooled.
Impact outside the line, but another fine delivery from Robinson. Full question asked. He's in terrific rhythm.
He is. Yeah, so how much those, if you're using an ice spray, if you're using an ice pack, if you were using one of those cracking ice packs, all those different elements, how much they actually cooled the muscle temperature itself, and in terms of what impact that would have with recovery.
What was your
well, I suppose I think we can all concur.
Executive, what do you call it? Been out of university for a while now. Executive summary.
Yeah. Well, I think we can all concur, and it doesn't take a scientist to identify that ice sprays really don't do anything.
The magic spray doesn't work. I'm a bit older than you, but as a kid growing up, good again. 76 for none. As a kid growing up, it was a real feature of watching the Aussies play. That Errol Alcott, the physio, would bring out the magic spray, which was just ice spray, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Spray it on, no matter what the injury.
Yeah.
Good as gold.
Yeah,
so that's more like a placebo effect, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's that psychological impact, isn't it? Of if I have a bit of deep heat on my muscles before I go out to bowl, I feel better. It becomes part of your pre-game routine, doesn't it? But no, so that they unsurprisingly have little to no impact on cooling the muscle. I can't remember the exact number we were trying to work out that was the most effective. It's been a very long time since that lab that we did at university, but it was, you're aiming to cool muscle or skin temperature down to around kind of 5 degrees skin temperature to have a good impact on actually the inflammation that's occurring within those muscles. So if you're jumping into an ice bath, you're obviously cooling the blood flow and cooling the temperature of the blood, which from the inside out actually impacts that.
Well, if you're in an ice bath, a traditional ice bath, that 5 degree mark, would it be cooler than that again?
Oh yeah, I think you're looking at maybe anywhere between 4 or 5 degrees is the temperature of the ice bath to be in there. Yeah, lots of people just go in up to their waists. Depends. Bowlers will probably be trying to submerge their shoulders, but then obviously that's extremely cold. Only in there for about 4 or 5 minutes. or whatever you can tolerate, really.
The other thing with that, I ponder the admin. Occasionally see Vaughnie's Instagram bits where he's jumping in his ice bath at home. Must take a lot of effort to fill that thing each day.
Yeah, and
For what amounts to, you know, what?
Yeah.
Even if for what, 1 or 2 minutes? And you're done?
Some pieces of kit as well. I think during the winter people just leave them outside, don't they? And they freeze, especially in the English winters. But some people have these incredible pieces of kit that are all wired up and plugged in. And because obviously if you're leaving water just to sit, you've got the algae that kind of forms on the surface, and actually you don't really want to be plunging yourself in that. So yeah, it's a whole job really, maintaining them.
Very different to how recovery used to run in professional cricket until, probably 30 years ago, when a pint and a cigarette would have been about as much as.
I was going to say, you can't really call it recovery,
No.
can you? Post game.
You could say, emotionally, psychologically, there's something to be said for that. Just detaching from what you've been doing and hanging out with your opposition, but perhaps not best practice, shall we say.
Yeah, I remember as a very young, I think I must have been about 14, 15, and I was on the Hampshire Academy, and I'd gone in on a championship day to see the physio, and it was when Shane Warne was down at Hampshire. What a guy. And just halfway through the game, I think Hampshire must have been batting, just kind of cast my eyes out the balcony, and you just see Shane Warne just tucked around the back of the balcony, just getting a bit of fresh air. Yeah.
Yeah, the rules didn't really apply to Warnie on that front.
No.
Daniel Norcross will tell a story if prompted about a Perth test that we did, would have been 2017 at the Wacker. Where, I mean, of course, by then, venues are extremely smoke-free venues inside the seating bowl. You haven't been able to smoke at the cricket for probably 30 years or something like that. And the way in which he manipulated the situation in such a way that he was able to smoke basically on a balcony that overlooked the ground. Daniel Norcross has got in his slipstream, you see. He's like, if it's good enough for Warnie, then they're not going to kick me off.
Oh, gosh. Surrey run rate is just creeping up. A few overs ago, I think about 4 overs ago, it was around 2.05. Just moving more towards threes now.
Yeah, they've earned the right at 79 for none after 28. They got through 10 overs last night for only 19 runs, but this morning have added a further 60 across 18 overs, so a little better than 3 and over here, which is precisely what Surrey made an art form of in their three-peat. It was bowling out an opposition, excepting they didn't bowl out Sussex. It was an innings that ended on their own terms, 9 declared for 358 yesterday, late in the day. But they would bowl out their visitors in the final session at some point and be about here, 50 or 60 for none, when they were starting day 2. And then this would be the point where they could really launch into a productive afternoon. But different here in that Sussex got to that 358 for 9. They've had to lay the foundation for a little bit longer. But from here, getting the Sussex bowlers into multiple spells, they'll have an opportunity, especially if this pair can still be batting at lunch.
Yeah, they've been watchful, haven't they, this morning? But there are just green shoots now in terms of their routing and the inroads that these Surrey batters are starting to make.
The lesser spotted short ball, just to keep things interesting. Won't be really 67 mile an hour. That will be one of those quirks of the gun. So a conventional field, 3 slips, deep backward point. Long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Beautiful day.
I was actually just about to pull up the weather radar to see at what point any rain is heading this way, but it just doesn't look possible right now.
That's worth doing, because that'll be a consideration in this game, because tomorrow might suffer from what may be coming later today, although these days drainage being as it is. You've got yourself one of those fancy apps, have you?
No, just on the old what's it called, browser. Wouldn't get the app.
Feels like if you're a professional cricketer, you're duty bound to have the app, aren't you?
Yeah.
They're all amateur meteorologists these days, professional
Yes.
cricketers.
Yeah, we can certainly tell our cumulonimbus from any other variety of cloud.
I've sort of formed the view over time there's always going to be someone in the commentary box with me who is good at that, and they can tell me the answer. I'll rely on what my phone tells me.
Yeah, I think a common favourite is, it looks like it might rain. No, the clouds are too high. That's pretty standard practice in England, for sure.
One I'm not that keen on is when you're playing a game of cricket somewhere or you're watching a game of cricket and there'll be it's usually an old man who goes, oh, no, the weather comes from over here when it's here.
Well,
when it looks like that, it's like that. You're like,
yeah,
not sure you're a weatherman just because you've lived somewhere for a long time. I'm not sure if those two things marry up.
Well, you can call my bluff, but the weather traditionally at the Oval does tend to come from over the back of the JM Finn stand and comes across towards the pavilion.
You're slipping into it now here as well. You've played here for a long time.
I think if you were to ask Lee Prentice and say to him where does the weather traditionally come from, he would be saying those exact words. So when I first jumped in onto comms, I was having a little look up because there was a bit of haze around, so I was just looking to see if that weather was already making its way in, but it seems to have cleared. Oh, that's excellent fielding.
Yeah, top fielding. Work to do. Over to his right, Tier, who got himself 100 a couple of days ago against Surrey's twos here in London and got brought into the starting 11. Missed out yesterday, bowled without offering a shot for naught, but marginal gains here, saving at least a couple, probably 4. What's your radar telling you?
Well, I'm just having a look. There is a band of weather that is approaching the south coast, Bournemouth, Southampton, that looks like it's probably going to be moving this way, but that's not hitting there until about 2 o'clock.
Edge doesn't get there. Frustration for Sussex, completes another fine maiden. Just get the sense now that it's Sussex that needs something to break their way. 79 for none.
Yeah, a few arms thrown in terms of disappointment, I think. It's just on the half volley. Not quite reached. Genuine edge here from Sibley. He's actually taken his bottom hand off the handle. It's risen a little bit more for length than he was expecting.
There is a skill in that, isn't there? But you can see that at the moment of impact, Sibley realising and getting the hand off there, which just helps with the weight.
Yeah, and it's probably actually what saved that ball from carrying potentially. It's just deadened the impact.
It's going to be spin for the first time. I'm looking forward to this. Jack Carson got some crowd members there in their whites, at least wearing their cable knits, which is a good look. White t-shirts, cable knits over the top.
Cable knit, no top. Love that.
I reckon they might have their shirts off and their cable knits off in the next hour or so. This is definitely shirts off weather.
Yeah. Paint the cable knit on. Paint it on.
Yeah.
Body paint.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Yeah.
That's sun smart. Get some zinc on your body.
Absolutely.
Jack Carson, 25 years of age, improving by the season. First ball spins so prodigiously that it ends up with first slip. How about that? We'll get a second look here. Rory Burns threw the kitchen sink at it. John Simpson threw a glove up, but ends up in the hands of slip.
I thought that was a genuine edge. My hands were in the air thinking that was a caught behind.
Haynes in there at slip. Does give it a rip, Carson. He's taken 176 first-class wickets, so plenty of experience, having, of course, grown up in Northern Ireland, had the opportunity to play for Ireland, but wants to make his way in the English game, and fair enough. Hasn't had a big day out so far this season. In fact, he's been dealing mostly in one-fers, but lots of work to do here. Well flighted. It's 47 mile an hour.
saw Rory Burns sporting some excellent accessories around his wrist. Let's get a bit more of a close-up on that. You can just see on the camera here. I feel like it may be... Yeah, maybe a accessory from home.
Boxing in Sibley here. 2 catches on the leg side. Love that straight away for Carson. Not quite full enough to bother him there, though. Out to the long side of the ground. Won't quite reach the rope. 3 for Surrey. Sibley making steady progress up to 45. What have we got here? What have you spotted?
There we go, look.
Ah, there we go. A few
Colourful.
colourful bands on the arm. Nice touch. Have to get the story behind them.
Yeah.
Nice. That'll feel good into his work. First over. Couple of well-landed off breaks. One that took off. Must have ripped that first ball to get to first slip. Don't see that too often. Hello.
Wow, okay.
First over a spin. Burns showing that he'll try and put pressure back on straight away. 8 runs from the over. That gives him something to think about. 87 for none.
And that's the end of me.
Kirstie White, we'll catch you later on. Seeing a replay of that last ball. Into position early. Throwing his hands at it. 1 man to beat. Did so comfortably. Just back over what we were talking about before. So there is some rain according to my very bad weather app. Far later in the day, and on Sunday, maybe a bit of rain in the morning. Shouldn't affect the cricket. And on Monday, shouldn't affect the cricket either, which is a good thing because on Monday, I'll be playing cricket with the man that's jumping in now.
Yeah.
It's, Nathan Joey Johns, welcome to the broadcast for the first time today.
Thank you very much, Adam. Good afternoon. What an absolute delight to be here. What a glorious day. That's my first game of the season on Monday. I can't wait.
Giddy up.
Hopefully the weather holds.
Robinson away from us. Bowled splendidly this morning. 3 slips still there. Feels like a big part of the conversation between now and when that test squad's named. First test, 4th of June. England play New Zealand, so a little over a month away. Presumably they'll name the squad in about a fortnight, maybe. A couple extra games. I can't really imagine a world where Robinson's not in it. You're reading it?
He's been good. And the thing is, for me, his pace looks consistent, which is always well, in the past that's been a thing to keep an eye on with him, hasn't it? But, but hitting hundreds helps. Not that that's going to be what gets him selected, but he was sensational yesterday with the bat, and it's toiled away this morning without reward. It's been slow going, but it has picked up. Apparently, I heard before the last commentary changed, the run rate was 2.1.
Yep.
It's now gone up to just under 3, so something's happening.
Yeah, they've shifted gears slightly. A sign of that, the reverse sweep from Burns in the previous over. Not sure if we've had this one out this morning, but I'll go with it now because Carson and Robinson are bowling in tandem. Yesterday, both making centuries. The first instance in the county championship of 2 batters batting 9 or below, both scoring a century in the same innings. Have that. 8th time in first class history. 3rd time specifically from 9 and 10. First time in championship history.
I couldn't believe that when I read that. That got put into the WhatsApp group last night, this morning.
That's an Andrew Sampson special.
That's a cracker of a stat, that.
Our love to Samo. He'll be watching this right now, I'm sure. Helped fine for 4. So the runs keep flowing for Surrey here. They've had a really good 20 minutes, joining Sibley in the 40s. It's 4-leg by, so he'll stay on 38, but the result's the same.
Yeah, he's just been a bit wayward the last few deliveries, hasn't he, Robinson? He bowled one well outside the off stump that didn't tempt Burns at all, and now he's just overcorrected, and I just wonder, is that a bit of fatigue creeping in? What are we, there's just about half an hour to go till lunch. It's been a long session without any reward. Very hot day.
I love that. It's a 2-way process broadcasting in these days, Joey. You put it out in the world and it comes back at you. I've got a WhatsApp in from, we're talking weather and what direction it comes from Richard Geffen, who's the the boss of all things cricket down at Goodwood, which is a sensational place to play. I strongly recommend it if you can at some point. The weather's set to get to Goodwood's, that's in Sussex, at 3 p.m. So maybe add an hour on top for us, something like that. Beating the edge. So Goodwood, probably an hour and a half drive from here.
Did we play in Goodwood last year? We did.
Yeah,
We played in Sussex direction.
Yeah,
was that?
played a game there. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's just a lovely ground where it's more known for its car racing, vintage car racing. I think I'm right in saying, but there's a cricket ground right in the middle of it all. The Earl of March. Shot. Just what Burns was looking for from Robinson. Staying put, clipping from the middle stump line. Now he's in the 40s with Sibley. And Surrey have scampered along to 96 for none.
He's been brilliant through mid-wicket this morning, hasn't he, Burns? He's walked down the track a few times and played that shot. But this time he just stays in his crease. Change of angle from Robinson coming round the wicket. Just arcs that one into his pads. He's in too good touch this morning to miss out on that, is Burns.
So it's been a great spell from Robinson. Indeed, a couple of stints this morning, one from either end. But having done such a great job of turning the tide yesterday with the bat, can he get something with the ball before he needs to take a rest? Chopping down hard. That might be an effort from Burns to try and hit Robinson out of the attack, perhaps, at least in the short term. 97 for none becomes the score. They still trail by 261. They started today at 19 for none. They've batted for 21 overs and gotten through that without losing a wicket as yet. Sibley 46, Burns on 43. I'll take a break, and Yas Rana will come in and take you through to lunch with Nathan Johns.
Yeah, it would be interesting if that is the ploy to try and get Robinson out of the attack. Dare I say Burns has just put his foot down on the accelerator regardless. We saw the reverse sweep in the previous over to Carson. So dare I say this is just an interesting little period where Surrey just trying to go through the gears. Hello, Yas.
Morning, Nathan. Jack Carson, 1 over into his spell.
You've got a
Born
big,
in Northern Ireland.
You've got a big grin on your face. I think I know what's coming here.
So for context, Nathan doesn't love that when he comes on the Surrey broadcast, he is immediately asked about the state of Irish cricket. But with Jack Carson doing his thing from the pavilion end, I've got to ask Nathan. It's an interesting story. He's from Northern Ireland, plays his cricket for Sussex, his entire professional career for Sussex. Is there a chance he ever plays for Ireland? Why has that not happened? Swept hard by Burns and misfield in the deep. Gives Burns 4 more. He moves on to 47. That boundary also brings up the Surrey 100. 101 without loss. And the runs really starting to flow now for the home side.
It's an interesting one on Carson, on his international aspirations. I mean, he's made it very clear that the reason why he left Ireland at a young age, or left Northern Ireland at a young age, was to play Test cricket for England, because Ireland hadn't quite got full membership yet when he first came over. So playing Test cricket for Ireland wouldn't have been an ambition.
And again, Rory Burns reverse sweeping aerially over the man at short third. It's another boundary, and it brings up the half century for the Surrey skipper, his second of the season, his first on home turf. Really important knock for his side. Difficult day yesterday. 2 tough sessions chasing leather. And an assertive start to day 2 from Burns and Sibley. Surrey 105 for naught. And on the topic of Carson, Nathan, before we get back to his story, it seemed like a very deliberate plan from Surrey to attack him early. Don't let him settle.
Yeah, well, I think they know that there's potentially a long day in the heat here, and they want to force Sussex to keep recycling through their seamers if they can. Don't let Carson settle and hold up an end and give the likes of Robinson a break. It definitely has been a concerted effort at both ends, really, from Burns in particular. He went after Robinson in the previous over as well. You do wonder if just, the two guys who got days out yesterday, the guys who are, advancing this game for Sussex, it's a case of targeting them and sending out a message of trying to turn this game quickly.
Defended into the leg side. Surrey 105 without loss. Here's a look at where Burns has scored his runs. It's a pretty typical Rory Burns wagon wheel. Lots of runs through the leg side, lots of runs square of the wicket. Not loads straight. Change in the Sussex bowling attack. Tom Clark is on for the first time today.
Yeah, Adam said just before he left, actually, was there a conscious effort from Burns to hit Robinson out of the attack? Well, be it conscious or otherwise, he's had that effect.
Sixth bowler used by Sussex this innings. Clark yet to take a wicket in 2026 for Sussex. Predominantly a batter. Good pace.
Yeah,
A part-timer.
A little bit of shape on that as well, which is not something we've seen a lot of. Kind of with the angle of the hand more than anything else, but it did look like it left Sibley slightly.
20 first-class wickets at an average of 42.7. Ooh, is that away movement that Nathan was talking about? It's a good start this from Clark. But, sorry, Nathan, let's get back to Carson.
Yeah, he's made it very clear that it was his intention is to play Test cricket for England. He's predominantly a red ball player than a white ball, so as Ireland have struggled to play consistent red ball matches, he's come over here and he's had a very good professional career that he probably wouldn't have had he stayed put. Came over at the recommendation of Ed Joyce, who of course was a long-time Sussex player. He jokes that it's his fault, actually, that Jack Carson will never play for Ireland. But yeah, he's been pretty open, Carson, about his ambitions to play for England. I think he was talking to Lawrence Booth at the Mail last year in an interview, just reading that downstairs, and yeah, very, very clear that his reason for moving from just outside Belfast from Warringstown Cricket Club to Sussex was to play Test cricket for England. He's come reasonably close.
Ooh. Burns nearly chopping on. Late movement again from Clark. And it's actually struck the Surrey opener on his left glove. Immediately calls for the physio.
Yeah, he could be in trouble here. It was as soon as he almost looked at his glove after being hit, and he straight away waved to the balcony. It's a strange one because he doesn't look like he's in a lot of pain there, but he's wearing it well. He could be in trouble.
Yeah, not too dissimilar from the blow that Ollie Robinson suffered yesterday. Again, it was Robinson's left hand, his non-bowling hand. Ball struck his glove whilst he was still holding a handle, so jammed his left index finger in. We had a reasonably lengthy delay, but Robinson was able to continue, but was in visible pain for the remainder of his knock.
It's been a good change, this, bringing Clark in, because he's causing problems. I mean, that moved back in to Burns a considerable amount, and you almost wonder where was he earlier in the session, considering there haven't been too many times when Surrey batters have been tested like that.
The one I've been surprised by is that we've only seen 3 overs of Tom Haynes, and sure that he's by some distance the slowest of the Sussex seamers, but In his 3 overs, he caused problems for both Burns and Sibley. We've had one very close LBW shout when Sibley was on 30. I guess another question in Irish cricket at the moment is actually the volume of cricket that is available to the men's side, and that's not a problem that only afflicts Ireland, but Scotland in a similar situation. And actually, rewind 8 years and the gaining a full member status, you might have thought that everything's sorted now, but that's very much not the case, right? It's a real challenge for a lot of countries close to where Ireland are in the world rankings in just playing meaningful cricket and keeping their players busy.
It's infrastructure. It's having to create pop-up mini stadiums anytime they play international cricket, which is just getting more and more expensive. And for the first few years of full membership, Cricket Ireland didn't really get ICC funding in line with what the other test-playing nations would have got, and they only kicked in around 2024. So they're trying to build up those reserves while convincing the government to build them a stadium, which they have done. It was actually last month they were supposed to start, dig up the ground for the first time on that project. I haven't been home, so I haven't gone out to see if they started it yet. But Scotland's the same thing, isn't it? And that's why, at least with the Scottish players, they can still play county cricket. But someone like a Carson, he had to not play for Ireland so he could play county cricket. It's just funny, just reading old interviews as his. He actually said way back when he signed his first rookie deal with Sussex back in 2020, speaking to Cricket Europe, the way it is at the minute, that I'm classed as an English player, but that would change if I played with Ireland. It's a strange one and it is frustrating. I hold a British passport, having been born in Northern Ireland. It is baffling, was the quote he used, that the overseas in Ireland, but that's the way it is.
Burns set to continue. Little tempter from Clark. I promise I won't ask any more questions about the state of Irish cricket for the next 20 minutes.
Thank you, Yas.
But no promises for our next stint together.
It's all right. It was as soon as I sat down, they brought on Jack Carson to bowl, so I figured, right, something's going to happen here.
Another tempter from Clark, left alone, just the one leg by in the over. Surrey 106 without loss.
He was still getting movement there, Clark, wasn't he? Although, albeit it was very late. It was after the bat the ball swung through on the way to Simpson. It is interesting that he's managed to get in his first over. Every ball has done something in the air, swing rather than off the pitch. Whereas that's not something we've seen a lot of this morning. I don't know if it's the way he holds the ball, or wrist position. Maybe a couple of overs of spin means one side has been scuffed a little bit.
Robinson persevering with Carson. Both of his first 2 overs have gone for 8 so far. Bowling now to Sibley, who's on 46. Yeah, I mean, Carson spent some time training with the senior England team in 2023. Went on more than one Lions trip. I think actually if it wasn't for the sudden emergence of Shoaib Bashir at the end of the 2023 summer, I think there's a reasonable chance that Carson actually would have been the off-spinner that England took to that tour of India in early 2024. He had a brilliant year in Division 2 in Sussex's promotion year, 50 wickets at 22. As we saw yesterday, more than handy with the bat. Phil yesterday commented actually that the way in which he compiled that 100 was not of a number 8, it was a proper 100.
He started off as a batter. If you know, as I've been doing all morning and yesterday, reading all the origin stories written about him, there's all these tales of hitting 100 in All-Ireland finals as a 13-year-old. He was a batter who bowled a bit, and then as he progressed and got older, obviously the bowling came along significantly to the point where I think I read somewhere this morning he first played in Sussex's setup. I think he was 12 years old. when he first came over.
Yeah, Carson's one of a few players whose careers have grown with the club. Sussex, if you rewind 5 or 6 years ago, really difficult time on the field. Carson made his debut in 2020, that Bob Willis Trophy summer. Same summer that James Cole's debuted for Sussex. Less eventful over this time from Carson, just 2 runs from it. Sorry, 108 without loss. We'll have a look at some of the best shots from Rory Burns' half century. Second of the season, took a while to get going. First target really for Surrey was to blunt that new ball threat, and as the ball has aged, Burns has looked to be more expansive, particularly against the off spin of Jack Carson. Twice reverse sweeping, the second time aerially over a short third. It's not a shot we'd necessarily associate with the Surrey skipper. Burns looking to use his feet again. Good pace from Clark, clocking at 79.4 mph in our speed gun. Similar sort of speeds that we've seen from Ollie Robinson at the same end. I think the quickest delivery we've seen in this game was the last ball of yesterday, where Henry Crocombe really bent his back and sent a delivery down at 88.4 mph. Oh, beats the Surrey skipper, keeps a little bit low.
He's asking questions here, Clark. He's been a good first 8 deliveries of his spell so far, and it's been in stark contrast to what's gone before. Robinson's last over from this end was expensive. Carson has suffered at the hands of Burns. You're right, that one just kept low and beat him on the inner half.
Point that Mark Ramprakash made on commentary yesterday, he was saying that he expected the pitch to have the odd indentation today. And it's something that we saw in the previous fixture against Essex, and a pitch where wicket taking was difficult for both sides. We did see the odd example of the occasional ball keeping low.
Which is interesting, because this morning there was 2 or 3 deliveries in a row that actually seemed to pop a little bit as well.
That's another Jaffa from Clark. He's bowling a really good spell here. Getting this ball that's now 34.4 overs old to swing considerably.
And that went late, didn't it? I think the one thing you'd say about his spell so far, all the swing's been pretty much straight out of the hand. It's been not easy to read, but the batters have been able to pick it up. That went very late. As did that one, which I dare I say is why Sibley played at it and ended up being well outside the off stump, but he is able to get down the other end. That is the benefit as well of this mini counter-attack from Burns in particular. The field is spread, so even if Sibley does have to play a bit of a, not quite a false shot, but he's still able to get reward and get down the other end.
Defended by Burns, 2 runs from that over. Surrey 110 that loss. Just 2 runs from that over, but you mentioned Surrey's counter-attack. It really actually is an innings of 2 halves at this point. 21 overs in, the score was just 44. So in the last 14 overs, we've seen 66 runs scored at a run rate of 4.7 runs per over. Surrey getting their skates on. It's good old-fashioned opening batting. Get through the new ball. And against an older ball, against bowlers with a few more miles in their legs, field begins to spread. That's when you can cash in, and that's what we've seen from both Burns and Sibley this morning. 12 minutes to go until the lunch break.
I'd be tempted to bring the man in on the offside boundary up here. I think Carson could do with an over of just bowling at Sibley. Burns has really put him under pressure here, and that looks like it's a straightforward single if he strays outside off. Or even that man there. I don't really think there's much of a risk of Sibley at this stage of dancing down and looking to hit Carson over the top. But I know they're under pressure, and you mentioned what's in what was it, from over 21 onwards, they're going at, what was it, 4.7, so nearly 5. I know they're under pressure here, but I think there was an opportunity with Sibley on strike just to try and build a bit of pressure here. And it's interesting, and actually the straight men are up for Burns. They obviously think he's more likely to sweep than go down the ground, which is what he's done so far.
Yeah, it's good cricket from the Surrey skipper there. It's a good delivery from Carson, but Burns able to manipulate the ball into a gap behind square in the offside to get down to the other end. And actually, if you were to compare the spells of Jack Carson early this morning and Dan Lawrence yesterday, Dan Lawrence didn't do loads of bowling yesterday, but he was very economical, went around about 2 runs and over. And what Surrey were very good at was to block off the easy single. I think you're right to say that Dom Sibley at the moment, there are plenty of single scoring opportunities.
They did actually just bring mid on up. I don't know if you noticed, he was on the rope, and now he's 3/4 of the way back. So it's one of those where just dangle the carrot a little bit, see if he wants to try and take him on. That one looked like it kept low as well, didn't it?
Yeah, and you made the point that Carson might enjoy bowling more to Sibley than Burns at the moment. Burns looking to be aggressive against the off spinner, and yeah, it does keep low.
Yeah, he did well to get a bit of bat on that, because that was Carson was almost already celebrating. If that hit the pad, that was trouble.
This is good from Carson. Yeah, big gap on the offside. There's a sweep on the offside boundary, and mid on is in good 25-30 yards from the rope.
Yeah, he's drifted further in, even in the last few deliveries. If there was a ring, he's probably sitting on it, whereas he was about 10-20 yards back further.
And there it is. Sibley beats the man at mid-wicket, gets down to the other end and brings up his half-century. He continues his fine early season form, especially here at the Kia Oval. Follows up his 100 last time out against Essex with a half-century against Sussex.
Yeah, these two certainly enjoying themselves. We'll see if Sibley joins his opening partner in looking to up his rate slightly, or is he more than happy just to continue? I suspect it's the latter, knowing the way he bats. But as I said earlier, this is the benefit of the approach that Surrey have taken in the last half an hour or so. They don't have to take many risks to find scoring options now. The field is more or less spread. Clark actually does have more men in, saving one, I think, which is a sign that he's probably been Sussex's most threatening bowler.
Clark to continue.
He's only got 2 slips in. I wonder, with the way he's been getting the ball to swing away from Sibley, is it worth another?
Quite interesting in that Sussex yet to take a wicket from the opening 36.1 overs, but I think we've seen reasons for optimism from all 6 of their bowlers used. Finn, Hudson-Prentice and Ollie Robinson started really well last night. Crocombe has got the ball through quicker than anyone else. Tom Haynes bowled with real threat in his short burst earlier today. Carson threatened Dom Sibley's front pad a couple of times in his most recent over, and Tom Clark started nicely too.
Very nearly played down the wrong line there, did Sibley. We saw Coles got out like that yesterday, didn't he? One that just swung late, and he tried to play it through the leg side, and he ended up getting cleaned up. Sibley nearly flicked that there, and it just swung late, but he adjusted well. He's still getting this ball to move, is Clark. Yeah, see, that time he holds his shape much better. Waits for the ball to swing. Plays it straight.
Just 7 minutes to go until the lunch break. Very, very good morning for the home side so far. They've put on 96 runs without losing a wicket yet. Another good and challenging delivery from Clark. We know what the arc of his delivery is going to be against the right-hander. Getting the ball to swing away. Yes, from a Sussex point of view, you might want him to pitch the ball just a fraction fuller. Draw Sibley forward. Does so there, and Sibley drives to cover.
But he's making him play. And again, so that's not for the first time in this spell. He's got Sibley to play at a delivery that was well outside the off stump. It started quite straight. And there is going to be a change in the field. So the man sweeping on the offside is going to come in and save one in the covers, and third has gone back on the rope as well, although they've had a third for a good chunk of the morning, and that hasn't stopped Sibley from finding the boundary in that region.
Left alone by Sibley. It's a maiden over from Tom Clark, who continues to impress. Surrey 113 without loss from 37.
He wasn't too happy with himself, that delivery, Clark. Just kind of admonished himself in his body language. I think he thinks he started that one too wide, which he did, having made Sibley play for the majority of that over. A wasteful delivery, but he's been threatening.
Good crowd in on this Saturday. Really good crowd in yesterday. More than 6,000 in through the doors. Carson to bowl his 5th over. Should be time for 2 more before the lunch break.
Chance for Carson to build pressure here. He managed to build a few dots to Sibley in the previous over. Boxing him in here, short leg. I think that's Charlie Tier under the lid there.
Yeah, clear plan from Carson to Sibley, bowl straight. We saw one delivery in the previous over keep low, and Sibley did very, very well to get some bat on it, because if he didn't get bat on it, I think he'd be on his way back to the pavilion. Final delivery from Carson this session. Burns sweeps again, so he'll retain the strike. 3 runs from the over. Surrey 116 without loss. Dom Sibley in a rich vein of form at the moment. 100 last week against Essex, 50 not out so far today. Did a brilliant job blunting the new ball threat early on. There was a close LBW shout, went on 30 off the bowling of Tom Haynes, but otherwise Sibley's looked really assured. 50 brought up from 106 deliveries. It was actually the faster scorer of the pair early on. That innings run rate now above 3 runs and over. Have a look at the wagon wheel. Again, that's a pretty typical Dom Sibley wagon wheel. Lots of nudges into the leg side. Change of bowling for Sussex. Their 7th bowler of the innings so far, and we haven't even seen James Coles yet. Jack Leaning on for the first time. He'll bowl some off spin to Rory Burns.
Yeah, interesting change that, because Clark was going very well. And he was, especially to Sibley. Looked like he was building a bit of pressure there, but decided to get an extra over a spin in before the lunch break.
Drop short, and Burns, I think, will be disappointed that he's pulled that straight to the only man out on the leg side, deep square leg, because he had all the time in the world to choose where to hit that ball. Leaning looks like he's going to bowl around the wicket to the right-handed Dom Sibley. 3 men out on the leg side boundary, 1 on the off. Just 2 deliveries left in the morning session.
It all just feels a bit simple to score at the minute, doesn't it? So you aren't being made to work particularly hard to rotate the strike.
Yeah, another single. They've been very good at rotating the strike against the spinners so far.
Part of that is a byproduct of the earlier aggression. The field has to go back, but even still, it has just been a little bit too straightforward, dare I say, in the last while. Simply just stretching out his hamstring there. He doesn't look too worried, but probably just a bit of cramp. They're going to go on the attack with the last ball. 3 men catching around the bat.
Yeah, all out attack for the final ball. Slip, leg slip, short leg, and a catching mid-wicket. Defended into the leg side. Sibley will pick up a single. Surrey reach the lunch break on 120 without loss. A brilliant morning session for the home side. Started day 2, 19 without loss. They get into the lunch break, having scored 101 runs from the first session. Burns and Sibley still unbeaten. A relatively cautious start. They were 44 without loss after 21 overs. 18 overs later, they've added another 76 runs to the total. There were signs of aggression from Rory Burns against the off-spin of Jack Carson in particular, twice playing the reverse sweep, the second time aerially over a short third. And Nathan, a very, very good session for the home side.
Absolutely. Burns in particular really upped the ante for about half an hour or so. Just kept piling on runs, and since then their foot's come off the gas a little bit. They've been happy for the last 20 minutes just rotating strike, but they've really set a platform here to go big in the afternoon session.
Yep, 7 bowlers used from Sussex so far, and actually all of them have bowled with a level of threat. Tom Clark and Tom Haynes, the part-timers, actually bowling 2 very interesting short little 3-over spells. Robinson and Hudson Prentice started well. Crocom's bowled quickly, but Surrey managed to get through the entire session unscathed. And after a difficult final 2 sessions yesterday, they're in a pretty strong position at the moment. 120 without loss, trailing Sussex by 238. The players will be back on in about 35 or so minutes. But in the meantime, don't go anywhere, because Dan Norcross will be talking to John Houghton, talking about his new book, Vinciness, The Unbearable Sadness of Batting. I'm sure it's going to be a lovely chat. Over to Dan and John.
Thank you very much, Yas. As the sun shines and the crowd mingle their way onto the outfield, another picture-perfect day so far. And it has been a pretty much perfect day for Surrey. 101 runs added this morning in 29 overs. They've upped the pace. It's the first time the skipper Burns has made it to a half-century this season. Can he go on and make it three figures, become, I think, the 6th Surrey batter to get to 100 this season? That would be quite something. Anyway, we're going to have a change of direction now, because I have got with me, I am more than delighted to say, a man who goes by the name of the old batsman. There's nothing old about this man. He's bright, vivacious, young, sparkly.
Yeah, as you can see.
As you can see. It's John Houghton, ladies and gentlemen. And he is here because, well, he's here by perfectly justifiable reasons, but basically you're here because you sent me this book, Vinciness, The Unbearable Sadness of Batting. Couldn't be better titled. And I received it through the post, and I receive a lot of cricket books through the post, and much of the time my heart sinks, because they're often very big, and they often require me to read every single word of them, and by the end of it I want to prise out my eyes with sugar tongs. But on this occasion I gobbled this thing up in about an hour. It is absolutely magnificent. It's a book about James Vince, but it isn't a book about James Vince. But it is a book about James Vince, but it isn't a book about James Vince. What is this about?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of about James Vince, I suppose, really. You wouldn't, let's put it this way. If you like James Vince, I don't think you'd be disappointed by the amount of James Vince content. But it's not just, it's sort of about the state of being James Vince, which was something I became sort of slowly intrigued by as his career unfolded, really. Because he's one of those people, he's one of those people that everyone sort of thinks one thing about, and the thing they think about James Vince is, he gets to 30 and then he gets out, and he's a kind of, and that 30 will be one of the most beautiful things you might see that month, but it will be over before it starts. Anyway, he has this reputation. So I'd kind of sometimes tweet about him, and the people would come back at you instantly. I mean, that's the great thing about social media. You get instant feedback on what people think. That's, I'm sure, why Kent have just advised their players never to go on social media again, because you do get instant feedback, and I'm sure Vincey gets instant feedback. And it was always, James Vince nicks off, does this, does
like he's doing it deliberately to annoy you.
As if he's doing it deliberately, yeah. So I thought, what is that actually like when set in the context of your life, really? Your life in cricket and out of cricket, is to go along and basically whenever anyone says the name James Vince, what pops into everyone's head is this one thought. And how do you survive that? And has that happened to other people? And which it has, it's happened to lots of people in lots of different ways, And also Vincey's kind of been a bit of a Zelig figure in that he was in probably the greatest under-19s team we've ever had, in terms of, in his under-19 team was Joss Butler, probably our greatest ever white ball global player, certainly. There's Joe Root, who's our greatest ever test run scorer. And there was Ben Stokes, who's, arguably our greatest all-rounder. And then fourth was James Vince. He's played, 55 times for England. In the following year, it produced 0 international cricketers, the under-19, and that's generally sort of what it does. If it produces one, it's lucky. The year of James Vince was kind of like football's year of 90, what was the class of 92?
The Fergie fledglings.
Yeah. All and Snooker, class of 92.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that. So to kind of be the fourth wheel in that was kind of interesting from the start. And then there's his sort of overall air of diffidence, I mean, he does, and it's
he
not
doesn't ooze charisma, does he?
No, it's not his fault.
No,
It's like he's sort of slightly round-shouldered. He kind of gives you the idea that he might get out quite soon, but he
slightly
might
melty eyes.
Yeah, it's like sad eyes.
Like Kyron Wilson.
It's like I mean, it's like all the things that I like, to write about, because I think, as they say more broadly, happiness writes white, really. you're always looking for that kind of. And I don't think you can choose the people that you like writing about. And in cricket terms, you know, I kind of liked Mark Ramprakash, I liked Kevin Peterson, Geoffrey Boycott. You know, people that have a complex, sometimes tortured relationship with the game. And I think Vincey very much falls into that in a way. But he's kind of harder to tell. You know, with Geoffrey, you
When
sort
you
of know
see-
what he's thinking.
Exactly. But I mean, it is quite a gear shift for you, because with Geoffrey, you're in no doubt whatsoever. You wrote a brilliant book,
Yes,
collaboration
I
with
did
Geoffrey.
I did a collaboration
Being
with Geoffrey,
Geoffrey
called
Boycott.
Being Geoffrey Boycott, where I was the kind of the alter ego of Geoffrey, kind of
David
talking-
Peace style,
yeah,
kind of
yes.
Brian
It
Clough
was a
book, wasn't it?
second person
Yeah.
type thing where, because Geoffrey, he has this amazing memory of every game he's ever played, and this book was about each of his 108 Test matches. But sort of around that, you know, he has a very, very set view of what happened. So the idea of the second voice, the ghost, sort of as it were, was just saying to him, "Are you sure that's what was happening? Because this also happened and that also happened." So it's a sort of method of contextualising what other people would say was not what Geoffrey would say was really happening, but what the world thought was really happening. So again, it was this kind of divided thing, and you got it with Peterson and you got it with Ramprakash, where the world thought one thing and they thought something else. And I think it's a really interesting state, really.
And yet, weirdly here, James Vince comes across as this slippery, almost a mirage of a character. But he does exist as a human in this, because you interviewed him.
I
And yet-
interviewed him, but it was
and
only on
what's-
his car phone. I don't know if he was really there.
Well,
But
that's
yeah.
what comes across. Because the James Vince that you report here, you then report what he said, and then you're almost uncertain whether A, he said it or what that quite meant, or
Yeah.
if he understood what it meant himself.
yeah, I mean, he was. It was a weird time, because I was trying to remember exactly when it was, and I've got a feeling it was just at the start of COVID, maybe, when going to the supermarket was kind of a thing, you know.
Yeah.
And it was Phil Walker at Wisden Cricket Monthly said, and he was phoning me up and he was really excited because he knew I liked James Vince. He goes, "Do you want to interview James Vince?" And like my heart sank, but I knew I couldn't say no.
Why
because
did it sink?
Because Phil was like so excited about it. So
Why did your heart sink?
well, because I mean, I like over my sort of life in writing, and certainly when I started off purely as a journalist, I've interviewed a lot of people you would call famous or whatever. So that novelty wore off a long time ago. And then I found that if you really like someone, I mean, it's kind of more interesting not to know them and not to know about them. I mean, you know, it can work the other way, as it did with Geoffrey Boycott. He turned out to be nothing like I thought he would be. But, you know, I just thought, how's this going to work? It's going to be a phone interview. He knows what I'm going to ask him. I know what he's going to say. It was one of those, you know.
As you write it up in the book, it's when you're doing those kind of interviews, you're doing it for the magazine, and the magazine wants to know about, do you still have ambitions to play for England?
Yeah.
When you look back on your Test career, were there moments when you thought you could have done it differently?
Exactly.
It's all
and
that.
Of course, but with him, you know, as we were just saying before you came out, you mentioned that you actually commentated on Vince's defining moment, which was when he was run out of Brisbane in the first Ashes Test, when he made 83, which remains his highest Test score. And, you know, had he made 100 on that day, and then he batted at Perth.
The whole series could have been different.
Yeah,
apart
the
from
whole
anything else.
series could have been better. And then he batted again at Perth and made an amazing 50, but then got this absolute shell from Mitchell Starc. that kind
Best
of
ball
changed-
ever bowled? I mean, whether it was deliberate or not. I mean, most unplayable
it
delivery.
was probably the most unplayable ball ever bowled. So, I mean, his life really was a sliding doors moment. So, you know, when you ask him that question, it's freighted with meaning. It's not like, oh, well, you know, I had a bit of a bad run. And I'm sure I can go and score some, you know. And then it turned out that when I did speak to him, he'd just been phoned up, or Ed Smith had phoned him and said, no, you know, that's it.
Oh, well, at least he got the courtesy of a call.
Oh,
They don't all
look,
get that these days.
I mean, Ed gets a somewhat bad press, but I think he did used to tell people whether they were in the team or not. You know, it wasn't just like, hey man, look out there, check the vibes, you might be playing. It wasn't that, you know. It was that he did tell. But then he got back in amazingly after I'd done this interview. But at the time of the interview, it was sort of, oh, well, you know, maybe this is it for Vincey, because he was, you know, in his late 20s, maybe he was 30, I can't remember what he was. But
did you sense that he was actively disappointed by that? Because He strikes me as quite a difficult person.
Tell. I mean, I think he was, because I think, again, like we said, there's all these layers. So you're going through this thing like, he knows what I'm going to ask him. He knows he's going to have to talk about that. I mean, what level of genuine honesty is he going to give to a guy he doesn't know, who's phoned him up on his car phone while he's going to the supermarket?
You can't sort of do the looking in his face.
You can't even do that, you know. I mean, you'd be waiting for the crash, you know, he's driven into the trolleys or something. But, you know, he's sort of... But you could tell he was thinking about it. Like, I honestly think he was really thinking about it and trying to give good answers. And at the end of the interview, it was almost heartbreaking, because I was about to sort of hang the phone up. And he said, how was I? He goes, was I like you thought I was going to be, or was I different? And it was like, oh, man, you really care. You know, most guys, like, they just, this, I've got to get this off my list today. You know.
Well, A, was he? And B, what did you say?
I said the only thing I could say is kind of, yeah. And it's very Vincey. It's very, you know, everything about him is sort of indeterminate. And this interview played perfectly into that, in that, yeah, it was, you know, it was a little bit inconclusive, and it was sort of hard to tell what he really thought. So on that level, he's an incredibly interesting cricketer. And then, of course, he went off and he did get back into the England team because there was COVID, and there was I'm sure, I mean...
Was that the series when...
It was the series against
they
Pakistan.
put out the second and a half team.
Yeah, the whole squad got COVID.
That's right.
And it was that mad time when if you even heard on the phone from somebody who got COVID, you had to stay at home for...
That's right.
a
John
month or
Simpson
whatever.
played, didn't he? He was obviously playing here for Sussex. Finally got his chance.
But also Bryden Cast got in the team, Zach Crawley got in the team, Phil Salt got in the team. And they played 3 ODIs against Pakistan, and the third one, Vincey got his international ton at last. And it's virtually the last time he played. It was the last time he played for England in England. And that was that, yeah. So
now you say, when you said here at the start, that you're sort of, you like to talk about, you like to write about certain types of cricketers, but that it isn't really about Vince. The thing is, you were drawn to Vince, weren't you?
Yeah.
You were impossibly drawn to him in the way that, for me, it would have been David Gower as a child. And when he got out the last ball before lunch, which it seemed to happen every time, it can only have been about twice. Yeah. But when it did...
But when you really don't want it.
When you don't, on the first day, and he's on 70,
Yeah.
and he nicks off to gully or something, hitting a ball that no one else could have got their bat on, because it's deviated a mile. And you feel this incredible sadness, disappointment, but actually not fury with him.
It's something else.
There is something
else. And I think that is true of Vince. And I think what it is, and it's sort of weird without delving too deep, it's weird how your subconscious works, because the other thing that I sort of write about in the book is this painting, which is called The Cricket Game.
It's wonderful. And you've got the painting in the book.
And it's by a guy called David Inshaw, who's a British landscape painter who loves cricket. And he painted a picture called The Cricket Game. And his sort of, at this period, he painted it in 1976, and around that time he had this notion, as painters do, that what he was trying to do was catch all of time in a single moment, which sounds utterly mad and impossible. And it is impossible, because it's hard to even think in your, like, what does that actually mean? But he was sort of feeling the landscape on this particular level, like all the people that have been on this landscape in history, and I'm painting it at this particular moment, but I'm reflecting through that the meaning of all those people who've been here before. And I had no idea what connection I was making till I really started writing. And then you think, hang on, it's like an innings, isn't it? It's like a kind of perfect moment of Vinciness where he does something that you look at and it's beautiful, and it represents the ideal of what you're looking for in cricket. And then he gets out and it's over and it's finished, and it's the whole moment of everything that you like in that instant. And I think that was the sort of connection between the painting and the cricket.
Which is where the sadness comes from.
Because it's over. I mean, it's not like a painting that you can go back and look at again.
No.
This is done, forever in this context.
In this specific context.
Yeah.
And so then you're just waiting for it to hopefully happen again.
Yeah.
But it will be the same but different.
It will be different again, so however it happens again. So and I think that so cricket's incredibly repetitive, but it never happens again in the same instance. So you're always trying to recapture that high that Gower gives you, or whoever the player is gives you. And the players themselves are trying to recapture that feeling of what it was like the one day in their life when actually it felt easy. Because one of the things that James Vince talked about on his car phone was that he felt this great difference between what he felt like inside and what it looked like outside. So people would always say to him, "Oh, but you make it look so easy and it looks amazing," and he'd go, "Well, that's not how it feels on the inside." And he was particularly sensitive to it. He would say, "I'd feel like I'm batting well, and someone would bowl me a good one, and I'd be thinking, oh God, is it going to do that again? Is it going to, And it would completely, and you can tell by the way he bats, it completely get into his head, And so I think there was that sort of disparity between how he looks and how he feels that he was always struggling with, and it kind of compounded the disappointment people felt in him. Because I think if you look, with all due respect, if you look like Rory Burns, I don't think you particularly feel, like
this terrible
painting a picture or whatever.
No.
I mean, it's like Rory Burns is an amazing cricketer, but it's different to what's going on with Vince,
Oh, I mean, some of the most effective cricketers have ever been are ones that don't inspire the same emotion. I mean, think of Graham Smith. For South Africa and of Surrey. Yeah. I mean, I was staggered when I checked his numbers. His strike rate in tests is over 60, I think.
Is it really?
But it never felt like that. It felt like a little bit of a torture.
Yeah.
But his numbers are great.
Yeah.
His average is great. His impact on cricket is amazing.
Yeah.
One of the most revered
But you never got the feeling he kind of sat at home worried, tortured by what's happening to him. No. And the other one like that is Callis. Callis is never written about, never talked about. You look at his numbers. One of the, some people say Peterson always says he's the greatest cricketer of all time, and I will argue with anyone about that.
I think he's got a very good case for it, and yet at the same time, and I've said this many times, when you die, your whole life's supposed to flash before your eyes. I'm convinced that all of it will flash before my eyes except Jacques Callis. And it's so unfair, isn't it?
Yeah, it is because he did absolutely everything right.
Yeah,
he was brilliant.
And that was partly what was wrong with it.
Yeah, that's what's wrong with it. It's too good. It's it's happiness rights white. It just doesn't work on the level that someone like Vince operates.
Well, you say it very early on in the book that there are 7 different types of book.
7 different types of story.
7 different types of story.
You go off to a sort of creative writing thing.
That's right. So
which
I'm going to ask you.
I never have. But
so they are described as Overcoming the Monster, Rags to Riches, The Quest. These are all pretty obvious. Voyage and Return, The Odyssey.
Yeah.
Comedy, Tragedy, Rebirth. Is this a tragedy?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, it's a sort of mix of both. First of all, you have to say sporting tragedy is only ever usually sporting.
Yes.
So it's, is James Vince going to sit at home and think, I only played 55 times for England? That's
quite a tragedy, isn't it?
It's while he sits there, mopping up, like his whole Instagram feed. Not that I was stalking him on Instagram, but I did see his Instagram feed, and it's just him joining franchises. It's just here I am joining something. He's joined someone in Belgium. He's joined like the Ghent Gladiators.
Oh, I'm going to Ghent next week. I'll check him out.
Check him out. He's the new hero of Ghent. So it's contextual tragedy. He's made a fantastic living as a cricketer. I'm sure he'll never have to work again once he finishes playing cricket. But what will people... Again, it goes back to that one thought. What will people be left with when you say the name James Vince? It's a completely different experience to the one that he's had.
Well, you liken it a little bit to George Best. I mean, it's in a slightly different context. But this has sort of reminded me of it because the story that George Best told over and over and over again, because I think he fried his brain so much he'd run out of stories, is the one about the Miss World, and the porter comes in, sees a naked Miss World and loads of money and says, where did it all go wrong? And it's slightly different because,
Yeah, but I mean,
George Best's a genius. But
I repeat that story in the book because I went to interview George Best at a pub, inevitably, because I was doing bits and bobs for a football mag, and they'd got David Bailey to take a load of portraits of the footballers, and he'd done George Best. And this was, George, I don't think he lived not more than a few years after this, so he was pretty far gone. But he was still telling those stories, and he was still telling them as if they were funny and, do you get it? Miss World. And you think, yeah, but look at you. You're in a pub with hangers on and a massive glass of wine.
At 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, and it really, it's gone that wrong, And, so, there is that. Yeah, but I suppose it's kind of like cricket's always got an element of comedy as well. I think it's pretty hard to get beyond. That's why it's always brilliant in sitcoms, because the characters. If there's a Dad's Army cricket episode, I mean, you know what sort of cricketer Mannering is going to be.
Yeah.
You know what sort of cricketer John Le Mesurier would be.
Yeah.
So they all fit into these stereotypes. So I think Vince is kind of like a sadcom. He'd be like one of those sad American comedies that sort of makes you smile rather than laugh. That's where I position him in the realm of story.
So it is a bit about James Vince.
Yeah, sort of.
But it isn't just about James Vince. You see, this is the thing that's so beguiling and magnificent about the book, because you learn a lot about this. You don't always learn about much in books, I find.
Well,
often you just have the same thing rehashed or things that you sort of knew
Best story.
synthesised.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. And for example, you liken Vince's, well, you don't quite like it, but you draw a parallel between the baseball player who played for the Boston Red Sox, Buckner.
Bill Buckner.
Bill Buckner.
Yeah. Because, so Bill Buckner, to briefly summarise his story, he was an amazing baseball player. He played in 4 different decades. That's how long he played. So he started in the 60s.
Fred Titmus.
Yeah. He's like Fred Titmus of baseball. Yeah. And he was on first base. And he was on first base something like 1,006. You know how many games they play? Like 1,600 times or something. And he made a mistake on first base 0.92% of the time or something.
He made, according to your book, he had 13,901 chances to put out opposition batters and made just 128 errors. So he got it wrong 0.91% of the time.
Which is amazing, except the one thing that every even sort of passing baseball fan knows about Bill Buckner was in the 1986 World Series. He made a mistake that enabled I can't remember who they're playing now, but the team that they were playing to level the series, and they then went on and won, which meant that the Red Sox hadn't broken this thing called the curse of the Bambino, which had been going on for 68 years. And it all got blamed on Bill Buckner for this one mistake. And that seemed to strike me as like being, how do you even live with that? And Bill Buckner had to live with it for a long time. He didn't ever really get forgiven or redeemed until the Red Sox did break the curse of the Bambino.
Which is something else that I think is a really important part of the book, that, isn't it? It's this notion that you require forgiveness.
Yeah.
For an error.
That's the notion of narrative, isn't it? That's why that stuff about the different narratives is in there, because every narrative requires a start, a middle, and an end. And the end to some narratives is redemption. And so Bill Buckner got this redemption of a kind anyway. But it struck me that James Vince, let's go back to him, that guy, he was on the field during the Super Over, which I'd kind of forgotten that people do forget. Yeah. And the only reason I remember
the Super Over would be, of course, in the World Cup final.
World Cup final 2019. And probably the most terrifying over of cricket to be a fielder in that there's ever been. And to be on the field as a substitute, as he was, and he didn't even get a cap. If you're a sub fielder, you don't even get a cap. I think he might have got a medal because he was in the squad.
I'd like to hope so.
But he didn't get a cap. And you think if that ball had gone to him, and he'd Bill Bucknered it, what would happen then? It's terrifying. It's terrifying that because of the force of narrative, your life gets squished into these ideas and these boxes. And I think that could very easily have happened to Vincey as it happened to poor old Bill Buckner, who later had an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm made entirely about him and his
I loved that detail, because I watched that episode and I loved it. But the detail I really adored was that you say there in this book that Larry David had written an original draft in which the episode ends when a baby falls out of a window
building.
And Buckner makes the catch.
He
catches the baby, saves the life,
and everyone standing around applauds.
Exactly. So he is redeemed after 20 years of being pilloried. But in the original script, Larry David had him dropping the baby because it would have been funnier.
Yeah.
But he actually couldn't bring himself to do that.
He couldn't do it. But I mean, and as it says in the book, that's not because that would have been better for the sitcom. That was because that was Bill Buckner's real life, and had he made him drop it in that, that's the narrative he was playing into, So yeah, poor old, and he's dead now, Bill Buckner. Sad just to round the story off in a happy sense. But So I mean, I think that's the danger that all players. You think Stokes actually recovered from being hit for 4 sixes.
Yes.
In it.
Yeah, we sort of forget that now, don't
had
we?
he not been the player that he is, and had he not gone on and won all these different things, that's probably all we would remember about him.
Well, he could actually still have had a pretty decent career, but if England had lost the World Cup final, if England had lost the Ashes at Headingley, I mean, they ended up not winning the series, but they could have lost the Ashes at Headingley.
Yeah.
It would all have been a bit, well, he's been a very fine player for England, Stokes, hasn't he? But he's no Botham.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
no Flintoff.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas, where he is now is where he is now. Yeah. So, I mean, there are all these things that happen to players constantly that no one else is really thinking about. But if something goes terribly wrong for them, it becomes their narrative. And they have to live the rest of their life with it. And we don't care. We just go around going, oh, yeah, that's the thing I remember about him. He got hit for 4 sixes, or he dropped that catch, or whatever,
In the end, of course, it was a Surrey man to whom the ball went out the outfield, Jason Roy, and presumably his heart was beating at an unbearable rate.
What that was like, because he did it, and no one. I was so sorry because no one ever says anything about that. It was a brilliant bit of fielding. He legged it round, picked it up clean.
I mean,
the
he
throw
ends
was
up
like a
running
rocket.
over pretty much over the stumps, and
Well,
runs the guy
made
out by 2 yards.
Butler sort of made a hero of himself by doing the dive, didn't he? But yeah.
I mean, yes. I mean, it is incredible there, but for the grace of God.
Yeah.
Other little nuggets that I hadn't really sort of thought about. I mean, you sort of synthesise ideas that, again, are a bit inchoate, a bit like trying to get hold of Vince's batting. One of them is around the subject of over practicing, which I found fascinating.
Yeah. I mean, that's interesting because it is a thing. Overlearning, it's called. I didn't really know that much about it, but there are whole books about this. Because if you are a pilot or a surgeon or a musician, you have to learn what you're doing to the point that your worst performance is good enough. So, if you don't want your pilot to be on bad form when you're off to Ghent next week. I'm having a bit of a bad trot, I'm having a bad run behind the controls. You don't want that, So you don't want it with your surgeon.
No.
But obviously in sport, it's and you don't want it with musicians in orchestras. Those guys are amazing. They can do, but
that's your first example, isn't it?
The orchestras. They say when they're students, their best has to be good enough to get into the orchestra. But when they're professionals, their worst has to be good enough to get into the orchestra. And I sort of made the point, but there's no one in the orchestra, no one trying to destroy the orchestra as they play. There's no one trying to put the conductor off or. Whatever. But in sport, if you're a batter, you've got 11 people very much invested in destroying you and ruining your dreams and your life. So it makes it even more difficult. So that's why they practice and practice and practice to make that thing so automatic they can do it under whatever the pressure. And Jason Roy was a great example of that. All those millions of boring hours doing fielding drills, that's what it was for. It was for that one moment when the pressure was at its greatest. I mean, how must he have felt when he sees it hit towards him? His drill took over, and he just did what he had to do. And it is like a pilot, hearing that. I mean, less significant, but hearing the alarms go. Oh right, I know exactly what to do. This is what I'm going to do. So it's that concept, but. With sport, I think, and Vince admitted that he got into spells of, and loads of batters have, of over-practicing because you think that's the answer. You think, I'm not getting in runs, so what do I need to... I can't be practicing enough. So I'll go and practice more and more and more. And that can play on your psyche, so it's
and Vince feels like the last person you'd imagine would be an over-practicer.
Practice you sort of imagine he just rocks up at 5 to 11,
Which, of course, can't possibly be true.
No.
Because you can't be this good. I mean, what you also talk about, rather movingly, I think, is about this notion, we touched on it a little bit earlier, about what constitutes success, when you were saying he's played 55 times for England. These people are incredible outliers. So many of us play cricket. And, we share a pitch with one of them one time. I mean, you've played in the same game as Mark Ramprakash, for example, when he's long retired.
They're
absurd.
They
exist on another plane.
You can't. I mean, how many people have played Test cricket overall? Is it 2,600 or something? Something like that.
There's about 700 Englishmen.
Yeah, 700 English overall in the world. There's like 3,000 or whatever it is
in the history of time from 1877.
So if you're one of those, it's not like you're at the bottom of the pile.
No.
And yet, someone like Vince is regarded as, he wasn't quite good enough. And you say, well, good enough for what?
Yeah, good enough to get an 83
Yeah,
against Australia at Brisbane.
On the
wasn't he?
first day, you know, of an Ashes series. However diffident he looks, you must have something about you if you can do that. You must have.
And yet, because I felt slightly seen reading your book, because, you know, we're annoying, aren't we, pundits and commentators?
Yeah, because you just say stuff.
You say
There's
stuff.
no consequence.
Well, and also I suppose because we're instantly moved into a different context. So our notions of what constitutes failure have to keep moving upwards, because if you're watching, like, you know, someone like Zach Crawley getting given loads of opportunities, then you find yourself saying, well, it's ridiculous. How is he getting inside? He's not good enough, blah, 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 blah. When you know, actually, he is a very, very good cricketer.
Yeah.
And I remember during that Ashes series in 2017-18, we were commentating at square leg, because everything in Australia is designed to mess up the English. So it turned out that the local police force needed the commentary box directly behind the bowler's arm
Of course they
at the
did.
SCG.
Yeah. For security reasons.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we were high up in the Brawongle stand, looking at square leg. And as you can imagine the scene, so you've got batter, stumps, keeper, Vince on strike, and you know it's very, very important actually to be able to see straight down when Vince is batting, because the greatest peril is going to take place in the slips of what the ball's going to do. And sure enough, there was a kerfuffle, there was a noise, there was a big, you know, yay, and off he went. And I just commentated it, said, well, I can't see that, but I suppose he's been out caught at second slip again.
Yeah.
And sure enough, he was, because basically the wicketkeeper was obscuring the second slip. Could see the first slip, couldn't see the second slip, you know. And sure enough,
that's what
up
happened.
it came on the monitor.
Well,
and it was a sort of cynical, tired and easy dig at James Vince.
But I mean, it did happen. There's some research from Jared Kimber, the analyst and writer.
Oh yes, on luck,
which I'd nicked for the book. Cheers, Jared. And it's you know, they analysed Vince and they found out two things. And one was that he was dismissed having offered the fewest amount of chances per innings
by quite a margin.
It was about you know what he was. I can't remember. He was at 6, and the average was 12 or something.
That's right.
So it tended to be, if he did nick it, someone caught it. He didn't get dropped a lot. He didn't get it in between slip and gully or anything like that. He was just out.
Went catchable height to second slip. It was always good enough to take it.
Yeah, there was that. Allied to the other thing about him was that. Excuse me.
No, you have a little cough. So we're talking about luck or lack of.
I've had this appalling cough all week. Sorry. Jared worked out that he had scored a higher percentage of his runs in boundaries than, I think it was almost every batter playing Test cricket, and it was true. So what that meant was he never got off strike. So if he was on strike for an over,
it could be worked over.
Yeah, he would hit a boundary, or might not. But so his scoring rate was the same as all the other players, but how he scored them was completely different. So as you know, in international cricket, what they're trying to do is pin you on strike for a whole over. They don't want you off strike because they've got a plan for you, and it's going to take Mitch Stark 6 balls to execute this plan. So that's why he would always get caught second slip again, because they all knew that was how to get him out, and they all knew he wasn't going to get off strike. So that's what happened. So really, the only way Vince could have probably resolved that was to go off and work out how to get off strike or whatever. But I don't even know. That research might have even been retrospective from Jared, so I don't even know if he knew that was happening while it was happening.
One thing he did know was that he got out a lot playing the cover drive, and you have to admire a book which has a chapter whose title is "The Cover Drive is Decadent and Depraved."
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just that. Of course, it's a straight lift from Hunter Thompson, whose most famous bit of early journalism was called "The Kentucky Derby is Decadent and Depraved." But the cover drive is decadent and depraved. It is one of those shots, you know, that exists at a level of risk that you shouldn't really be playing it unless you're absolutely certain you're going to be able to play it properly. But of course, you know, it's so seductive and it looks so brilliant.
It does, doesn't it? And that's, I mean, the reason why I've waited till the end for this is because I think if we are going to get any semblance of a grip on the slippery nature of Vincinus, it does sort of begin and sort of end with the cover drive,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
it does. It does, because that's his shot, isn't it? If you associate shot with him.
Oh, you see it
it's the cover
immediately.
drive.
Close
I mean,
your eye.
there are compilations of James Vince's cover drives on YouTube, and other players as well. There are other players like Damien Martin or Lara, or who are particularly associated with that shot. But Vince was destroyed by it more often than they were, but still would never stop playing it, which is the brilliant thing about him. It's like he never had that Tendulkar thing of going, well, I just won't play it then. That's not an option. But I suppose the reverse point I make is, well, what would his game be like if he didn't play it? Well, it wouldn't be as good, would it?
He wouldn't be James Vince.
No, you would need people who are willing to be who they are, and he has been who he is, for better or worse, which I think is a noble thing in a way.
Are we able, at the end of this, to put on the ledger, because you say the unbearable sadness of batting?
Yeah.
But the flip side of the sadness is the joy.
Yeah.
The joy that he brings. I know that James Vince doesn't care what we think about this.
Well, rightly so.
And absolutely rightly so. But at the end of it, is the ledger on the positive side with James Vince?
I think it has to be.
Does it leaven the sadness?
Because in the end, I remember interviewing Mark Ramprakash once. All these people, I interviewed them once and never speak to them again. But Ramprakash, and I said to him, what do you remember about that period where you got all those hundreds here at the Oval? When you got 18 hundreds in 2 summers. And he said, I remember moments, I remember shots. That's what he remembered as a sensory thing. And I thought that's all any of us remember, isn't it? Moments or shots. And that's what Vincey gave us. So I will always remember him in that context, of the shots that he gave. I don't really care what his average was. It's irrelevant,
so in a way, really,
he's redeemed. I believe he's redeemed. Yeah.
And all of time and
all of
matter is in just
he's in
130.
One book, yeah.
And is in this one book.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
When you said that, I was reminded I did an interview once with Roy Harper. The singer-songwriter.
Cricketer Leaves the Crease. He wrote.
Yeah. Well, he wrote another song, and somebody had running it. And it was on Test Match Sofa, and said, "Can you ask Roy about this song? Because it's my favourite Roy Harper song." I said, "I can't remember what it's called now." And he said, "Oh yeah, I remember that song." I said, the correspondent wants to know what it's about. He said, "Oh, that's quite easy. That's about everything that has ever happened in the universe ever." It's 4.5 minutes long.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what you mean.
I suppose it is.
It's what the painting means.
Yeah.
It's what James Vince means.
It is.
Vinciness, the unbearable sadness of batting, by John Houghton. Can people buy this?
Well, that edition is sold out because we only did 102 because we didn't know how many Vinciness fans there would be.
Well, there should be millions.
So there's going to be a paperback probably at the start of June, so I will put it on social media.
Get it. I promise you will not regret it. It'll be the best 2 hours of your reading life this year, this decade probably. Thanks in large part to James Vince, but mostly to you, John Houghton. We're going to start up after lunch. It's going to be Carson who's going to continue. Surrey have still yet to lose a wicket. John, thank you so much for coming on. Cheers. Who are you giving it to? I don't know. I'm getting out of the way very shortly. Ali Brown's going to come in. Adam Collins is going to come in. I'll just keep an eye on this ball in case something important happens. And it doesn't. I wonder if there'll ever be a book. Sibleyness. We'll wait to find out. I'm out of the way. Ali Brown, welcome back.
What a delightful chat that was. Caught bits and pieces of it through the lunch break. Daniel, you better take your phone, please. You'll need that. First run of the session. So Surrey advanced their position by 102 runs in the first 2 hours of play. If you're just joining us today, they were 19 for none at the resumption. They blocked out 10 overs last night. And they got to 120 for none. 29 overs this morning. They've gone at 3.5 and over throughout the course of them. The old firm, Burns and Sibley, both reaching half centuries in the process. Meditative at times early on. But then in the second hour of play, they really did try and put some pressure back on Sussex, not least the spinner, Carson, who's been spun around to bowl from the pavilion end after lunch. It puts them in a strong position to do things on their terms through the course of this second afternoon. 2:37 behind, a long way to reach the 3:58 for 9 declared that Sussex pulled out on late yesterday after an outstanding rear guard where this man bowling here, Carson, picked up an excellent century and Ollie Robinson did likewise. But if Burns and Sibley can bat through another session, it'll be Surrey's day to seize. Adam Collins with you, Ali Brown with me. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Adam. Sibliness. What sort of book would that be?
Well, it could be a sequel. Although, having read Vincinus and really enjoyed it, the unbearable sadness of batting, 122 for none, couple of runs from the first over after lunch. It would require someone, dare I say it, to have Sibley as their muse in the way that John has that with James Vince. That strong Hampshire allegiance that he enjoys. Who might be the Surrey author who might go, right, fully committing to this, the story of Dom Sibley, what is it about Sibley's craft that inspires them artistically as much as anything else?
I have to say, if someone had bat for my life, there wouldn't be many people I'd put in front of. I mean, I often said as a player, Graham Thorpe would be the batsman I'd want to bat for my life. But Dom once in, he's very difficult to get rid of. He's played very nicely today.
Yeah, led Division 1 last year, 1,257 runs, averaging in the 60s. His third season back here at Surrey, having had a very productive 5-year spell at Warwickshire, which, of course, corresponded with when he was playing Test cricket. Henry Crocombe wasn't turned too often before lunch, just 3 overs, bowled 2 last night. Extra yard of pace we expect. Good question to begin. Squeezed away for a couple by Burns. Into the 60s he goes, but nice piece of bowling.
Yeah, it offers a point of difference, doesn't he? I think some of the balls before lunch were really climbing and going through to Simpson behind the stumps, but yeah, he was used in a short burst and shows a pace that we haven't seen from the other bowlers.
Two slips operating around the wicket away from us, Vauxhall End. And past the edge. So it'll be an extended middle session, 35 overs between lunch and tea. This is usually the way here at the Oval. We have a fairly slow-paced middle first session, and things speed up after lunch, and of course 32 after tea. In the usual way. Of course, such a busy afternoon of sport. We spoke about that earlier today and set it up. You can already detect that extra pace from Crocombe, can't you? Interested to see the speed gun on that. Must be in the mid-80s, yeah, 84 mile an hour. So extra fraction of a second that they won't enjoy against him. So do send us your photos. Where are you set up? You might be watching football, cricket, snooker, horses, a combination of all of them, and hopefully anchored to what we're doing here at the Oval, of course. But show us your setup. Where are you watching from? And better still, have you got multiple screens going? That's what we're really after. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Get your picture flashed up on the screen. Leg stump line, but picks out the one man out there, long leg, only 1 run on offer.
Be an interesting session, this. I mean, there is, on the radar, there is a bit of rain potentially coming. You wouldn't notice it at the moment, but after tea, the radar indicates that we might get a little bit in the last session.
Yeah, just it feels like it's going to be, if at all, it'll be after tea. We were getting some intel earlier. They're expecting it to pass through Sussex at 3 p.m, so a bit of a respite. We should get above the bat, so extra bounce with Burns trying to fly it to the short side of the ground. No point in position. Calculated risk. So you can see no world where we miss out on any time in this session, but yeah, maybe after tea there could be a sprinkle or two. Hopefully not. Of course, a good crowd in again. Bank holiday weekend, a great opportunity to break the record that we broke last week, the 21st century attendance record here at the Oval. Uppercut, plays it well, thuds into the boundary boards in front of the dressing room. All the way for 6. What a great way to finish the first over they've seen of Crocombe after the interval. 132 for none. Burns already up to 68.
That's the joy of pace. If you get bat on it, you get full value for the shot, and he's played that very nicely. Rolled the hands, went straight into the Champagne Pomeroy board.
Makes a great sound. Watching a game on this side of the square a couple of years ago. In fairness, probably a few more over towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. There was a short boundary, and Jamie Smith was having one of those days, and he continually deposited balls thudding into the seats in the JM Fin stand. It makes a great noise.
I think proactively, when you see a shorter boundary, you can see the value, and at those times you don't try and overhit the ball because you know you don't need to, and that's often when you time it better.
Carson to Sibley for the first time since lunch. Ball catches the call, not far away from the man at short leg. Behind square they get 1, but well bowled, extra bounce from the 25-year-old off spinner. And you throw into the mix a conversation we were having off air, actually, the power of modern bats. That point can be overplayed sometimes, but when you've got a short boundary, all of these players have got plenty of experience in, well, what they call range hitting, don't they? But outside the line on the sweep.
I think as a batsman, you know your range anyway. I mean, yes, you do range hit, and you range hit more these days than ever. But you know what your distance is, and you know how good your bat is as well. And when you realise you've got 20 yards in the bank, so to speak, that's when you proactively know that you can take on the shots for value.
Not the first time we've seen that from Burns against Carson, but a man back at deep point, only 1, moves to 69. There was when doing Glenn Maxwell's book a couple of years ago, he gave me some terrific insight to this. You know, Maxwell, who's hit multiple 6s that have gone 100 and something metres, remarkable talent. His eye and his wrists and has that ability, right? The enormous 6, the one that blows up the internet. However, he formed a view a long time ago that actually didn't really help his game. Trying to hit the ball as far as that wasn't the best way of him playing the game. He worked out in his practice that the optimal distance to hit the ball was about 80 metres, and he realised to do that he needed to hit it at about 80% of his strength and rely on the rhythm. And if he could consistently do that, not try and overhit it, even when he didn't completely get all of it, it still would get to the level of about 80 metres. It's, I guess the science of modern batsmanship, isn't it? That it's not about trying to launch at 100 metres if you don't need to.
Yeah, I think 80% is about right. And I think, when I was coach here many years ago, that's what I'd often say to Jason Roy. He'd try and overhit sometimes, and he didn't need to because he had plenty, one of the stronger players I think I ever threw to. And for myself, sometimes I prep for T20 games by actually leaving balls.
Yep.
Because you get such in the manner of just trying to hit it as hard as you can that actually, as soon as you lose your shape, that's when you don't keep a straight blade. That's when you don't get the maximum timing. And so there were times where I literally would just leave it like a 4-day game, just so I could get balance and a position that I could actually hit from, rather than swinging myself off my feet. It looks great when you actually get a base and you do throw everything at it and you can hold that position. But I think timing is the thing that people forget rather than hand speed.
It's still worth the same number of runs at the end of the day. So Crocombe trying to crank it up here to Burns. Point of difference. But steered here. Burns has gone through the 60s very quickly since lunch. Diving stop needed. Enough time, even though it's a very short boundary, to get around for a third run as well. 72 for Burns. He came back from lunch on 58, so 14 runs in 12 minutes.
6 always helps.
Yep.
And as I said, any sort of guide away from the fielders is likely to result in runs. bit more pace on the ball.
Yeah, the shots we're conditioned to here on a lovely day here at the Oval. Sunglasses on, in the sun, making the most of the rays. Some great spots to watch from here at the Oval. Get down this afternoon. Make this your home base. Make no mistake, with the speed of the Wi-Fi here, misfield in the gully, they'll get 3 for 1. You'll be able to follow that Premier League game that takes your fancy, of course. A lot going on up there today. Championship likewise. Teams striving to make the playoffs.
There's still a good chance, isn't it, that Millwall can replace one of probably Spurs or West Ham, isn't it?
Yeah, speaking of Millwall, I think we've got some Millwall action coming through at some point. Well, that's got big on him. That's precisely what Crocom's trying to do. A great first week of the season. 9 wickets at Leicestershire. And watching the highlights back of that, a lot of it was doing just what he did to Burns there. Extra pace. Hits him on the glove. Had to play at it from that length, or at least had to shape up to play. It was rapid.
Well, 88 that registered on the speed gun. As I said, when everything seems to fall into place, it really does go through. And
so there'll be a brief delay in play here while they get his hand checked out. It should be okay just based on the body language. Bit of a smile there. Quick painkiller. We were joking earlier about the magic spray. Might give us a chance to take a look at that as I try and get the attention of our team behind us here, who seem to be focused on something else. Let's see if I can get their attention. George inserts at the back of the box the picture from Millwall. We've got a... Okay, maybe something better. Okay. Trying to use our brief delay wisely and get some photos through from people watching football and cricket concurrently.
And to be fair, this blow for Rory Burns is just a minor flesh wound. I mean, compared to the... I was unfortunate enough to be down at Arundel when he collided.
Oh, yeah.
And that was a horrible thing to witness. And so this is nothing in comparison to that collision.
There's our Millwall fan. They're 2-0 up, I'm told. Don't know how engaged you'll be with the cricket, with the football having started. They're 2-0 up against Oxford United. Oh, that was an Oxford fan in the away end, I'm told now. Ollie Wright. Thank you, Ollie. Hopefully, for your sake, your team gets a couple back there. Millwall in third spot. Oxford doing their best to climb out of the relegation zone. Back with live action after the Burns running repairs. Crocombe again on that angle, trying to keep it in line with the body. Ask good questions. It's got a 6-3. Yeah, wanting to uppercut again. You point the previous over that if he gets any contact on a short boundary, it's likely to fly over the cordon. But
it creates chances. You know, this sort of pace actually. Yes, from a batting perspective, there's opportunity for the scoreboard to tick by quite freely. But at the same time, Surrey being very positive and chances could come.
Last ball of Crocombe, 7th so far, so 7 out of 43. Has the chance to bowl a long spell here after lunch. Well bowled. 4 runs from the over, but finding his rhythm. 140 for none. 218 behind. Got an email in here. Kirstie, which I'll come to in a sec. Just being told to wait on that, but keep your correspondence coming in at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. All the way through the day, indeed the season. Nice to have that interactivity going with our audience. We're here every day of the men's and women's seasons through 2026. Got a round of the Women's One Day Cup tomorrow. I'll double check that. They've, in Tier 1, already played 5 games, Surrey. Hampshire on 15 points with a game in hand. Surrey in second spot, 1-3, lost 2, 14 points. Quickish shingle, but through from the first ball of the over. So yes, my apologies. There's a round today, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. Surrey are not playing. They're back in action against Nottinghamshire, or the Blaze as they're known in the women's comp. That's on Monday, on Bank Holiday Monday. And Sussex, who are in Tier 2, they're playing tomorrow against Kent. Nice contact on the sweep there. So in League 2 of the Women's One Day Cup, they might get through for an overthrow here. There were 3 people backing up, and somehow it's managed to defeat all of them. It's double round robin in Tier 1, so 16 games, and single round robin in Tier 2, so just the 8. But on that side of the ledger, in the second division of the Women's 50 over comp, Sussex are in third spot behind Middlesex and Glamorgan. They've played a couple of games. Again, back on tomorrow. Not far away from passing the edge, and you could see Carson thought he was half a chance of a league before shout not to be.
Very proactive, haven't they? Swept and reverse swept well, which is good to see.
Well, yeah, I mean, the upside for Surrey is that if they can play a role in affecting Carson's confidence and scoreboard pressure, obviously the best way of doing that, it'll make it more difficult for Robinson to set and forget from the pavilion end all day, which would be a terrific outcome for the visiting captain rotating his quicks. Reverse sweep first. Sibley's attempts at that, but Burns has played many of them against the finger spinner. We saw one from Burns in Carson's first over, reversed him for 4. Good cricket this. Straight catching mid-wicket, also in.
It's a little bit how, was that Dom who got out at Leicester down the leg side?
Yes, he did. Yeah, caught in the leg side trap round the corner.
No leg side slip or gully there, isn't
2 and 2, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ends the over, 4 runs from it, 144 for none. So mentioned before, got an email from Kirstie, who's got the Surrey live stream going on their tablet in the home office. My main multi-screen work setup has been desktop backgrounds that change periodically with cricket shots, both from my matches and spectating at the Oval and elsewhere. Beautiful shot. Wow. 2 cracking grounds. With our stream just in the bottom of the shop. Nice one. Oh, yes, it notes here that Kirstie, I do know Kirstie. He was, I've played some cricket against him. He's captain of the Chelsea Arts Club. Kirstie, great to have you with us. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Let us know where you're watching from, especially when you've got a variety of other sports rattling along as well. Crocombe away from us. His 8th over. .214 behind Surrey. Reminder that Sussex made 358 for 9 declared yesterday. feels like this is such an important day in Surrey season. You don't want to get too prescriptive on the 2nd of May, of course, but in context, 3 draws. This is their 3rd game at home on the trot. They didn't play away since they had the week off in the middle of the Leicestershire game and the Essex game. The need to make the most of home fixtures in Division 1, that's very clear. Knowing that when they go away, it tends to be pretty flat. It's very rare that Surrey rock up. Shout, sliding on the angle.
Yeah, I think the default reaction from counties are, Surrey were the pre-season favourites for this competition, and rightly so, with 3 wins in the last 4 years. We found last year that a lot of those wickets were pretty flat, and you just feel here, yes, it is green, and yes, it has seemed a little bit, little bit of movement, but generally there's still pretty good wickets and a fairly easy pace.
Change up there, the one that angles in and just straightens away, beating the bat on the way through. I suppose the wider point here, Ali, is that if Surrey can't win this week, I mean, it's obviously such a long run, the championship, part of the joy is such a long competition, but it just makes the degree of difficulty harder still.
You're playing catch up, really.
Yeah, that's right. You're no longer in a situation like Surrey have been in that hat trick of wins where they were able to set the tone early on, pick up a couple of 24-pointers at home, which was not uncommon.
It makes a big difference. I mean, the last championship that I won at Notts, we won our first 4 games.
Yeah.
And then we were ahead, and even though we probably had a little wobble at the end, we had enough to get over the line.
Well, it provides you space for a wobble. A couple of seasons ago when Surrey lost the penultimate game of the season at Somerset, narrowly. Well, I mean, great game of cricket, but, it did tighten things up to such an extent that they needed that buffer to lean back on. So if they can't get full points here, and look, they're giving themselves every opportunity to attack it on their terms. 2-14 behind, but so much time left today. Their model across those 3 seasons were to bowl first, bat big, and then just overwhelm visiting teams batting a second time, and 144 for none at the end of that over. We saw yesterday that Sussex's top order at one stage folded completely, a collapse that left them at 92 for 7. They lost 6 for 29 through that passage of play, so that'll still be relatively fresh for Sussex. It was the lower order who got them out of trouble big time. So they must seize the moment, is my point. They must seize the day. This has to be a day. They don't just win, they win emphatically, where they go to bed tonight with a very healthy first innings lead, with plenty of batting to come. And loads of time left in the game as we see Sibley shaping up for a reverse and Carson spearing it down, as is his prerogative, when he saw him getting into position so early, that they'd be able to spend that third day tomorrow ideally spending much of it with the ball going to work. Well played. Slipping a short leg, catching mid-wicket next to the pitch. Then the more conventional mid-wicket bisecting the catches so they won't allow Sibley to score where he wants to there. Man round the corner as well. 2 back on the leg side. Three 6 field. Man back at deep point on the offside. Which is why Sibley's willing to have another dart at that reverse. But I won't mind that at all. If he makes contact, he's got so much room to work with, but easier said than done.
He's going to get one of them. I mean, there's a lot of value. If he just gets half a bat on it, there's 4 runs there.
Only slip to beat, in effect. Bit going on here in this Carson over. So that was aerial. It wasn't far away from short leg, not far away from the man at mid-wicket either. So they're trying to squeeze Sibley into an error to work against his natural instincts, which is to score through the onside. Maybe a bit of extra bounce here from Carson. Can he get that overspinner going? That's certainly the line for it. Fourth stump line, well bowled. That'll fill in with some confidence. His best over yet, a maiden, 144 for none.
It's a good period for Sussex. They're sort of creating chances without actually picking one up. That sounds, a strange thing to say at 144 for none, but it feels like a little bit of a stalemate. And you feel that there could be some chances coming, but there also could be some very positive play. There's a very strong batting lineup in behind, and some very good players of spin as well to follow. But a good combination, this. Crocombe and Carson.
Could see them bowling a lot together over the years, Crocombe. Full, straight and quick to start.
His pace, he holds his pace well, doesn't he? It's not like he's tiring. You think once you get to the back end of probably a 6-over spell, he's still hitting the bat, fairly hard on what is an easy-paced wicket.
I suppose it was the unintended consequence of them throwing the ball around to such an extent. I quite liked the way that Robinson did throw the ball around in the middle stages of that first session. Beauty. It's high-quality fast bowling from Crocombe. So Crocombe only bowled 3 overs in the session, but Robinson 2 spells, Hudson Prentice 2 spells, and 3 other bowlers used at different points. One of whom, Haynes, nearly picked up a leg before in the process of a couple of overs of medium pace. So it does free up Crocombe after a bite to eat at lunch to really charge in for a big long spell away from us. With balls just like that. Across his stumps there, Burns, interesting. Premeditated. Kind of gave him all 3 stumps before the ball was bowled.
Well, he's thinking anything through square leg at this pace is going to be 4, and you've just got to touch it, don't you? And that's the joy of pace when you're facing pace. Yes, it makes you make decisions that you don't always make, maybe on the more positive side, but at the same time you don't have to hit the ball particularly hard, and you'll get the value if you can pick the line.
Nice carry again. Email from Ollie. Hope you're well. Currently watching the live stream from our newly built massive cinema room. There we go. Fully reclining Italian leather cinema seats and exceptional surround sound. Living the dream, Ollie. Thanks for choosing us. Slight miscue there. Bit leading edgy, well bowled. The power of back-to-back maidens, Ellie.
Well, we always used to say back in the day, if you can get 3 maidens and then you almost as a fielding side, you're trying to count every dot ball and that sort of pressure.
Yep.
I think Adam Hollyoak's theory was that if we could get 3 maidens, the stats on a wicket coming were quite high.
Played right under his eyes to retain the strike with a single. Burns 76, 145 for none. We've been going 8 overs since lunch. Right, it's time for me to take my leave as well. Ali Brown will stay with you. Then Daniel Norcross, who's had a busy old night. High school reunion. Probe him on that. Stories to tell.
Thank you very much. Well. There's a really bad shaggy dog story that ends with that, isn't there? But I can't remember it. Spin, lots of it, which makes for a nice contrast, doesn't it, this time of year? And Jack Carson is a man to keep our eye on. Stephen Finn is a big fan. Remember, he went to Sussex for the last few years of his career, captained them for a season. And I did a podcast with him, so we were forever probing about Sussex's youngsters, because they played a game when they had like the youngest team ever take the field in a county championship match. And so wanted to get sort of the insight. And he has a lot of time for Jack Carson. And I mean, anybody who is an English spinner has an opportunity to put a hand up here. We're not discarding Shoaib Bashir and whatnot yet, but England sort of did in the Ashes. So his future is uncertain.
What do you describe sort of did? So what's the difference between sort of did and did?
Well, he was there. They didn't send him home. He wasn't unselectable like Stephen Finn himself had been accused of being back in 2017, was it?
Right.
Or 30, that might have been 30, forget which one. And they haven't said that he's not their first choice spinner, and in fact, they have talked up Shoaib Bashir since the Ashes. It was just that, the circumstances weren't quite right. Was the inference that, Will Jacks came in because they wanted a slightly different profile of player. It wasn't that Shoaib Bashir wasn't their number one spinner. It's just they didn't want to pick their number one spinner. I mean, it's all kind of a jumbledy word salad sometimes that comes out from the England hierarchy, which, we have to interrogate through a fine mesh to make any sense of.
I think they've still got time for Shoaib Bashir, but I think if you go into an Ashes and you don't play your lead spinner, that's
it's not a good sign for the spinner.
Terminal. Yeah, I mean, look, he came through the Surrey pathway.
Guildford, was he?
Yeah. And obviously then he was at Somerset, and he's left Somerset to go to Derbyshire. So I think it opens up that spot for any number of spinners, and of course Carson is one of those. He gives it a good rip. His first ball today spun very sharply, and he's obviously a good young talent.
Absolutely, and we saw yesterday he can bat as well.
Yeah,
which he did pretty well. Coles is another one that we're keeping an eye on. Sussex have got a number of very interesting young cricketers, not least of which is Harry Crocombe, who we've seen get up to 88, almost 89 miles an hour on the speed gun today. And one of the things we have talked about quite a lot this season is the lack of point of difference bowlers. Yesterday, talking to Mark Ramprakash about this, about how when you would have been playing as well, because there was no IPL and PSL, the very best, highest profile fast bowlers and spinners would come and play county cricket. That was the IPL of its day in a way. A lot of those really point of difference bowlers like Jofra Archer, Pat Cummins, Josh Hazelwood, Kahisa Rabada, all sorts of players that might in other eras have been playing county cricket are not in England. So in trying to work out why there have been so many runs, an extraordinary number of hundreds has been scored already this season, 57 in 29 games in April, and we saw 2 here yesterday. We saw plenty across the country, a double 100 today for Kieran Carson. Glamorgan runs, apart from in the Yorkshire-Somerset game, although somebody got 100 in that game as well, have been flowing. Oh, it's a beauty, and that's what we mean. That's at pace. And the only comparable bowler that I've seen of that sort of pace on the circuit at this time of year has probably been Josh Tongue.
Yeah, look, I think he's bowled really nicely. He's held great lines. He's really challenging the outside edge on a regular basis as well. He's hitting good areas, good movement. He's been pretty unlucky, to be fair. But you're right. I mean, those point of difference bowlers, they don't really come around much nowadays because the countries they're coming from, their boards don't want their best players to be bowling too much anyway, and the financial rewards of bowling 4 overs every few days rather than, I remember when Jack Callis came here and he played for Glamorgan, and he was only allowed to bowl 6 overs in a session, and he bowled very quickly actually. and we used to count down those overs. But so you're getting 18 overs out of a player in a day, and of course nowadays you don't want too much of those bowlers, and you see with the ECB as well resting Gus Atkinson, and so you're careful on workload, and I think that's why we've lost so many of those Alan Donalds coming over here, and Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh. There's many you could name that might come. And
Waqar, Wasim.
you could go through loads that we saw.
Yeah.
Well, I was lucky enough to see Wacker when he first came over here, and we had Tony Gray as an overseas player, and of course you had 2 overseas players in those days. So Tony Gray was bowling quickly one day and not quite so quickly the next, and they shipped in Wacker, who would have been 19 or 20.
Oh, he's got him. It's gone through him. That's what we're talking about. The pace, the extra pace of Crocombe makes the breakthrough. Burns driving at a full ball, off stump, bent back, and Sussex have got their first wicket of the day. Surrey 148 for 1. The skipper goes for 77.
I think he may have just chopped on there, but he's bowled a great line, isn't he, Crocombe? I think he's really just hit that on a regular basis. And we were talking about a couple of maidens here, 2 or 3 maidens, and that pressure and those chances coming. And I think he's bowled really well. And his first sort of player I've seen, that's actually, you think, where could he be in a year or two's time? But I think he's definitely on the England radar, and if not this year, certainly.
Am I right in saying is he the leading wicket taker? It was the start of the round. He was the leading wicket taker in Div 1, and I'm not overly surprised by that. Now then, coming out to bat at 3 is not Jamie Smith because he's keeping wicket. So Ryan Patel has gone in to replace him. Yep, that was dragged back on, but it's the pace. If that's a little bit slower, he gets to it, comes out the middle of the bat. Instead, it's squeezed in. It's maybe just moved a touch back towards Burns. It's taken the inside edge and cannoned onto the stump.
I think also it's the sort of how well they bowled over the last 8 overs. That Surrey haven't got away. They're still 210 behind, and you want to take advantage of those opportunities, and it's just building that pressure because they've managed to reduce the run outgoing that Surrey were looking for.
See the frustration on Burns' face there, because he really dug in well this morning and last night when the ball was talking, and then this morning when Surrey had to start all over again, and he would have been eyeing up a first century of the season of Surrey's first choice top 6. He's still the only one without 100. He's got close to it though today, and it'll be an awful lot better having got that 77 under his belt.
I think with England probably looking at an opener in the coming weeks as well. There are a number banded around. Maybe Rory Burns at 35 probably wasn't one of those age-wise, but certainly he has been a very good internationally in the past. And of course, when a gap opens up, you as an opener, you want to be piling in the hundreds, and a few are. He's played very nicely, but I think that would be the frustration.
So, end of a wicket taking over, the first wicket taking over of the day, which sees the back of Rory Burns. Croker, by the way, is the joint top wicket taker in Div 1. Ben Green alongside him of Leicestershire with 17 wickets. Neither of them have as many as a promising youngster at Lancashire.
Yeah.
By the name of James Anderson, who had 21 at the start of this round.
I think I played in Jimmy's debut.
Good grief.
And he bowled rapid at Old Trafford.
He was quick when he was younger, wasn't he?
He was quick. It was actually quite nice when he started to... he had the skill level to bring it down probably 5 miles an hour. But, that was still good. That was still in the early 80s. But he was an 85, 90 mile an hour bowler when he came in. And he was no fun to face. Spent most of my time just trying to jab it off my ribs.
Well, I remember when he had the truly terrible haircut and he was playing for England in the one-day games, and it was of a fast, out-swinging Yorkers hitting off stump, weren't they? Started off at leg stump and then they would dip and snake into the stumps viciously.
And Old Trafford used to be quite quick back in the day.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Sort of went through.
And it was fun, that pitch, wasn't it? It was what I loved about the Old Trafford pitch. I think it was a game in, I want to say 2006, but I might be wrong. when Harmison and Panesar shared the wickets. And it was just the kind of pitch I loved for that reason, because if you bowled at 85 to 90 miles an hour, you got pace and carry and bounce and you disturbed the batter. But it also helped the spinner because he was getting grip, turn and bounce. They're just fun pitches, aren't they? Unfortunately, Old Trafford has, in the last few years, become one of the most heinous snot heaps in the country.
Well, they've rotated it round as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
So it's gone 90 degrees.
That was because some bright spark thought that the sun one day wouldn't set in the west, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, going back to our year in 2010 at Notts, we were actually off for sun. So
Yeah.
the sun hit the roof, the corrugated roof, and went straight down. We were off for about 20 minutes for sun. So we've been off for everything at Old Trafford. We were off one year at Surrey because Oasis had a concert and had broken a pipe.
All right.
So it was sunny for 4 days and we didn't bowl a ball. There was about square leg. There was this pipe that broke. So
that happened the first game of the season in about 2019 or so, when Yorkshire were playing and the new stand was in the process of being built. And they fiercely denied they had anything to do with this, although it was a very curious coincidence that in quite a wet spring, but there was no rain for 4 days and they could not get on. It was just a boggy marsh down the bottom, because it's also got a sort of slope. And it was deeply, deeply frustrating.
Yeah, we spent most of our time at JJB playing football that trip. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's just sunny all the way through, but every time you go out and have a look at it, umpires have put their feet on it, bog-like, off. So,
how deeply futile.
I know.
Yeah. But it wouldn't be cricket if there wasn't an element of futility in it. I mean, it's supposed to mirror life. Nobody knows why we're here. 151 for 1. And as Crocombe is going to continue. And the other thing is, it just gives you a bit of juice. Comes into you, doesn't it, when you're watching a bowler bowl properly quick. And Crocombe has just upped the ante a bit every time he's been on. Just gets you a bit more on the edge of your seat. I dare say Dominic Sibley will still play in exactly the same way. This will not faze him.
No, I suppose he's absolutely in his element here. But I was having this conversation with a good friend of mine, Mark Elam. We were discussing some of the players around the day. The Van Troos, Spencer, Ambrose, Walsh, Donald,
Van Troos, yes.
Patterson, Kloosner, Srinath, Wasim Waka.
Oh, now, that's a midships. It's going to be too high, I think you'll find, as Dominic Sibley is very much indicating.
Yeah, Goff, Craig White.
Craig White, yeah. Who mysteriously added about 7 miles an hour in one closed season, didn't they? I mean, we sort of thought of him as like 82 miles an hour, and then he came back, start of the season, with bowling 90 mile per hour thunderbolts.
Yeah, a lot of us felt that Andre Van Troos was the quickest. He certainly was the quickest I ever faced. But Alex Stewart speaks of Craig White as being right up there with the
really
some of the quickest that he faced.
I remember him getting Brian Lara out. Was it here, bowling round his legs? Came round the wicket, he bowled absolute thunderbolt. And Lara had a habit sometimes of getting just a little bit outside the line, didn't he? And couldn't catch up. It was too quick for him. It clipped the leg bail. It was an absolutely delicious wicket. Now, do we know precisely when we would expect Jamie Smith to bat? Is he going to slot in at Ben Folkes' position, do we suppose? Just come in at 6, do a straight replacement? Because, of course, he's been batting at 3. It's a rapid bouncer flies through to the keeper. He has been batting at 3 all season. Now he's doing his England thing of keeping.
Well, I like the fact he's been batting at 3, actually. It's one of the, if you are... I think the debate is, can you get Jamie Smith in your international top 3? And I think the answer to that is maybe not his best position. I think he's faced a lot of bowlers that are 75 to 80. I thought he played very well here against Leicester. I was very impressed with how he went under the short ball as well. I think the one area...
now nearly chopping on again. This is extra pace of Crocombe.
He's got out to a couple of times this year. Once at Warwickshire is just that sort of 6th stump, outside off stump, isn't it? Just that ball that he sort of plays but then doesn't really want to play. And I think that's the one thing that everything else about his game, I think, will be tailored to potentially batting in the top 3. But I think, I think probably his slot is 7 in the Test side. But he's played really well. But I completely agree. What you don't want is a whole day with the gloves, and then suddenly you could be in second ball, and then it's all.
Do you think there would have been any sort of talk about saying, well, look, like for precisely that reason, you don't want them to be batting at 3, wouldn't want him to come in last night, for example, if a wicket had fallen. But having batted through a whole session, then there's a lunch break, then there's another half hour. He could very easily have been batting if Sussex had taken 5 wickets in 50 overs, which is not an outlandish suggestion, he would have been batting anyway. Another one flies through to the keeper. Another pacey over from Crocombe, 87 miles an hour, that last one, 152 for 1. Do you think they might just have thought at lunch, actually, Jamie, you can go in at 3 now? Or would that be too disruptive to the rest of the order?
Yeah, I like the fact they put him up. The fact that a number of players that are playing for the opener spot in Test cricket have been batting 3 or 4, generally, aren't they? So it's quite nice that you've got someone who's batted at 3 to give him a good perspective of could he do that for England if they put Bethel to open or vice versa. But I think he's done really well. But I think 6 or 7 in the Test side is probably his best spot.
Carson's going to continue. Ali's going to take a break. Goes on the reverse to Sibley. We've seen him try that a few times and not quite get hold of it. And it should just dribble onto the rope for 4. It's a lovely bit of invention from Sibley. He goes to 69. Nathan Johns comes to join me wearing very much. It's green.
What's wrong now?
It's green and you're Irish. Well done.
Oh, come on.
It's part of the...
I really should have checked the rota, because anytime we commentate together, you invariably have some pointers on my fashion choices. I remember when we were in Sri Lanka. I remember when we were in Sri Lanka at the World Cup, you didn't like the fact I was wearing a backwards cap, and you commented on that.
Yeah, that's not acceptable.
You didn't like that
not
at all.
Indoors, no.
Well, it was warm. It was sunny outside. It was
backwards, though, really. Come on. I discovered, by the way, in the Rest is History book, which was given to me for Christmas, and I thought, I'm going to read it,
As you do when you get a book.
As you do. That St. Patrick's colour is not green. I believe it's red or orange, which is a little bit like Coca-Cola being green, not red. In the early days, Father Christmas also was green, not red, just the other way around.
You sound very disappointed.
It's a bit of a blow for St. Patrick's Day, really. We're wearing the wrong colour.
The concept is a lie.
Yeah.
An entire national holiday built on lies.
Well, most are, let's be honest. Oh, here's something I discovered today.
Oh, here we
Every
go.
day's a school day.
Well, I just learned that he didn't like green, so...
No, I do like green.
No, as in St. Patrick didn't like green. That's
no, he didn't.
That's what I learned today.
I'm not sure that he was anti-green, but that wasn't his primary colour, if you know what I mean. If green is a primary colour, I'm not even sure if it is. I'm colourblind anyway. So it's possible I don't even know what green is.
So I'm not actually wearing green today.
You might not be. Anyway, I mentioned this because Mark Rabrakash was in yesterday, and he's a coach at Harrow, and the Old Firm derby takes place at Lord's next week. El Clasico between Eton and Harrow. You may have your thoughts. I certainly have mine. On whether you consider that it's taken so long to be able to get a women's test match at Lord's, and yet for the last 150 years those two schools have been duking it out there, but that's another matter. Did you know that Harrow don't observe bank holidays?
But the kids have to go to school on bank holidays?
Correct, on Monday they're going to school.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah. Well, it is, isn't it?
And what's the logic? We're not a bank, so therefore you don't get a holiday.
No. The logic is pure vindictiveness and petty-mindedness, as you would expect from a leading public school. I have a friend who works in the finance office there, and he said to me, I learned this week why we, he means Harrow, studiously ignore bank holidays, as they are seen as being the creation of Lubbock, 4th Baronet, from that other place. So because bank holidays were cooked up by a bloke who'd been to Eton,
Oh, dear Lord.
Harrow refused to observe them.
Do you know what? I respect the pettiness.
Yeah, but it makes you prouder to be Irish than ever before, doesn't it? It does, doesn't it? I can see the smile teasing on your face.
I enjoy how you linked up those two conversations. Very, very well, very nicely done.
Right, change of bowler. I was really enjoying watching Harry Crocombe. What did you make of him?
Oh, he's
Nathan?
quick.
It's
He's
different.
quick. There was that bouncer in the previous over that made me jump out of my seat a little bit, and we're quite a long way away.
And short balls here at the Oval have been usually dispatched most of this season. But if you can bowl a short ball at 88, 89 miles an hour, then suddenly it becomes a serious weapon.
Clark was good, though, in the morning session in his first spell. Only got 3 overs, but got the ball to swing. Got the ball to leave the right-hander. His first over in particular caused some issues. I remember, I think Rory Burns nearly chopped on. It was the first time he was hitting his hand, actually. There's been a couple of blows. The first was off Clark, and it hit him in the glove and could easily have gone onto the stumps. So he's asked questions, but I was a little bit surprised he got taken off, but they went for 1 over of spin. I think it was Jack Mealing came on, didn't he? They gave him an over just before lunch.
Now I've got something that's going to worry me now.
You're
Do you
always
know what
worried.
it is?
Is it that you have to work on a bank holiday?
No, I don't mind working on a bank holiday. As a freelancer, I despise bank holidays because there's no point in me checking to see if the outstanding invoices, of which there are many, from dilatory clients have been paid. I just see it as another opportunity for me to have to wait for what I've earned, sometimes months ago.
It's a very good point. I agree with that sentiment wholeheartedly.
No, everything's fine. Everything's fine now in the Mind Palace of Norcross. There was a discrepancy between the scoreboard and our score ticker.
Right.
And these things, they unnerve me until they're resolved, because I just don't know what to believe. But the reason why it's important is because Surrey currently trail by 200. Exactly 200. And the scoreboard had it at 201, and that's, that means I can't rejoice, oh frabjous moment. The deficit's under 200.
Well, I'm glad they cleared that up for you.
Oh, another inside edge. This one's going to, I think, eventually dribble its way down onto the rope. But we've seen a few inside edges, a couple from Crocombe, which are because of his pace, you would say. Clark, a more modest pace, still brisk enough, I guess, it's nearly 78 miles an hour. But I just wonder, we've been seeing, I'm not going to say inconsistent bounce, and pitchers are allowed to behave however they want. This has been a perfectly good one. There's been a couple that have hit the gloves of Rory Burns, been a couple that have kept a little bit low. And we want to see a little bit of that inconsistency over the course of 4 days to bring a result into play, especially because the forecast is not by any means calamitous, but it is not the wall-to-wall sunshine that we've been used to. That's been cut away. That'll be 4. Too short, too wide. His first 4 was a trifle streaky. That one, much more authoritative from Ryan Patel.
That's the shot he tried to play the previous delivery, isn't it? When the ball kept a little bit low on him. I think just keeping his hand slightly closer to his body rather than a full-blooded cut shot. Just a nice little punch. I think that is what meant he made good contact there, whereas the previous delivery, he was beaten.
He's a great player to have in a squad. I mean, much of the time, especially when England call-ups have been around, he'll play very regularly. Start of the season, Surrey are blessed to have Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope available, as well as Dan Lawrence. Hard to force his way into that side until Ben Folkes had that, we hope, minor injury, which has kept him out of this game. But he slots straight in. He's hugely experienced. Doesn't let Surrey down. And, rather marvellously for the county, shows no signs of wanting to play for anybody else. He's a player of such quality, he could very easily play. This looks perilous. I'm slightly concerned about this fellow.
He's
got 4 of them.
He spotted the traffic well. He just held up and that other bloke go by. That was
Well,
that was a collision waiting to happen.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Well, we'll see. He hasn't won it yet. There's some
No, my concerns may be unfounded. I don't know. He looks like an experienced traveller.
He does look like he's done this before.
He does. This is certainly not his first rodeo. How far up is he going, though?
He's getting some shade, I think.
Why? It's a beautiful day. Are those all 4 for himself?
Yeah, I haven't found
I
his
keep
mates
waiting
yet.
for him to find the person he's going to hand them to. And now he's going to go into the shadowy realm.
Oh, it's 2 each, is it? It's him and...
Yeah, there's one man with a hat, so it is 2 each.
Yeah, that's efficient.
Good lad. Well, if it takes you that long to get it up the stairs, you may as well not want to go back and forth every 15 minutes, I suppose.
But the only issue with that is then it's a lovely day. Your second pint's probably going to be quite warm by the time you get to it.
He looks like he can drink quite speedily. You've actually triggered me a bit there, because there's something that really annoys me when I go to restaurants is when I predominantly drink white wine, dry
Yes.
white wine.
Yes.
Variety of wines.
I've witnessed,
You've
I've witnessed this, yeah.
You go to the better the restaurant, right, the less wine they pour in your glass.
Yeah.
Because they presume for some absurd reason that I'm going to drink it relatively slowly because I'm going to savour it or something.
Why would you do that?
You can neck it and savour it at the same time. the taste is still delicious as it goes down the throat. Don't you find?
I'm not a big wine drinker.
You're not. Maybe that will come to you.
It's an age thing, is it?
It happened to me that way. I toggled through a variety of different types of beer. I mean, I had a whole year on Newcastle Brown, 1987 to 88.
Oh, you remember it?
I remember the years,
the season.
Yeah, I remember the season of that. Holston Export was mostly 88 to 89.
Okay. So I just named a year. You could tell me what.
Yeah.
What was your beverage of choice?
Yeah.
So 1993?
1993 was a curious year. It was actually £1 a pint bitter at my local pub, the Wheat Sheaf. It was an Irish pub. And you're going to think that I'm making this up, but the owner of the pub was called Seamus. He literally was called Seamus. Lovely man. He used to invite me to lock-ins. Statute of limitations has passed. He probably no longer has a licence. He's probably not even alive. It was 33 years ago. I don't think Seamus's family will mind me saying this. But he over-ordered kegs of bitter by a factor of 10. So I don't know. For example, meant to order 100, ordered 1,000.
Bloody hell.
Right. So in order to drink it up before it went completely foul, it was on an offer of £1 a pint for about 14 months. So that was 1993.
So that was your that was your 14 months.
That was my 14 months on what we ended up calling the chicken bitter, because by the end it had gone fairly rancid.
Oh, God.
But it had a very easy quiz machine, which you could win a tenner on, and then that would be 10 pints.
10 pints.
All well and good. So that's the end of the over. 54 gone, 168 for one. Just a reminder that you can join the Surrey Cricket Foundation at the Kia Oval on June the 11th, ahead of the second England v New Zealand Test match at the Kia Oval. It's the Bedser lunch. It's hosted by me. Always have a good laugh at that. Very good dry white wine as well, usually served. We will enjoy a reception on the roof terrace before moving to the Ashes Suite for lunch, a Q&A with Matt Pryor, and then heading back to the roof terrace for dessert service overlooking the Oval and London skyline. Find tickets on the membership tab on our ticketing site and get in touch with the ticketing team, or you can email the simply wonderful Bradley Jones at surreycricket.com. Bradley Jones at surreycricket.com. He'll be able to help you out. That's the Bedser lunch. It's not quite the eve of the Test match this year. It's just a week or so before. Matt Pryor will be there. I'll be there. We'll be chewing the cud. We'll probably talking things New Zealandy, I would think.
You would suspect?
I would suspect. I'd say Jeremy Coney's going to be in town.
Oh, he's one of the great ones.
Yeah, he is genuinely one of the great ones. I'll tell a quick story about what he said about a particular player without naming the player. And often he comes to stay with me, so I might actually see if I can drag him along to that. And I might even get him up on stage, because he tells an absolutely fantastic story of the time that he and Ewan Chatfield took New Zealand to victory against Pakistan by 1 wicket. Their last wicket partnership followed about 60 odd. Dropped at the, second attempt. It's rebounded off the gloves of the normally hugely reliable John Simpson. And then second sip hasn't been able to take the rebound. There's a fairly hefty deflection, but for a keeper of Simpson's class, this was a pretty regulation chance. Patel just drawn into the drive from the angle. And he got a good nick on that, and he has got away with it. So Surrey with a little bit of luck there.
Yeah, Tom Clark can't quite believe that, can he? You're right, John Simpson is an excellent gloveman. That's a bad drop by his standards.
And that is more solid from Patel. It is, and that's a wicket they would have loved to have. They could have gone bang, bang. Instead, we await the second bang.
Well, speaking of bangs, I think James Coles at slip took a bang there off the ball as it deflected from Simpson's gloves, hit him in the chest.
It was a tougher chance for him, I'd suggest, than it was for Simpson.
Much more difficult, yes.
That's one in mind of great deflected slip catches of the past, and that's a beautiful shot. Will only bring Patel the 1 as there is a deep cover point. So yes, with a bit of luck, if I can get him down, he might be persuaded to tell the story. And it's a terrific story because Ewan Chatfield wasn't really a batter. I mean, that's slightly euphemistic. He was, as they say, a ferret, the one who goes in after the rabbit.
I've not heard that one before.
Yeah. And Pakistan had some really very good bowlers at that time. I think Wasi might even have been playing in that game. And Chat's conversations with Coney between overs are brilliantly recreated. You know when a player has honed an after-dinner routine to the point when it's just liquid gold, and if it's Coney, it's particularly delicious. But I promise you that I'd tell you what I thought was one of the most delightful uses of sort of litotes and charm. There was a player playing in a match in a World Cup game that he and I were commentating on, and he was a New Zealand player, and he'd got out in a pretty daft fashion. Let's put it that way. People can do that. They can have brain fades. It's cricket. Happens a lot. But I turned to Jeremy and I said, Jeremy, can you tell me what is like? You will have interviewed him a few times. Let's call him Fred. Because I can't think of a single New Zealand player called Fred. So that keeps him anonymous.
I will find one.
Yeah, you might. It won't be that because this man wasn't called Fred. But Fred, let's call him Fred for the sake of argument. Jeremy, can you tell me? You've interviewed Fred a few times. What's Fred like? Because that shot was the shot of startling stupidity. And he said, well, Dan, Fred is not a man who's overly encumbered by the heavy weight of intellect. And as a result, he has a tremendous clarity of thought, if you can call it that. Which I thought was one of the more generous ways of describing abject stupidity that I'd ever heard.
He is a wordsmith, isn't he?
He is. Well, he studied Shakespeare, didn't he? And Shakespearean lighting.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Did a PhD or an MA in it or something.
Oh, wow.
He's a teacher. He was a teacher during his cricketing career. So a lot of those Kiwis were semi-professional. Came over to England and beat England in '86. Famous tour where Graham Gooch said it's like facing the World 11 at one end and Ilford Twos.
Yeah.
And they all got T-shirts printed with Ilford second 11 on them.
Near where I live is on, I can't remember what number bus it is, but it's the bus that terminates in Ilford.
And
so
you think of that quote
I
all
regularly
the time.
see the bus with Ilford written on it about at least daily, once a day. And I always think of that quote. Yeah, it always makes me smile as I walk home.
Well, Ilford Twos plus Richard Hadley managed to beat an England team with some very well-paid, high-profile players, including Botham, Gooch, Lamb, Gower.
I typed in Fred New Zealand cricket to see if I could
Have you got any?
prove me wrong. So there's Fred Baylor,
Yeah, not
It's spelled Beyler. Former New Zealand cricketer, played for 18 first-class matches for the Wellington Firebirds in the late 1980s.
Mm.
And there was an umpire for
Yeah.
New Zealand.
Ah, Fred Goodall. Well,
So you weren't talking about Fred Goodall.
do you want to check out Fred Goodall? Because Fred Goodall sent Michael Holding, the most mild-mannered man in cricket, into conniptions. You check him out. Well, Colo's coming. He'll tell you all about Fred Goodall. I'm getting out of the way for Colo.
I'll ask Daniel a question aloud before it goes. Is Fred Goodall the umpire in the Jeremy Coney coaching video as well? Hello, Jeremy Vernon Coney, if you're listening to us. He might be, you know. It's an outside chance Jerry's awake. It's a bit late.
What time is it?
What time's it in Wellington? Yeah, he's probably not awake. Occasional summariser or colour man on the Surrey stream, Jeremy Coney, New Zealand's finest ever captain. He made a coaching video in, well, I think it was an airline. Was Air New Zealand made it or something? Mid-80s. It's got a young Chris Harris. It's got a youngish Ian Smith. And it's Jeremy at his most ostentatious. And I think Fred Goodall is the umpire in that. Anyway, you can Google that in your own time, dear viewers. Where are we? Drop catch, John Simpson. Oh, my dear.
That was a howler, wasn't it?
I don't think I've ever seen John Simpson drop a catch in my life.
Certainly not one like that. It was good height, you know, just kind of waist high.
It's one of those keepers you hear, and there's a few of them, obviously, because there's only one room for one keeper. I better have another squiz. I was outside when it happened. Yeah, that's a 999 times out of 1,000 catch for Simpson.
He hits him square in the stomach if he doesn't get a hand on it. So that's exactly where you want it as a keeper. You don't have to move your hands. You don't have to change your fingers up.
And it was the chance to go bang bang as well, having finally dislodged Rory Burns on 77, the extra pace of Crocombe, who really did bowl well after lunch. He really earned that wicket, earned that inside edge back onto the woodwork.
I think Clark deserved it as well, because he was excellent in his 3 overs before lunch. He was one of the few bowlers to test this pair, even though he only did bowl 3 overs.
No, I'm with you.
Swung the ball as well.
Simpson's one of those keepers who... Yeah, and he has played for England, I hasten to add. He did play those 1 days in 2021, but you would occasionally hear said, it's just a travesty he never played international cricket. He's a wizard. And his career at Sussex has been immense. I had a look at it yesterday. He's batted 48 times for Sussex. 48 times and made 10 centuries. He batted for Middlesex something like 300 times for 10 centuries. Not to say he wasn't a great player at Middlesex, by the way. Championship winner in 2016. More just that since he's made the move to Hove, he's flourished in ways that... I mean, he's virtually doubled his career average from what it was as a Middlesex player compared to what it is as a Sussex player. Great fella, loved around the circuit. Done all one can do in domestic cricket, but unfortunately has put down a catch in his all-important middle session Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, on another day, that ricochet off James Cole's at first slip would have been taken as well. It's just...
Squared up.
This is tight.
Through. Well-judged single there from Sibley.
There's been a few good ricochet catches over the year. It was 2005 Ashes when Strauss took that.
Yes.
He dropped one, and then I think Geraint Jones with the gloves took a one-hander. I think it was off Flintoff. I can't remember who was batting.
See, it's a funny series where I definitely watched every ball of it, but I haven't got it as committed to memory as perhaps other series. But I do remember the deflection. The most famous of them all, perhaps, 82, Melbourne. Tavares and Miller to end a sensational test match where England won narrowly. 2 runs. It was by 2 runs. Border and Thompson, the last pair. They still claim, my dad says this, 57 overs gone, 173 for 1. Australia needed 44 runs on the final morning, and they claim that 40,000 Melburnians rocked up for the last 44 runs, and of course Australia fell a couple short, but sort of a sign of just how compelling a test match that was. With the deflection at the end with off Tavares to Miller, or off Miller to Tavares. Daniel will be able to tell me that. Was it Tavares' drop or Miller's drop that the deflection up? Tavares dropped it, Miller caught it.
I'll look that up. What year was it? 82?
82, Melbourne. Yeah, Botham, as it was Botham's 100th Test wicket against Australia. The reason I know that is because Bill Frindle, the scorer on TMS, starts screaming over the top of the commentary. He's done it. He's done the double. He's done the double.
Is it got Jeff Thompson?
Thompson, yeah.
Yeah, so Miller caught it.
Miller, yeah.
Caught Miller, bowled Botham,
Botham.
21.
So it's still hold up in play here. We're going to see Coles for the first time. Looking forward to this. He'll probably end up one of those players who, regardless of how successful or otherwise his career is, he'll always be remembered as the first player who went for mega bucks at the 100 auction. So young in his career. Debut at 16, so he's been around the traps. Paul Farbre saying that he wants him to play the whole season. They are really investing in Coles as a red ball cricketer, in addition to what he can clearly do with the white. Slipping a short leg. Drags the first one down. Short side of the ground. Runs away for 4.
Yeah, timed that one nicely, did Patel. Like you said, shorter part of the ground, always helpful. Just skipped away over the practice pitches.
So Patel's first opportunity this season, played in 13 matches last year for 4 half-centuries. But it was in 2024, the third of the sequence, where Ryan Patel, you could make a case that he was the most important batter in completing the three-peat. Averaged 47. But from limited opportunities, he's often been the type of player who Surrey have turned to when they've been relieved of their England players. He made a late season 100 here, which is of the highest quality, and one early in the season when they were under the pump, and a couple of other scores that were more valuable than the runs alone. You go back to 2022, the first of the 3. He played every single first-class game Surrey played that year, including one against a touring team. Played 15 games, opened the batting in all of them. So at different points he's been front and centre, but also spent a lot of time watching, as has been the case this year. On with the arm there from Coles. Not quite finding his length in his first over. 6 runs from it, 179 for 1.
Yeah, just dropping a bit short there, wasn't he? 'Cause I was going to make the point when Patel got off strike in that over with a straightforward single down to long on. It was a bit defensive. Didn't think they needed as many men on the rope for Patel. But if Coles is struggling for his length a little bit, hasn't bowled yet, part-timer, that might explain why they had so many sweepers.
Yeah, short side for the left-hander, I suppose, as well. Spinning it back towards him. So Clark, who's bowled 6 overs today across 2 lively spells. Found the edge. It was put down about 20 minutes ago. Exactly halfway. 179 behind, 179 on the board. Lots of people in watching a hard-fought game so far, which has had its twists and turns. We should be so lucky for it to play out this way across 4 days. Did you get the chance to whip around the grounds with Daniel before? I'm not sure if you did that while I was elsewhere.
No, not with Daniel, no.
We might do a bit of that. Feels the right time to see what's going on elsewhere in the championship.
There's rain about.
There is a bit of rain, yeah. There's rain. I know there's rain up north. It's coming here to a tuck. So, yes, after Glamorgan went massive, 536 for 7 declared, they have Hampshire 19 for none down at the Rose Bowl when the rain came. So a reminder there that for Glamorgan, it was a double century for Kieran Carlson, the skipper, 209, fine player.
I think that's his first 100 in championship as captain.
Ah, right.
For Glamorgan as well.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Kieran Carlson. Yorkshire, Somerset, big game for Somerset to consolidate their position, having won a couple of games out of their first 3. Excellent win against Hampshire a fortnight ago. Had the break. They've returned to play Yorkshire at Taunton, and they rolled them yesterday for 162 in reply. 274 all out. Joshua Thomas, century for him, 136. Tom Abel, half century. He's in great nick to start the season. He was the Rothesay Championship Player of the Week a couple of weeks ago for his 4th innings unbeaten ton. Thomas Rue, naught, second baller. There'll be many more innings where that came from. And his brother, James, who a lot of eyes are on right now with the test squad to be named soon, made 7. And Yorkshire, second time, 13 for none. And it is raining at Taunton. So there'll be a bit of a theme in these updates that rain is playing its role. Good over this from Clark. And the other game in Division 1, Notts, who batted so well yesterday, eventually were all out for 490. 179 top score, 178, my apologies, for Ben Slater. 97 for Clark. A 7-for for Ben Green. 7 for 112 for Leicestershire, who we saw him here a couple of weeks ago. They're rare. Leicestershire 73 for 3. Leicestershire have batted deep the last couple of weeks, though. Oh, a little nibble to finish. 181 for 1. Well bowled from Clark, who's doing a job here for his skipper. So if they can do that again, now they're back home at Grace Road. If they can bat big, they can get themselves back in the game. Divi 2, Kent, Derbyshire. Kent all out 353. Daniel Bell Drummond, wasn't it? Yeah, 129 for him. Outstanding leader down there at Canterbury. 5 wickets for Rory Hayden. For Derbyshire, who are 213 for 7 in reply. 3 wickets for Keith Dudgeon. Great name. So 139 behind there, Derbyshire, at a game being played at Canterbury. Left arm spin to continue from Coles. And 2 other games in Division 2. Worcestershire all out 306, playing at Wantage Road. That's better length from Coles. 164 not from Gareth Roderick, batting at number 3 yesterday. Out of that 306, did a fine job there. Wickets for Ben Sanderson, as always for Northants, who are 201 for 3, doing well in their first innings. Dancing and going. Short side of the ground. Up and over mid-wicket. 4 rather than 6. Just breaking the shackles somewhat. 185 for 1. Ricardo Vasconcelos is on 96.
That's another great name.
Never miss an opportunity to say his name out loud. Having opened. They're strong, aren't they? Proctor, Calvin Harrison, McSweeney, Save Zabe. The latter's in right now on 20. Oh, I found the edge. He thinks he has. He has not. Umpire Warren says no. Just the way he went up, Coles thought it was a formality.
Well, all 3 of them did. Bowler, wicketkeeper and slip. They were convinced.
Good response, having been hit for 4 the previous ball. It slid on. Let's see it a second time. Bat and pad close together. That might account for the noise.
Patel just shook his head straight away, saying he didn't hit it. I mean, the batter would say that, wouldn't he? But
should be a couple there. Patel calls Sibley through, moves to 26. His partnership's already reached 39. Shouldn't have got that far with the drop catch earlier. But let's see here. Simpson up to the stumps, of course, to the spin. He heard it. Coles heard it, but yes, what the noise actually was, according to the umpire, was not bat on ball. Reverse angle, hard to take anything from that. So Northants trailing by 104. And the third and final game is the one at Middlesex, or at Lords rather, where Middlesex are now dismissed. They're all out for 430. Ryan Higgins, been so dependable since returning to his original club. 131. Support down the list from Zafar Gohar today, who made 56. Half century from Max Holden yesterday, and 87 from Robson. 5 wickets for Ben Rain. 5 for 58 from 32 overs. A lovely set of numbers. Durham have the chance with Emilio Gay opening the batting. First time he's played a game at Lords of any variety since he was a schoolboy.
Who did he play for as a schoolboy?
He grew up in Bedford, didn't he?
Right.
So it must have been some sort of game he was playing, an MCC game presumably, as a schoolboy where he played at Lord's. He's never played in the Blast there.
Wow.
Not played a game. Well, I suppose they wouldn't, would they?
No, they wouldn't. They're
Durham
different
are in
group,
North Group.
Yeah.
And Durham now back in Division 2 where Middlesex are. So Durham did play at Lord's in 2022, but that's before he made the move from Northants. Emilio Gay, who you've got to think he might be one score away from a Test squad. Rave reviews about his 100 last week in the 4th innings at Lancashire. Got that down to long leg for a single. Sibley 24 away from back-to-back hundreds. The 100 on day one was written up as an exquisite innings, but the one last week, 4th innings chasing 350 odd on the final day. Jimmy Anderson captaining Lancashire, an unbeaten stand of 180 odd, I think it was, to race Durham to the finish line. That was impressive stuff. Age 26, I think Emilio Go is. Perfect timing to be hitting top gear in his career. That will be interesting. What do you think they'll do with the opening spot?
26, yeah. Well, I tell you, there's certainly a lot of people who are interested in him, because any time I open my phone these days, there tends to be a clip of him on a podcast talking. He's a busy man at the minute. There's a lot of people
I was very guilty of that last week when I saw the 100 right on the podcast. He was a good talker too, you know.
He is a good
really good talker. I said to him after the interview, if you make the England team, just keep doing that. Just keep being yourself. Don't shut up shop, because he was happy to give nice, strong, reflective answers. What we want.
But the subtext of all this is that a lot of people obviously think that Zach Crawley won't be in the team, in the Test team. And
I'd be surprised.
He has struggled.
I'd be surprised. What do you think? They'll ride it out with him, or do you think this is the moment?
My instinct is that this is the moment, but am I just thinking that because everyone else is talking about potential opening batters for the England team? Is it?
He's getting starts, isn't he? And he's getting out in ways that don't look pretty. Losing his middle stump yesterday, for instance.
Yes. Well, the last two games, 27 and 31 against Worcester, 26 and 5 against Northants.
And 44 yesterday.
Yeah, he got 44 yesterday. He got 20 as well against Durham. So you're right. Yeah, lots of starts, which was the knock against him at England level, wasn't it? Is that he'd make a very pretty 40 odd. Didn't go on to make those big hundreds. The one exception, of course, being that Old Trafford knock a couple of years ago.
Diving stop. Ends the over. 190 for one.
It would be a significant stylistic change, wouldn't it, if Crawley was to go and someone like Emilio Gay was to come in? Because very, very different players.
I think the fact that Emilio Gay is a shot maker, though, helps with that perhaps a little bit. He's not from what I've seen of him anyway, he's not a absorb pressure, knock the shine off the ball kind of opener. He wants to express himself the way that Crawley, ideally, at the peak of his powers, does as well. Crawley's had some high points in the Test cricket. The problem he has is that, not least, against Australia, right? Like he, in Australia, had some moments, but it's all in context of a team that wasn't winning.
Needed more than
moments. Yeah. He batted brilliantly against Australia here in 2023 as well, in that series where he was the leading run scorer for England. I think Khawaja made more runs in the series, but Crawley was the most for England. The 100 at Old Trafford against Australia. He big double against Pakistan at the start of his journey. But you look at it, I suppose you get to a point where that career average becomes impossible to disregard when you're a new player in the team. Yeah, but that sample size is so big now that it's getting harder and harder. And no doubt that Duckett has got enough credit in the bank to stay. Made runs last week as well for Notts. He's missed the IPL in order to prioritise his prep for the Test summer.
Yeah, big implications with that because they've got the ban now, don't they? For if you pull out of your IPL deal, what, 3 years?
Yeah. So he's showing his commitment there, no doubt. It's worth exploring, though. I think had we been having this conversation 5 weeks ago, Hasiba Mead would have been right there. But with the exception of a gutsy 100 last week, hasn't started, and he got 40-odd yesterday, but hasn't had a great start to the year. And it's funny, isn't it? With the exception of a great 100 last week, it's all, it's difficult to draw too many conclusions. But yeah, there's Hasib for sure.
Oh, what's that come
How's
off?
that? Is it back of the bat? Just by the way he turned his hands on it, it's gone beyond Simpson's gloves, and it'll be signalled for. It's buys. It's beaten everyone. Unusual to get that much bite. It's against the grain. We'll see it again. Good sign for the tweakers. That's ballooned over the top.
I thought that flicked his back. I thought that flicked his back hip on the way through, but interesting. It was
We'll get one more
signalled as
look
buys,
after
yeah.
we've seen this ball, because the angle, the gradient, it felt like it must have found something. Well bowled. So we'll see it once more. Gosh, if that's done everyone and bounced like that, that is a great sign for spin later in the match.
Because it's not like it's veered up or popped. It's just looped.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
What a sport. Love it. So the 4 buys plus 3 other runs in the over, 197 for 161 behind Sussex's first innings. So Hasiba Mead, a couple of weeks ago, Ben McKinney's 244. Impossible to ignore that. Emilio Gay, incumbent Zach Crawley. Yeah, if Dom Sibley backs up his century last week with another one here, he deserves to be right in that conversation as well. Who are we missing? surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Is there a bolter? Have you seen something?
Alex Stewart was interesting the other day. He went on Ather's podcast on Sky. He was talking about Sibley and his England chances. And he just made the point that he can see why people in the county game are frustrated that players may or may not have been overlooked, or at least there was the perception that players were overlooked for purely stylistic reasons as opposed to weight of runs.
50 stand between this pair, just 80 balls.
And Sibley is, probably a good example of that. Churns out runs, but does it his way.
Look, he evolved as a player when he came back to Surrey. It's obvious to the naked eye compared to the cricketer that we saw when he was in an England shirt. And then there's the weight of runs argument for Sibley as well. Last year, mentioned before, no ball signalled there. That'll bring up the 200 for Surrey when they add those to the score. 200 for 1, a foundation, substantial foundation to build from here, as batting will surely get easier deeper into the day as the ball gets softer and so on. But yeah, the weight of runs plus an evolution in his game, and plus since when has there been anything fundamentally wrong at test level about a guy who can bat dependably, who can open an innings and you know exactly what you're getting from him. For the first, 140 years of test cricket, that was a virtue, I think. Maybe it isn't seen in quite the same way now, but there is something to be said for Sibley batting exactly as you expect him to do.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, England talks about trying to build bridges with the county game, and is part of that adjusting their style and acknowledging that runs are runs, even if you're not the biggest fan of the aesthetics of how they come.
Yeah, must be desperately frustrating for Sibley. He'd never acknowledge it, 202 for 1 with that single, that being graded on that curve because essentially not being pretty enough. Now, again, I understand that the limitations of Sibley version 1.0 at test level, accepting that he had his moments at that level too. He's 30 and he's improved.
Is he only 30?
Yeah,
I thought he was older than that.
That's another problem, I reckon. Oh, clunked him. That got up from Clark. They'll need to take a moment here to go through the procedures. That was sharper. Round the wicket. We saw Crocombe bowling from this end earlier get real speed out of the pace.
another sign of the variable bounce that's been on this pitch. There was Patel actually nearly nicked one that kept low a few overs ago, and this one just hit a ridge or popped up off a length, and it's, as you said, it's clocked him. He seems to be okay, thankfully.
Yeah, he's fine. They've got a process they need to go through for concussion, which is a good thing in the modern game, but he's just taking the helmet off and having a chat with the support staff as the replay flashes up on the screen.
You can see he thought about taking it on there.
Yep.
He was winding up to play the hook shot, and I think that's ultimately what saw him get hit, because he didn't actually, by the time he decided to try and get out the way and drop the hands, the ball was already on him.
New helmet, be good to go in a moment. Yeah, Sibley's 30 and will remain 30 until September. So, this is the bit where you're meant to be hitting the peak of your powers. And yes, people might take him as being an older player because he played Test cricket so young, but that's not a bad thing either. How many cricketers have you seen the first version of reach the top, not completely master their game, and come back at around this age and are so much better for it? So there's got to be a pathway for him, I suppose, is my point. If he keeps making these prolific runs, there has to be a world where he can force himself back in the conversation.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because it's not something you see. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it's not. You don't often see players get second chances. It's kind of not quite once you get discarded. That's from the top level. That's it. But for some reason, there doesn't seem to be a practice of or an acknowledgement that players do get better and they do go away and work on their game and can try and return to the international level. It's almost as if, in some cases, decisions are made based purely off the evidence of their first go. Yeah,
that's well put. And shiny new toy syndrome is part of it. Understand that, that's fine. You're allowed to emerge from the pack. 3,200 people in today, I should say. Healthy crowd. 6,000 yesterday. Free after tea. We're still a ways away from that, but start thinking about making your way to the Oval where you can enjoy an afternoon in the sun, watching some high-quality Division 1 county cricket. So after that delay, it's regrouping in the shade. What are you doing, fellas? Why are you in the shade for?
I'm a
the
shade.
Last place they should be right now.
I'm a shade person.
Chopping down hard. Great response. Yeah, well played, Ryan Patel. Into the 30s. Getting hit didn't faze him clearly.
Not a fantastic delivery to follow up with after hitting someone. Either test him out again, see where his head's at, or go very full, see if he's hanging back on the back foot. It's the old, cliche, isn't it? Short ball followed by the full ball. Instead, he's just offered up a short wide one that is a hit me ball. It's been unlike Clark. He's been very good in his 9 overs so far. Should have had a wicket, of course. Ryan Patel was dropped by Simpson.
There's that bumper to finish. 206 for 1, trailing by 152. Got a message in from New Zealand. Great listening to your voice as we attempt to sleep in New Zealand. There we go. I like that. We were talking about whether Jeremy Coney might be listening. This isn't Jeremy.
It's not Jeremy, no.
This is Tristan. Dom Sibley's batting is keeping me awake. I want him back in an England shirt. And he's finding our conversation a calming presence, having listened to us before on the final word. Thank you, Tristan. It's kind of you.
Is that a nice way of saying that he's falling asleep at the sound of our voice?
Yeah, possibly. This wasn't the podcast. That's the great thing about these YouTube streams, that people do sort of follow the season through the winter, the proper cricket types. When I go back to Australia in the Aussie summer for the Test cricket, so many people tell me they follow what's going on here in England far more than they used to because of the streams. With the smart TVs and whatever else, you get yourself a session before bed. Works perfectly.
Yeah, the smart TV and YouTube combination is a game changer. I had it on yesterday working.
Yep.
Had you guys on YouTube all afternoon.
Nice.
It was lovely.
Catches that on the full, but happy just to place it the backward square.
This could be interesting now. We saw Patel a few overs ago dance down the track. He tried to take Coles on. Didn't quite get all of it. He was trying to go downtown, but he's kind of shanked it over mid-wicket. But there wasn't a man back there. There is now. There's 2 men back on the square leg boundary. As Patel might look to take him on.
Right on cue. Long boundary, so the sweeper had enough time to wheel around. Just 3 more for the home team. Jack leaning out there.
That's probably why Coles is bowling at the pace he is, isn't he? Because he's bowling quite flat. He's not tossing it up. He's not giving Patel time to get underneath it.
2 catching men. Can you get some of that bounce again? Yeah, well played. Get that there for the second time in the over.
Yeah, going against the spin. It's a good shot, especially considering that one delivery we saw that ripped. I don't know how he's batting in a jumper in this heat.
That's spoken as an Irishman, really. This is definitely short sleeve jumper batting weather. Nothing more than that. It's what, 23 degrees outside?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah. I like the aesthetic with Patel having the long sleeve shirt on. Short sleeve sweater. I like that about Carson as well when Carson's bowling. Finger spin, shades on, long sleeves. Coles has neither of those. He's got the short sleeve shirt, no sunnies. Someone sort him out.
It's different for him though, isn't it? Because he's top order batter. They tend to like the shorter sleeves.
Different rules for them, isn't it? When you're a batting all rounder. Shirt out though. I'm not a fan of the shirt out. Tuck it in. Gets one crack here at Sibley to finish the over. Flat on with the arm. Played with respect. 6 runs from it, 212 for 1. We've got 10 overs until they'll break for tea here at the Oval on the second afternoon. Surrey going at 3.3 and over, which is spot on in terms of the rhythm of the day. They'll get an opportunity to attack in the build-up to tea. The second new ball, of course, will be due in an hour from now in cricket terms.
Yeah, that could be fun when we see some of what's to come in this batting lineup. The likes of Lawrence and Smith, given this platform, they're going to go hard, aren't they?
Repeat spells from the quicks. One of those being Crocombe, who will bowl his second spell of the session. The first brought the wicket of Rory Burns. That's the only wicket today, bowled for 77. We'll get a look at Patel here. I can't imagine it'll be a long look, given he's bowled already in the session. Maybe a blast of 2 or 3. Ollie Robinson, I like the way he mixes and matches, you know. We've seen him make a lot of bowling changes today. Well struck. Square drive for 1. Sweeper in that direction towards the Archbishop Tennyson School.
Well, I wonder how much of that decision making is down to load management. I mean, it's been well documented that Sussex are light on their fast bowling depth at the minute. They've already got plenty of injuries. They can't afford any more. So I wonder if
perhaps, but I sort of felt like in the first session it was more him, you know, excuse the cliche, being a bit funky. You know,
he's trying to make something happen, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
A whole host of part-timers got on before Carson did, and subsequently Coles. Being a bit uncharitable to Clark, who's more an all-rounder than a part-timer, but you know what I'm trying to say. He didn't go to the conventional, you know, seamers open up, first change bowls, and then the next change after that is the spinner, and then we get into the rotation. He's been more inquisitive than that. I like a bowling captain too, as a rule. I think that it brings something different. Seen it a lot in the last few years, covering Pat Cummins' team, and how wonderfully suited he has been to leadership tactically, not just like as the best player in the team, which he clearly is, but as he's just developed series after series. He has a great sense of what the right decision is at any given time. Uses himself so well. But I like this with Robinson as well. When he's brought himself on, it's felt like the right time through the innings. And something's needed big for Australia. And someone really needs to dig deep. That's the time for Pat. He senses the moment and rises to it. That's the chance as a bowling captain. You can build into moments like that.
Yeah, he was just warming up a second ago, Robinson. So I suspect your theory that this could be a short spell from Crocombe may well prove to be true.
I hope so. I think I think Robinson should have another go soon.
Yeah,
That spell before lunch was class, albeit without reward, but it was relentless. Both edges of the bat were in play virtually the whole time. Sliding. Been a few of those thrown that angle from around the wicket.
Yeah, he didn't quite believe in that one, did he? Did Crocombe? Plenty of interest behind the wicket, but bowler appealing more out of a sense of duty than any belief in it.
For the statos out there, the 3 Sussex frontline seamers until this over are all bowled 11 overs and all sent down 2 maidens. Hudson Prentice none for 32, Robinson none for 28, Crocombe 1 for 35, so very consistent. But yeah, he's used 8 bowlers today. Right in behind it. 2 runs from the set, 214 for 1 as we say goodbye to Nathan Johns. Catch you later, Joey. Kirstie White's going to jump in to see us through the remainder of the session, which has 9 overs to run. As Kirstie sets up with Surrey now 144 behind. They return from lunch at 120 for none. 94 runs, 1 wicket, 9 overs to go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And it is a good afternoon if you're a Surrey fan. They've done exactly what you said they did in their 3-peat build-up. That must feel good when you get it right.
Yep, it's their formula, and they've got the surface this week, which is accounted for it too. Yeah, yesterday didn't go quite as they would have wanted, having gotten such a great start to the match, but recovering from that. And now a new challenge. The captain's back, Ollie Robinson. Pavilion end, catches the call. Now that's not where Sibley was directing it. He's got big on him. Takes a look at the blade. This is an important passage of play as we build into tea. If they can get rid of Sibley, or indeed break this partnership full stop and get themselves a good odd look at Jamie Smith, who was carded at 3 but batting at 4. Of course, Ollie Pope, Dan Lawrence, such a strong batting lineup. Consistent wickets, especially having made a breakthrough earlier in the session. They can't allow this partnership to get out of hand. It's up to 66 already. Could have been broken early. Drop catch, John Simpson.
Yeah.
How they'll rue that.
Yeah, that was I don't think John Simpson will look at that too many times. I don't know whether it's just got on him a little bit too quick, caught him on the thumbs. I originally thought it had actually been dropped by first slip, but it wasn't. It was the keeper, so we'll be watching the replay of that. And yeah, it could be really costly here. I think Ryan Patel's looked really solid though. The knock on the head could have really rattled him, and the sound it made when I was sitting in the stands, kind of audibly gasped. And to get that next delivery and put it away for 4 would have kind of just settled him straight back in, but it was really solid. And also, obviously, it's such a strength of Surrey's, the number of left-handers they have. It's really disruptive for the Sussex bowling lineup.
Yeah, it hit hard, didn't it?
It really clattered. A bit worried for a minute because he'd actually turned his head on it, and I really thought it caught him right on the side of the head. But fortunately, he was absolutely fine. He almost set up to go straight away.
Yeah.
And realised I'd better follow the concussion protocol. So that's always a good sign, but sometimes it is the after effects. It looks good though. In his signature long sleeve and jumper. Has he ever been seen without long sleeve and jumper?
Yeah, he has that look, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You see him at the pub at, middle of winter, long sleeve shirt, jumper over the top, perfect.
Do we think it's part of his routine, his setup and how he bats? A bit like Joe Root with his sleeveless.
Well, there are batters over time who've been like that. Mark Waugh always, no matter how warm it was, always batted in the jumper.
Yeah.
Craig McMillan from New Zealand, another, always wore the short sleeve jumper. It was like a protective armour.
Yes, yeah.
Psychologically, if nothing else.
It's a good over from Ollie Robinson so far. He's been solid, hasn't he?
Push down to mid-on. It'll complete a maiden from Robinson. His first over back in the attack. We've got 8 overs until tea. I'll jump out the way for Daniel Norcross. Kirstie White will take you through to tea with him, with Surrey 144 behind at 214 for 1.
Ollie Robinson back from the pavilion end. He did start this morning from the Vauxhall end, his preferred end, but seems to be bowling well, whichever end he's from. He does like bowling here at the Oval. See Crocombe.
We like Crocombe, don't we?
I do you know what? I really like Crocombe. His pace, I think he's got a beautiful action. And he's been so economical. He's got such great flow to the crease.
And he gives us that bit of heart race. Excitement. What might happen?
Yes.
Well, he's bowling with a 66 overall ball now, so we mustn't expect quite perhaps the same zip and carry. We saw a bouncer he bowled earlier that had the box wincing.
Yeah, he's certainly an aggressive bowler. So great. Sussex are good at producing those, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I'm producing good young players at the moment.
Yeah.
They've got a rich crop. And Yas was saying to me earlier, and I totally understand why, he said, if he's not watching the Surrey stream, the team he goes to look at is Sussex. They're dynamic, they play the game aggressively, they try to win, they're really aggressive with the bat. You just follow their scores, and the first mornings, they're getting 130 in the first session. They might lose a couple of wickets, but yesterday was a great case in point, actually. They lost a really early wicket, then came at Surrey. That next hour they scored 63 runs when the ball was doing stuff and it was challenging batting. Then they lost all those wickets. Straight after lunch, Hudson Prentice came charging at the bowlers. And they got a frankly alluring, rather sensuous scorecard out of it. I mean, hundreds at 9 and 10. You don't see that very often from 92 for 7. So fair play to Sussex. We are, of course, for the most part, largely biased on this live stream. But when you see magnificent cricket, then you have to take your hat off.
And it was just a great advert for Championship cricket yesterday, wasn't it? It had everything. Oh,
it really did.
How many Championship games does a bowler take a fifer and you see 2 tail enders scoring centuries
on the same day?
On the same day.
Yeah. Well, I believe Andrew Sampson told us never.
Exactly. So, and what a great day. I mean, it was a beautiful day. Start of the bank holiday weekend.
6,000 people in.
6,000 people in, and what a day to come in and watch. And I'm sure that's probably prompted maybe a few extra bodies on seats today off the back of what they might happen to see today.
They're not sort of come off the hip. I think this is going to be given as a leg bye.
Surrey have gone up nicely through the gears. They started the day at around 2, a run rate of around 2 and over, and are slowly creeping it up.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Patel's come in for his first knock of the Championship summer, and notwithstanding the drop, pretty regulation chance through to John Simpson. But other than that, he's looked in fine touch. He's been driving. He's a lovely cover driver when he gets things going. And Surrey are, I say, lucky to have him. I mean, they've invested a lot of time and effort and whatnot. End of the over 216 for 1. But the fact that he, wants to stay here when he'd be a regular in most, if not all, counties, wouldn't he? With his experience and his quality. But at Surrey, he has to bide his time. but he knows he'll get games during the season. Later on in the season, we expect to see some guys on England duty. He's going to be the first cab off the rank. As we see some people there doing exactly what you suggested, enjoying the sunshine. So
Yeah.
Somebody else made the point yesterday as well that we'd prefer it when it can't happen every game, of course, because it's the nature of the square and square management, but when the pitch is slightly over towards the Harleyford roadside, you just get a nice and mingling mix of people around the ground. Over 6,000 in yesterday. It's going to be tight, but no, good running. Went straight away. Over 6,000 yesterday. Didn't quite beat a daily record, but if we get similar sorts of crowds over the next few days, then we could break the record that was set last week on this bank holiday weekend. Except, I'm so sorry for the pupils and people who work at Harrow School who don't have bank holiday Monday off.
Wow.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. Because bank holidays were invented by an old Etonian, Harrow boycott them. Which I think is terrific.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Probably be a bit cheesed off if you were sort of a teacher or, even just in sort of working in the bursar's office.
I think they get enough holiday.
They do, don't they?
Yeah, they get plenty of holiday.
Well, the more you pay for an education, the less you get to cage the sprogs. I'm afraid they're left out more often, aren't they? 8 weeks in summer.
Tough.
Yeah.
Tough. What I was going to say is that it's such a beautiful day that why would you sit on Clapham Common where it's a bit grimy? You don't have to like cricket to enjoy.
Oh, it's great
very
fielding.
well fielded.
Yeah.
Low to the left. That was almost goalkeeper-esque.
No, you're right.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
You could have parried that round the post for a
Yeah.
corner.
I mean, other commons are available. I know we're not on the BBC,
Well,
but
yes,
the
absolutely.
Tooting Beck Common I heartily recommend.
Yeah.
It came second, I believe, in the World Cup of South London Commons and Parks.
Yeah, but in a world where there's a lot going on, you're in a lovely, safe, secure venue with your mates.
With
You're
chicken gyros as well.
Yeah, chicken gyros.
Sharp.
Yeah, you're not sitting on a dusty floor. You can bring in what you need to bring in. Find some shade if you need to find some shade.
And marvel at the gorgeousness of Ryan Patel's cover driving, which at the moment is silky and delicious to watch.
And I think there's something really soothing. Let's just see this cover drive again. You were speaking about his beautiful cover drives just the over before. That's timed to perfection. Hardly any movement, it's just a little nudge with the head.
Even better because he's made the fielder run all the way there in hope.
Yeah.
Vain hope.
There's something really soothing about coming to a cricket ground. You just hear the hum of people around the ground, just that sense of atmosphere.
It's soothing, isn't it?
It's really soothing, yeah.
And because Surrey have been getting very good crowds in for County Championship, the concession stalls, many of them are open, so there's a whole variety of food and drink and whatnot you can have. And then if you're tired of the sun, you can just have a little amble round to the shade, if that's your thing.
That's it.
I mean, all of life is here.
Yeah. I had a beautiful ice cream.
Did you?
Upon
What
return.
flavour?
I just had a little Mr. Whippy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was basically vanilla-y.
It was a 99 flake that was £3.50, but,
Yeah,
inflation.
exactly.
And it was absolutely delightful.
Blame the Strait of Hormuz for that. End of the over. 6 from it. 2-2-2 for 1. I'm a salted caramel man, I've decided.
Ooh.
As I've got older, I've leaned into the things I like.
I do really like salted caramel ice cream. I also, during lockdown, we got sent a box of ice cream. It was lockdown 2, the winter lockdown, the not fun one.
Oh, yeah.
And we got sent a box
The
of
revenge.
ice cream.
Yeah.
And there were all sorts of different flavours in there. Salted caramel, blah, blah, blah. There was a flat white flavoured ice cream in there. Wow.
Yeah?
Coffee ice cream. I think I've reached that era of my life where I enjoy coffee flavoured things as well. I like to drink coffee.
When you say you got them sent to you,
As in a family member sent them to us. I don't sit in that category of things being sent to me.
Right. Actually, you've just reminded me of the loveliest things ever sent to me in lockdown. Christmas. Because Christmas was lockdowny for us, really.
Yeah. If you were in tier 4.
Yeah. So, we couldn't go and see my wife's parents. My own have passed. It was a holiday at home for once. And a friend of mine got, it's just magnificent.
Ooh.
It's gone between bat and pad and kept a trifle low. Extra pace, 82 miles an hour.
There's something I'd like to discuss about this speed gun here, because Crocom's bowled from both ends today.
Oh, yeah.
He's hit about 84, 85 at times. But Ollie Robinson bowling from the pavilion end just then was only clocking speeds of around 67, 68, 70 miles an hour, which we know probably there are speed gun variations. Now, do we think this is a true reflection of the pace that Crocom's bowling? He is bowling fast today.
Well, he got one up to 88 on the speed gun.
He is bowling very fast today.
You can see, by the way, he's slightly rushing a man who's faced 199 balls. Yeah. I wonder.
And
I never
Ollie
really
Robinson's
know.
bowling great pace as well, but Crocombe is just absolutely pounding in.
It's one of life's great imponderables, Kirstie, is the speed gun. You see, I always feel you've either got to trust it or not trust it at all.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose they can be relative to each other, but even then you can't be sure, can you?
No.
I've certainly seen a little bit of speed gun inflation in the occasional tournament.
So you need to go old school. You need to go back to GCSE physics.
Yeah.
Get your pyramid out. Speed equals distance divided by time, and that's where we need to measure it.
And
really.
just go beep, beep. Like
Yeah.
that.
So
Just
you can bring a school trip in and do your physics trip here.
Yes, well, there was a school trip in yesterday.
Yeah.
Brighton College was in. I wonder if they were
Always
doing
learning.
that. Yeah.
There's always opportunities to embed English, maths and science into any setting. That's just
Other subjects are available.
my background of working in education, I'm afraid. Just can't miss an opportunity.
No.
Absolutely not.
Well, on the BBC, there are 3 main principles, aren't there? Educate being the first. Entertain and inform.
Well, I think between you and I, Norcross, we've got it all here.
Yeah, I think you're probably doing those better than me, as far as I think you might be more accurate and less loose with the truth.
Ooh.
Okay, he's rushed him a bit there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
End of another pacey over from Crocombe. 69 gone, so a new ball available in 11 overs time. That'll be about 6 overs. Yeah, it'll be 6 overs after the tea break. So I wonder if we might see now a slight change in direction from skipper Robinson. He might have had a little burst there from Crocombe. That said, he didn't open with Crocombe, did he? So with the tea break, they'll have a bit of time. But is it time for a bit of spin? Looks like it.
No,
well, it's Haynes, but Simpson's going to be up to the stumps.
Yes, yeah. Simpson was up to the stumps this morning, and Haynes bowled extremely economically. We were actually very disappointed when he was taken off because he'd built so much pressure. There was only one fielder on the boundary, and then every other fielder was very tight in. Rory Burns was having a hell of a time, so was Dom Sibley, trying to rotate and score runs. And in my opinion, I think Haynes probably should have just had one more because that pressure was really beginning to build. And Robinson took him out of the attack and brought himself back in from the Vauxhall end. And it felt that the valve just started to release at that point.
Well, they're a fun side to watch at Sussex because they are so proactive. And, we've had 8 bowlers used. No bowlers bowled more than 14 overs. And Ollie Robinson looks to be slightly inspired from the sort of Ben Stokes school of captaincy that doesn't get a wicket. Right, we'll try something else, Occasionally, you might just want to stick to your guns a little bit because cricket can be a game of patience. as Dominic Sibley is demonstrating here. He's on 85. He's faced 202 balls, but he's not showing any signs of really, looking to up that rate particularly. He goes at his own pace.
He does, and I think that's what I've liked about Ryan Patel joining Sibley at the crease, is that he's kept that run rate ticking over and allowed Sibley to continue to play the game that he plays.
Absolutely.
Otherwise that run rate could have just started to drop.
Well, Surrey have had very deliberately Burns and Sibley at the top of the order, and Burns tends to be the more aggressive. Didn't start that way today. It was actually the other way around. Sibley was a little bit quicker than Burns to start with, but they really kind of two anchors at the top of the order. That's nicely played. Work to do out in the deep. Good commando roll will keep it at 2. But then they have this really aggressive middle order, Smith, Pope and Dan Lawrence. But then if Folkes is playing, then again just tempo change again slightly. If Folkes in at 6, it's not as if he's, he doesn't go at a glacial pace, but he just allows you to have a sort of second anchor. It's a really tricky batting order to get through, because then of course you get down to the lower middle order, and they're people who can hurt you. Jordan Clark, Tom Laws if he's playing, Sean Abbott. For this match, Surrey have gone with the extra batter on his debut, Thomas. So he'll probably be at 7. So he'd have Clark 8, Abbott 9. Just a reminder, it is free after tea. Really likes that, does Haynes. He's deeply disappointed he's not got the raised finger from umpire Warren. Let's have a look at this one.
And this is what Haynes has done throughout his 4 overs that he's bowled. He's just bowled tight, stump to stump. We might see it again.
Well, hopefully we will shortly. Here we go.
Here we go.
Well, we'll get there in the end. It looked slightly like he was outside the line from that brief glimpse that we saw. Sorry, I should say not after tea, after 4. From 4 o'clock, which is a quarter of an hour from now. Here we go. It was much faster than I remembered it as well, that delivery. But you could see
66 mile an hour delivery has cannoned that front pad.
He's outside the line though. We've got a minor technical snafu that we'll sort that out during the tea break, I've no doubt. But I think you get the idea
I
that
think
he's
not out on review.
not out. We've reviewed it and it's not out. Yeah. You can stay with your original decision, and that has been hammered through mid-wicket for 4. Crocombe generally, when he's got the short ball in, has got it higher than that. But Ryan Patel brings up half century on his first outing of the season for the Surrey First 11 in the County Championship. And it's been a really good knock, filled with beautiful drives, and gets to his 50 with that authoritative pull. But that's the effect of perhaps a slightly tired Crocombe and a very tired ball, because that just did not get up for Crocombe. He's had a few fly through head height, shoulder height, but that one, well, that one's a little bit higher, and Ryan Patel just lets it sail through. Slightly angry delivery. Now, I don't know if we can get a pan out to see the field setting, because we are now at short ball policy. This is straight out of the Ben Stokes book of captaincy. Ollie Robinson, of course, played in the early Bazball era. We've got it's thrilling, actually, because we've actually got a very fine deep third, almost a fly slip, if you will, a backstop. All sorts of words we can use for it. Maybe after this ball we get a proper helicopter view of this field. And,
played that nicely.
He has. He knows exactly what's coming. The slight problem with the short ball policy is that. Now, are they going to... I think they're going to change the field here for Dominic Sibley, because I think they think that he's going to deny himself the shot.
Yeah.
Whereas Ryan Patel's going to take it on in some guise. Played the last one really well, kept it down, moved away to leg.
Yeah, what I will say is that short ball that Patel did pull, that first ball, that was a very tired delivery from Crocombe. I'm not quite sure who was fielding out in kind of a square leg in front of square, but they actually lost the ball. They lost the ball and they kind of just looked as if to say, I don't know where it's gone. So while the short ball policy is being signposted, I don't know 100% that the fielders can actually see the ball coming out of the seats. So this could work in Surrey's favour.
Now, this could be either short or not, because we've got 2 slips in, but there is a deep square leg. An altogether more conventional field. And so Crocombe hurls in the fuller ball, 85 miles an hour that time. The last one was 79. By the way, Yas Rana is going to be back at the tea break, and he is going to be speaking to Cam Steele, who announced his retirement very recently. He's a wonderful speaker. Cam's a great writer as well, and I think we'll be hearing a lot from Cam over the next 20 years in various boxes, I have no doubt. Very talented young man. That's gone fine, and it's going to beat the fielder. Takes Sibley into the 90s.
I think Sussex's plan is to target Sibley's front pad. He's looking a little bit vulnerable. He has got a bit of a plant across onto that off-stump line. He's managed to play that incredibly fine.
He does. He must be infuriated to bowl at, because he takes balls outside off-stump and takes them through the onside time and again. And
it's almost Kevin Peterson-esque, isn't it? That
it is.
ability to pull.
Got to say,
through that onside.
Props to you, because it could be the first time Dom Sibley's been compared to Kevin Peterson.
You heard it here first.
Oh, he's been struck again in an awkward place. He's been the recipient of a few nitbackers today that have got him sort of amidships, and he lets you know.
He might be replacing his trousers at tea.
Yeah. Well, most people have a red mark in the middle of their bat. I think he might have one on the middle of his box.
Yes, that was a cherry.
Yep. Right. End of the over. We've got 3 more to go until tea. There are some high clouds around, but I'm not going to egg them on.
No.
I think it's best if we ignore them, and the first spectator to put up an umbrella needs to be marched out of the
Maybe
ground.
they're protecting themselves from the sun. You have to be sun.
Oh, I suppose if there's a parasol
might be a
involved.
UV umbrella.
Okay.
See, like the cameraman right above the sight screen underneath the Kia sights.
Fair point. That's a funky umbrella though, isn't it? Can we get a view of the cameraman's umbrella, because it's silver.
That is
there.
Fantastic.
I want one of them.
Oh, I'm waving. I don't know if you
Yeah.
can see me.
Let's wave back.
Yeah, 100%.
That is, it's a parasol.
It's a sunbrella.
It's a sunbrella. As the great song goes. We've been a very different song, I think. My favourite brolly was. Oh yeah, you must. You know the cricket's meandering a touch. What's your favourite brolly? For some reason, delivered in a bad Brummie accent. I just think the word umbrella kind of.
The overs until tea.
Yeah. Well, I had one that was completely transparent with a leopard print trim.
Oh, fantastic. I like the ones that've got the little frog ears on top. Partial to a transparent umbrella,
That's
though.
nice.
Have you seen the little frog
No,
ears?
that sounds
like
great.
I think it might be a children's umbrella, but I don't mind it.
I wonder if they do one for adults for Christmas. That's a lovely idea. Yes, I lent it to somebody, and she never gave it back. And our friendship has gone downhill since that point, you know.
Trust is gone.
It has, rather.
I find umbrellas quite stressful.
Oh, aren't they? Because, yeah.
How high? Like, walking with somebody that's holding an umbrella is incredibly stressful.
Isn't it?
Because they can't hold it right. There's no way they hold it correctly. But if you hold the umbrella, it's actually quite taxing on the bicep.
And it drips on you because you're always trying to be more gallant, aren't you? So you end up giving them more of the brolly, and then you get a bit that drip, even with a big brolly,
Yeah.
that drips usually on my left shoulder because I'm a right-handed
Yes,
holder.
Yes.
And these days, don't get me started on the narrowness of pavements and the infuriating way that a road sign will suddenly be there.
You'll lose an eye.
You're forever banging into the side of them.
Yeah. There's no etiquette when it comes to umbrellas. It's every
None.
person for themselves.
Yep. On a properly
Now-
wet day,
Now,
umbrella
would
wars.
you, because you are quite a tall man as well, so would you, if you were walking down the path
Yes,
with oncoming traffic,
correct.
would you now pull your umbrella to the side,
Yes.
or would you go up and over?
I go up and over.
Yeah, I like
I
that.
always go up and over.
I like.
And
yeah.
but sometimes I have to do a tilt because if somebody
yes.
comes towards me and let's say you've got the road sign pole, right, on a relatively narrow pavement, and people's spatial awareness and speed of movement is sometimes so risibly appalling that you will find yourself meeting at the stricture point, at the chicane, if you like. Then you've got to do the most extraordinary kind of twisting round like that.
And if there's a gust of wind, you're done.
Oh, like a wind like that.
Yeah.
Which you will note, eagle-eyed viewers will note, is the completely opposite direction from the last game we played here. Southwest, not northeast. It's always a good sign. The flags will tell you where the weather is going to come from.
Yes.
Robinson to continue. It'll be his last over from this end before tea. He's replaced Crocombe, but he's sticking to the short ball policy. Annoyingly, Patel keeps getting off strike for a single, so I can't show you the field. I might have to describe it in the time we got, because suddenly everything then changes. There's one poor fielder who has to leg it all the way from deep square leg on one side to deep square leg on the other side, getting their steps in. The great Percy Fender, in an attempt to get fired from the captaincy many, many years ago in the 1930s. He tried everything, but the Surrey committee just wouldn't fire him.
Could you not? Why does he need to be fired?
Because
could he not just step down?
No, they wouldn't accept it. You know? So
Wow.
It's a great story.
Like when you're going through a breakup and the other person refuses to
That's
accept
right.
that we're having a breakup.
There's,
No,
a
we are
brilliant
not.
there's a brilliant episode of Seinfeld where that exact thing happens. George
I'm leaving
tries
you.
to split
No,
up with
don't think
Moira, and she says, "You don't understand, George, that you can't just leave a relationship on your own. It's like a nuclear weapon. You both have to turn your key at the same time." He screams, "Turn your key, Moira! Turn your key!" And she won't. Anyway, the Surrey committee were not turning their key.
So he turned to sabotage.
He did, yes.
Got to get creative.
Three
with it.
times in a fortnight, he tried various different scandalous things on the field to be fired, and one of them was very deliberately changing his field to left-hand, right-hand combination, but getting the fielders literally to swap over.
God, I bet his teammates hated him.
Yeah, so it sort of took about 10 minutes to bowl it over.
They're all writing letters. Please, just let him leave.
Yeah.
We're tired.
I think he wanted Douglas Jardine to be captain. He'd been sort of grooming him in a good way. Eight balls to go before tea. Robinson going to get up to 80 miles an hour on this speed gun. So I'm interested. So relatively speaking,
yes,
you
it's the
think this is the
pavilion
quicker
end.
one, do you?
Yeah. Well, yes, because he was being clocked at about 67, 68
Yeah,
on that end, and
that
so
can't have
was
been right,
so
can it?
was Hayne,
Right.
and the keeper's standing up to Hayne. So
Maybe that one's just on a fixed setting.
yes, perhaps, yeah, it just clocks you. Like when you're driving through a local village, and it just says, yeah.
Mm-hmm. By the way, somebody's used a colloquialism on my screen, which I will refuse to say. It's, if I tell you it's up there with cherries and seeds, I'm not having it. It's an Australianism. Where do you stand on it, Kirstie?
I've never, I can't say I've actually ever seen that one before.
It's nicely angled, deliberately played by Sibley. Still looking to turn the strike over as we move up towards tea. Yes, I I don't like seed. He's bowled an absolute seed.
What don't you like about that?
I don't know. I think it's
like
just,
that.
it's a terrific ball. I think sometimes we can be a,
Ball.
it's a great delivery. Seed feels, I don't know, I find it quite a pernicious word. Might just be me.
Okay.
I'll tell the listeners. In fact, I will use it, and then they can decide for themselves if it's a heinous phrase. Nicely tickled away. Down to the boundary for 4. Got that really fine. It's another super shot from Ryan Patel, which segues us rather beautifully into taking a little look at how he's made it to his half century in his first innings of the season off 67 rocks, would you believe it? Lovely punch off the back foot to get us going. Played the spin as well, gone deep in his crease. The cover drives we're going to see shortly. Some are glorious, but not before we see another cut. He's been strong, both sides of the wicket, but that's a signature Ryan Patel shot, isn't it? And then a vicious pull of a slightly tired Crocombe. Unbeaten 57 now from 75 balls. 8 fours in that now, I believe.
So this is the last over before tea. If I'm Dom Sibley, I don't want to go to tea in the 90s.
But that's the difference between a mortal like you and me and Dom
true.
Sibley. He has no care for these things.
No, I'll get there when I get there.
Exactly. His brain is uncluttered.
Do you think he's a punctual chap?
Oh, I reckon.
Do you think?
Yeah, but only just punctual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arrives on time when
On
you
time.
need him. Yeah.
He's reliable.
Yeah.
Unimpeachable.
So yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, I'll be there.
You sure? No, I'll be there.
Yeah, don't hassle. When I say I'll do something.
You can arrive between 7 and 8. Okay.
Yeah.
I will. Can you give me a rough time? Just when I'm there.
I sense a certain bitterness coming out of you, Kes. You've got friends like this that have irked you in the past.
Oh yeah, I'm not that person.
Tell me when you're coming.
Yeah, no, I'm not that person.
No.
I'm if it starts at 8 and you arrive at 8, you're late.
Oh right.
The anxiety that fills me with being late is just. Oof.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I think that if I'm within 15 minutes, then I'm on time.
So if you're due somewhere at 8, if you're there by 8:15.
Yeah, it's not really late.
Yeah, you'd get on well with some of the students I've worked with in the past.
Well, I was one once.
Well, yeah. You've marked me as late. Yeah, what time does the lesson start? 9 o'clock. And what time did you come in? 9:10. So the train that you got, was it on time or was it late? It was late. What time was it due? 9. And what time did it come? 11 minutes past. So was it on time? Was it late? It was late. No. So you're not seeing seeing the pattern. It's incredibly
You were made to be a
infuriating.
teacher. You were.
Goodness me. Fortunately, I'm not in the classroom anymore, so I don't have that to deal with. But yeah.
Well, he's going to be on the 90s at tea because he's tickled that one away for a single. There'll only be one more ball remaining. He picked up his first 100 of the season in the last match, and he's only 7 away from a repeat dose in this, as Surrey have moved along serenely, you'd say. What's going on here?
Oh, has there been a miscount? I think there might have been a miscount.
Well, I think we've only had 5 balls in this over, and so does the scoreboard.
Yeah.
And nowadays, with scoreboards that are digital that show these things, umpire's going upstairs to check with the scorers, I think. Umpire thinks he's counted 6. Now our ticker thinks it's 6, but the scoreboard itself will have to be updated. That is tea.
Fabulous.
So, Surrey have moved along. Yes, they moved along comfortably. They lost the 1 wicket in that session, that of the captain, Rory Burns, just the 1 wicket, just dragging one back onto his off-stump. A brisk delivery from Crocombe, who bowled a sharp and enlivening spell. Burns made 77 out of that opening partnership of 148. But since then, Ryan Patel in his first knock in Division 1 this season has played some lovely shots and kept Surrey's pace up, while Dominic Sibley has gone about his business in familiar fashion, unbeaten on 93. at tee. Patel 57 with power to add, and Surrey getting ever closer to Sussex's first innings total of 358 for 9. Just the one successful bowler, Crocombe, whose figures of 1 for 49 don't quite do justice to the thrill that he's given us a fair bit this afternoon with his pace and his hostility. A good probing spell up front from Hudson Prentice. Robinson's looked impressive, especially when the ball was new, and he'll have a new ball in 6 overs' time. So there's the match summary. Surrey 113 behind, 9 wickets in hand, in a really strong position from which to kick on, get themselves a sizable lead and perhaps put pressure on Sussex. But for Sussex, Kirstie, that second new ball could be very, very important, and it's going to be coming within about 25 minutes of the tea break.
Yeah, and I think they'll be hoping there's no rain in that new period as well, so that they can have a good passage of play, an opportunity to attack Surrey with the new ball.
Right, well, tea break is with us, and Yas Rana is coming in. He's going to be speaking to Cam Steele. I genuinely wasn't sure if the producer was asking me to say that or whether he didn't know. So, but just in case, just so as you all know, as some people come drifting out onto the outfield, celebrating 50 years. Edwin Woodcock, Marcus Robertson, Derek Hutchins. Maybe we can get a look at the scoreboard, because that'll show us the names. Trevor McDonald's out there. Nigel Clayton, Richard Allnutt, and Stuart Surridge, Peter Cohen, Eddie Boyle, David Amos. They're all there celebrating anniversaries of being involved in this great club. I'm going to get out of the way because we're going to celebrate in part the career of a fine man who has given a great deal of service to Surrey, and we are going to be seeing a lot more of him in commentary boxes, I am sure, for the next decades to come. I might as well send him my notice now. And I don't mean you, Yas, I mean your guest.
Thanks, Dan. I think earlier on you said that we can expect to hear from Cam for the next 2 decades. That's retiring you at 50, which I think is a bit unfair. Anyway, our guest this tea interval is the now former Surrey all-rounder Cam Steele. Cam, thank you so much for joining us today. I guess let's start with the big news. It happened pretty quickly because you were going to come on the Wisdom podcast anyway next week. And when we're having those discussions, you said, actually, well, I might need to change the day because I might be playing a twos game. 2 weeks later, you've announced your retirement. Talk us through the timeline, I guess.
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you for having me on. Nice to be here. So I've, for the last 18 months, been trying to come back from an ankle injury and was working through. I've had a couple of surgeries, and my most recent surgery was in September 2025. I was tracking okay. I'd had a couple of little setbacks from it, and the pain had never really died down within the joint. And when I was going to come on the podcast with you, I was sort of working back from another little setback, and just trying to build up to running again and get a few Ks through the ankle really, and then was doing a running session a couple of weeks ago. It didn't go as well as I'd have liked. I was in quite a bit of pain, and it was just another setback. And with conversations with the doctors, who were sort of starting to run out of answers a little bit. The only answer was it's going to take time, and I figured it was potentially time to call it a day, because it just wasn't getting better.
How quickly did you make that decision?
I suppose it was within a couple of days, really, but it was a longer a gestation period, I guess, for the idea. I think I was so frustrated after so long, and I think lots of people don't see what you go through on a day-to-day basis when you're down in the windowless oval gym, where you're only watching cricket on the live stream rather than actually participating in any way. Even doing 12th man would have been nice at some stage. But yeah, I think it was one of those decisions where I had thought about without consciously thinking about, and it just came to the point where I was ready to hang the boots up and move on to something else, because I wasn't going to get ready. And it's almost a bit like an arthritic joint now, unfortunately, and I'm still rehabbing it, still trying to get better. And essentially the session that finished me off was only 500 meters running, and if I can't get through that, then I don't really know how I was going to bowl 30 overs into the breeze.
How's it felt? I mean, it's being a professional cricketer has been a huge part, I imagine, of your identity for a really long time. And for that to end quite suddenly, I know the injury's been a long-term thing, but as recently as 2 weeks ago, it was still a possibility that you'd play this summer. How's it felt?
It's felt very strange. I haven't had time to reflect properly yet, I wouldn't say. It was an emotional week last week from the announcement and telling my mates, and I still haven't had a chance to properly speak to all the boys about it because the season's so hectic that haven't been able to get everyone in the same room at the same time. But I think Monday's the day where I get to properly speak to the boys. But yeah, I'm sure I'll reflect over the next few weeks about just how much fun I've had over my career, and I was absolutely blown away by the amount of support I got and messages from people I've played with or against throughout my career, and humbled, to be honest, profoundly grateful for the memories and the times and the opportunities, the luck that I've had. I've had some great luck in my career, getting basically two chances to be a professional cricketer after being released a couple of times. So yeah, I've had some great luck in my career and some bad luck, I suppose, retiring through injury. But I think it kind of mother cricket is letting it even out. And yeah, I'm not sure if any of that makes sense. There's a lot of emotions going on, but I'm sure I'll reflect on it properly over the next little while. And I'm certainly grateful. That's the overriding emotion.
And you've had some seriously good times here. 3-time county championship winner. If we go back to the start of your time at Surrey, I heard a potentially apocryphal story where part of the recruitment process was Alex Stewart, director of cricket, watching live streams of grade cricket through the night during the winter, where he talent spotted your leg spin. Is this even remotely true?
I hope he did watch the live streams, because if he's on the frog box, as it's called in Western Australia, I'm sure, that's incredible. But he certainly keeps an eye on West Australian grade scores. He's always on the lookout for talent. And yeah, I suppose I was fortunate that he came across some of my stats. I did have loan offers that year from Essex, Hampshire and Surrey, and I chose Hampshire at the start of that season because I was in as a batsman as opposed to just a bowling all-rounder. And I got a chance to actually play some first-team cricket there. But I played well for Hampshire's second team against Surrey in that season, and Stewie was there at both games and decided to sign me from there.
There's a loan spell in 2021 before signing permanently?
It was, yeah. So at the start of 2021, I scored 100 Guildford against Surrey, where Stewie was, which was handy. And then a game here at the Oval, actually, a T20, where I took a few wickets and, shook Stewie's hand and had a nice chat with him. And from there, sort of the conversations began. And, yeah, best decision of my life coming to Surrey. And hopefully he doesn't regret it either.
I'm sure he doesn't. Do you have a standout memory from your playing days here?
Yeah, winning the first championship my first championship in 2022, obviously off the back of a successful 2018 side. That was such a great feeling to win it here against Yorkshire. We had a huge crowd that day, and to have played my own part in that game as well and that season, even though it was smaller than most of the headline names. It was just so satisfying to see the culmination of a lot of hard work. We take our club culture and team culture very seriously. We worked very hard on that, especially in that 2021-2022 period. And yeah, my fondest memories are of winning and the times surrounded with the winning on the bus with the trophy back from Old Trafford is as fun as it gets. And it's why you play cricket, to win and have those memories with your best mates. And there really are some of my best mates here. And it's going to be very, very sad to step out of that changing room and not share those on that side of the fence anymore.
Must be a pretty special dressing room to be a part of. More than a dozen international cricketers. What's that like?
Incredible. It's you need to pinch yourself every now and then, especially when you're at training. My first season here was with Hashim Amla, and you grow up watching him. I saw his 300 here, and you just think like, what? I'm at the non-strikers end while Hashim Amla's just caressing it through the covers. It's amazing, but I think as a professional cricketer, and I've always been a very ambitious cricketer and an ambitious person, so to be able to train with and play with and learn off players like these, you can't ask for any more. Look at the team playing today. It's a properly stacked lineup, and Adam Thomas, who's debuting, he's a wonderful young player, so keep an eye out for him, and I hope he's one of the world-class guys in the future. But he's going to get the chance to bat, hopefully, with guys like Ollie Pope, Dan Lawrence, Jamie Smith today. And how good. What a place to learn. What a place to play your cricket.
something I've always been fascinated about with players like yourself, and I suppose Ryan Patel, who's going very well at the moment, 57 off 75, is how do you, I suppose, go about the mental side of your game when you're not necessarily in the team every week, but still knowing that you still have a very important role to play? Like Patel, for example, I always think he's such a clutch player for Surrey. You know that in a difficult game, he could be batting 3 one week, 7 the next. Wherever he bats, though, you can rely on him.
Yeah, it can be challenging. It's I think I probably shouldn't be compared to Ryan because he's played so much more than I have and probably made more contributions on the field than I have. But I suppose we found ourselves in similar situations where we've missed out for bigger players, for want of a better term. So yeah, it can be challenging to get all your work done. I actually wrote recently in the Times about being a 12th man and how hard it can be to get your training done in order so that you don't stall and your career keeps progressing. But I think I was very aware when I joined Surrey of my place in the team. I was going to come in as a squad player. I was getting a free hit essentially to come and reignite my career, and I think that helped my performances when I did come in. I knew that I would only really play a role when guys like Will Jacks or Dan Lawrence were potentially missing. So, and that was okay. I was fine with that. I've obviously always been more ambitious than that and tried to improve my game and shown that I can perform for the first team. But it's just something you've got to get used to. And I know that I'd much prefer to play for a really strong team where that's the case and contribute where I can to a winning cause rather than being the main player in a team that potentially doesn't win as much and eats a lot of dirt.
Well, was it 2 years ago now? You were the talk of the country when in April I think you took 20 wickets. You were interviewed by everyone. That must have been pretty cool to be playing a starring role at that point.
That was really cool, and that felt nice because it was a culmination of a lot of hard work. I mean, I've suffered through the yips before, about 10 years ago now, maybe longer. So I think to have gone away, worked my bowling, I was only signed at Durham as a batsman really, and I was told by Durham when I got released that they didn't see me ever bowling in a professional game. So to come here and then do that at the start of 2024 was a monkey off the back in a way, but also really nice to contribute for the team, and that's all I've ever done. I hope it's been obvious that it's the way I've played my cricket is for the team and to win games for whoever I've been playing for and for Surrey. And yeah, my ambitions rose quite quickly from there, exponentially even, wanting to play for England. And yeah, I'm very sad that it didn't go that way. And I mean, Bats spoke to Churchy in an interview the other day, and he sort of said thank you to me and everything. And that was probably the most emotional interview or message that I've seen. I haven't had a chance to properly debrief with Gazza yet, but where he said he was very hopeful of where I could get to in terms of skill level, and that's where it was trending. I think especially seeing the dearth of leg spinners in the country, I feel as though I can compete with the best of them, or could compete with the best of them. So it's a shame to have ended the way it has and not been able to fulfill that. But yeah, I wouldn't have. I was so happy in 2024 that I got to show that at least, and show myself that I could come back from what was pretty tough going through the yips.
You've already name dropped that you've got yourself a column in the Times.
Yeah, sorry to throw that in.
But you, I suppose, over the last 8 or so months, have developed a reputation as one of the more readable writers on the game. It started with a Substack about cricketers' relationship with service stations up and down the land. And I remember when it was released, I think producer John probably sent it to me, and I sent it to some other cricket journalists, shared it on Twitter, and everyone's like, this is amazing. Has writing always been a passion?
It has been. I've always written stuff down, more performance-related stuff. I've always kept a pretty detailed cricket diary to try and basically calm the nerves, calm the thoughts, and the budgies on the shoulder. But yeah, I think writing's always something I've done. It's something my dad has always done. He's written a couple of books, and just journaling is something my nan did as well. I've just always enjoyed it. I love reading. I'm a big reader. I read the Times cover to cover every day and have done for about 10 years. So it's just something that's part of my life. And I was, I suppose, bored, really bored. I've got an active mind. I always want to be achieving something. So I found injury really, really tough, just being able to not do what I love. So I suppose writing for me in the Substack was searching for something that could fulfill me while I was lying on the couch with my foot in the air. And service stations is something that I just suppose just came to my mind. It was actually Chris Nash used to have a Twitter account
Yes.
where he used to talk about the county grind a lot, and I remember following that. And I've always enjoyed the small corners of the game, the quiet corners, the cloistered corners, if you want to call them that, of cricket, the bits that everyone has to go to. We all like to moan about, especially in England, but really love. And I suppose I didn't expect the service station piece to be as popular as it was, let alone get a column in the Times, which I suppose now is a little bit tenuous now that the Diary of a County Pro is going to be a former pro. But yeah, it's something that I would do anyway, and I do love it, and it just, yeah, it's part of my life.
What are you reading at the moment?
I'm reading Shantaram at the moment.
What's that?
It is about an Australian convict who escapes from prison. Well, he's Kiwi, but he escapes from an Australian prison and finds himself in Mumbai on the run. And he finds himself in an underground crime scene. It's very cool. It's very long, but it's one of the most beautiful openings to a book I think I've ever read.
Oh, wow. So do you think writing and cricket media more generally is what you're going to set your eyes on going forward now?
I have no idea. I'm into the wild. I mean, I'm doing commentary on BBC today with Mark Church, but one foot in front of the other. At the moment, I'm basically just trying to distract myself from the fact that I have a lot of free time and I need to find a way to pay the bills in a few months. But yeah, I don't know. See what happens. Keep throwing myself out there and just see if any opportunities come up. Try and grab them with both hands if possible. And yeah, it's always good fun being at cricket. It's emotional actually watching and commenting on it, because it's one of those things I've spent my whole life wanting to do, and now it is behind me. It's fairly strange watching the guys go about their business. And I mean, I was very upset yesterday actually watching Jordan Clark get his fifer. Not as a Surrey fan, I was elated, and I always will be a Surrey fan now. But it was just to not be there and around it for that, I think will be the bit that hurts the most.
Or just not being in the dressing room for those moments.
Not being in the dressing room for those moments, not having the celebration with the guys who you see work day in, day out, and what everyone goes through. I mean, we actually just had Dom, Jordan's wife, and Teddy, his son, in the commentary box just then, and you see what they go through in order to let Dad do what he has to do. And I think all those things add up to it being the most fulfilling job in the world, where you just see what other people sacrifice for you and your parents, how much they go through to put you through good schools and to take you to training, to buy a cricket kit, which is ludicrously expensive, and all those things that just make it a job that you're indebted to everyone else in your life for.
I think even huge cricket fans don't appreciate the sacrifices and I suppose just how tough the life of being a professional cricketer is. So I actually think if you go into the cricket media world, that would be something that you can really bring in actually getting across that human side, because as you say, what you went through in terms of your battle with injuries, but also the sacrifices that everyone makes around professional cricketers, I think it's something that people probably don't appreciate. Actually, it is really difficult.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the lines in my service station piece, is just saying that whoever's going to a service station, whether it's a billionaire who needs the loo or a cricketer who needs a snack, everyone's just tired, hungry and human. And I mean, everyone gives so much, and I think the coaching staff as well, like they throw so much, and their backs and shoulders would just be hanging off, and what they put in and what Gareth Batty and the coaching staff give to us is second to none, and the support that they show on and off the field. It's basically like being a parent to 35 kids, and we really are kids with our mentality. So yeah, it's basically like babysitting for those guys. So no, I'm filled with a lot of gratitude for the last 13 years that I've had to be able to live my dream, and yeah, now time to tear myself away from it and do something else.
Players are walking back onto the field. Final question, Cam. Favourite service station?
Favourite service station has always been Beaconsfield.
Talk me through it.
You go there, if you know early enough, that usually travelling up the M40, usually Birmingham or Edgbaston, you know you're going to be stopping at Beaconsfield. If you're switched on, you can order a Nando's early, get one of them in for lunch. I do like I prefer a Starbucks to a Costa as well, and there's obviously, as people would know, there's a Starbucks at Beaconsfield famously. I think there might even be a Wetherspoons there as well. Not that I've ever frequented that as a professional cricketer, but again, you just don't know. But no, I don't know where else to go with that.
My favourite one's always been the, what's it called? It's Northwest. There's two very different ones on either side of the motorway, and both are brilliant. Anyway, now we're talking about service stations. We should probably return to the cricket. The players are back out there. Cam, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck with everything to come. Pleasure.
Thanks for having me. Cheers, Yas.
So in the last 20 or so minutes, the outlook has changed a little bit. It's much greyer. Can't see the blue sky that we've been able to enjoy for so much of the day. And the forecast doesn't look great. It's 4:23. Could be in trouble in an hour or so, but plenty of cricket to take place before then. It will be Tom Clark to start from the Vauxhall end. He'll be bowling to Dom Sibley, who's on 93. He'll start with one slip in place alongside John Simpson. And Surrey are up and running in this evening session. I'm joined by Nathan Johns. Nathan, good afternoon. Very handy session that for Surrey. 125 runs put on for the loss of just one wicket across 35 overs. In a pretty good position.
It's been a handy day all round, hasn't it, for the hosts? I just can't help but wonder, look, given the batting that's to come in this alternate universe, it might not be that costly, but how much will Sussex regret that drop of Ryan Patel, I can't remember exactly what he was on at the time. I'm pretty sure it was single figures.
He was on 11.
He was on 11.
It was off the bowling of Tom Clark. The chance to John Simpson. John Simpson, such a good keeper and has been for well over a decade in the county game. Definitely the sort of chance that he'd expect to take. Tom Clark was in disbelief. By the way, the screen is lying to you. This is not Ollie Robinson bowling, it's Tom Clark. And yeah, score then 168 for 1. Wasn't a long time after Burns fell. Would have given Sussex 2 wickets in quick succession. But instead now this partnership worth 98. I suppose what you would say, Nathan, is that with the clouds coming over, new ball available in 6.5 overs time. 5.5 overs rather. That'll be 4. Clipped off the hip. It brings up the Surrey 250 and their first batting bonus point.
Well, you were about to say, weren't you, that the ball's going to start, if under clouds and new ball, it's going to start doing something. That ball did plenty. The problem is it did too much. Clark is... I looked at our screen. I've nearly been thrown by the Robinson there. I nearly said Robinson. Clark has been getting the ball to move out of the hand quite a lot today in the air. And now he's doing some sort of funky stretch. That one was a hamstring stretch. The other one involved him kind of hula hooping an imaginary ring for a second. You dealt with the mistaken name quite well, because earlier on, I'm not sure if you were in the back of the box.
Nathan spotted that Clark was going through some stretches before that previous delivery. He's doing so again, feeling his hamstring. He's having a chat now with his skipper, Ollie Robinson. One delivery left in the over.
He's going to finish the over.
Clark is going to try and complete it, but he does look in a spot of bother here.
He's not going to finish it.
I think that's a wise decision. He's chucked the ball over to Jack Leaning, who will complete the over. Yeah, pulled up after that last delivery. And he gestures to the Sussex dressing room that they'll need to bring on a substitute fielder.
Are we going to get another injury sub?
Well, we've not had one yet in the games that we've had at the Kia Oval.
Who is a like for like? Like bats 3.
Yes.
and bowls 10 overs of seam.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. He's bowled really well today. Wicketless so far, but was threatening, as you say. Could easily have had the wicket of Ryan Patel in the afternoon session. He was threatening in the first session as well, getting the ball to move away late from Dom Sibley on a number of occasions. So Leaney will complete the over. One delivery left. Just a short delay as he marshals the troops and ensures they're exactly where he wants them to be. Got 2 covers in place, so almost in a line. One catching. Defended, and it completes that Clark / leaning over. 7 runs from it. Surrey 252 for 1.
We make the joke about the like for like, but it is a fascinating question. I was in Bristol a few weeks ago when Lancashire were down playing Gloucestershire, and I think, you know, fourth over of the match or something like that, Ajit Singh Dale pulls up. Similar situation, actually, also with a hamstring injury. And it took them a good 4 hours to figure out who was going to be their replacement, because Bailey was in the squad for Lancashire, but he was not allowed to come on to replace Singh Dale as an official substitute, in part because he was almost deemed too good a batter. I think the experience was also mentioned, and in fact he was more experienced. So if that is the precedent that has been set, and that's the level of detail we go into with like for likeness, it's a genuine question. How many top order batters do Sussex have that can also bowl pretty decent outswing?
Yes, the closest is probably Danielle Ibrahim, who's a top 6 batter who bowls seam up. But yeah, it's a really good point, and I think the Lancashire example, actually both that week, but also in their game where Arif Shetty went down, spin bowling all-rounder who bats. They wanted to bring in Tom Hartley, and again, it seems like experience was cited. Tom Hartley, obviously someone who's played international cricket, but at a basic level, he's someone who performs a very similar job to Shetty, and ultimately Lancashire preferred Shetty to Hartley. Four more for Ryan Patel, slightly over pitched from Carson. Patel went aerial. No protection on the leg side boundary at the moment, in front of square. So a relatively low stakes shot, that.
Yeah, once he had the length, knowing the field, he knew it was a safe option. He had a brief go at Coles earlier from this end, did Patel, but kind of pulled back. We'll see if he keeps on the attack.
He goes again. Doesn't get it this time. And caught. Had some joy playing an attacking shot the previous delivery. Tries to go again, but this time doesn't get hold of it at all. So Patel falls for a well-made 67 off just 82 deliveries. And Sussex start the session with a wicket.
He tried to go in a similar area, didn't he? He was trying to go wide, mid-on, mid-wicket sort of region. Just wasn't quite there lengthwise for that shot. Maybe a little bit of spin as well. And he ends up skying it towards mid-off. Clear sign of intent, though, from Surrey. You would suspect, given the platform that they had laid, being only one down with over 250 on the board at tee, that they would be positive. And that is certainly how Ryan Patel looked to approach things. Got one boundary away.
Yeah, I think that has at times today been a very deliberate ploy from Surrey to attack Carson in particular. Carson, the premier Sussex spinner. I think Surrey were keen to ensure that Carson isn't allowed to just bowl and bowl long spells. And I think if you're comparing the two shots there from Patel, the second delivery was a little bit more offside, and he was still trying to take the ball from around about the off stump to the leg side rather than go directly straight. So slightly across the line, doesn't get hold of it, and he has to depart. Ollie Pope, new man in at number 4 for Surrey. handy man to have come in when your side is 2-5-2 for 2-5-7 for 2.
I wonder if there was any temptation to change the order up a little bit, if they wanted to accelerate and send in maybe one of the more aggressive players in a Lawrence or a Smith, but they've stuck it. They stuck to the order as is. Not that surprising, I suppose. Pope's more than good enough to keep the scoreboard ticking along.
Off the mark straight away, Ollie Pope. No slouch, I'd argue. Strike rate of 65 in first-class cricket. Similar number in the Test game. Nathan, you gestured after that delivery. I think it's because you don't quite understand why Sussex have a man out on the offside and leaving such a big gap on the offside for Ollie Pope when he's fresh into the crease.
Yeah, that annoyed me. It annoyed me more than it should, granted. But you're right, he's the new man in. You've got a chance to build some pressure. The other bloke's on Sibley's on 96 down the other end, having faced 225 balls. Just try and bowl, 3-4 deliveries at the new man. Carson's not dropping his length short. He has been pitching it up. You would back him not to bowl a drag down that's going to be cut away for 4. Bring the man up. He's still back for this final delivery.
End of the over. A fruitful one for Sussex, claiming the wicket of Ryan Patel. Sorry, now 2-5-9 for 2. Yeah, the floodlights now on. It's definitely got a fair bit darker. I don't think we're anywhere near a bad light stops play situation just yet, but just to give you a sense of how conditions have changed over the last hour or so. With James Coles, who takes over from the Vauxhall end. Previous over from this end was started by Tom Clark. He bowled the first 5 deliveries in the over before he tossed the ball to Jack Leaning. Clark has left the field. Looks like a hamstring issue. Only seen 4 overs of Coles so far today. 4 overs, none for 21 so far. It'll be interesting to see if Surrey look to be aggressive against the other spinner here.
Potentially, short leg side boundary for the 2 right-handers. Of course, Coles spinning it away from them towards the larger boundary. Change of ends for Coles.
I guess the point I'd make about Surrey's aggression towards Carson earlier in the day versus now is earlier in the day there was much more scope for Carson potentially bowling lots and lots of overs. Here there isn't, because the new ball is going to be taken in 4 overs time, so there's never really a situation where Carson would toil away endlessly from one end.
We're just showing a shot there of the ground staff moving into position. Eagle-eyed director giving us some ominous signs.
Yeah, if you believe the radars, when it rains, it's going to really rain. So expect the ground staff to spring into action quickly if the heavens do open. Sibley on 96.
Bowling it's varied his pace significantly in this spell, did Coles. He bowled pretty quick and flat before tea. He's really giving it some air now, seeing if Sibley wants to take on that short leg side boundary against the spin.
Got a lot of runs through that cover point area against the spinners today, Dom Sibley. Sussex have generally left a gap there. Their spinners have looked to bowl straight at the Surrey right-handers. Slightly different plan for the new man Pope. Jack Leaning's just gone to leg slip. End of the over, just 1 run from it. Sometimes something we see Surrey do with Dan Lawrence, an off spinner bowling to a left-hander with a leg slip which isn't what you necessarily expect because off spinners spin the ball away from left-handers. So you think that if you want to have an initial catcher, you'd have a second slip. But actually, Lawrence gets the ball sometimes to just slide on against the left hand. So the almost subconscious flick.
Yeah, because it's such an instinctive shot, isn't it? Even if you know that if the ball's coming, especially because he's coming around the wicket, isn't he? Right arm round. So he's going with the angle. And like you said, it slides on. Even if you know the fielder is there, I think every batter in the world is just instinctively just going to nudge that off the hip. So it's an interesting ploy. Carson, by contrast, the off spinner bowling to the right hander. He has just one slip in. He does have a silly mid on catching, standing next to. It's the subfielder Ibrahim. He's standing next to Ollie Pope at the non-striker's end.
Ooh, interesting to see what would have happened if the throw had gone to the other end. Ollie Pope was very late to set off.
What did you see what happened? We were just talking about that subfielder at silly mid on. Pope actually ran straight into him because he followed the direction of the ball. You're right. If that went to Simpson at the striker's end, that could have been interesting.
Pope uses his feet early, just fourth delivery out there in the middle. Early sign of aggression from the Surrey number 4. Oh, chipped, but lands safely. Not a convincing stroke at all from Ollie Pope. Let's have a look at the replay. Full delivery. And Pope gets into a bit of a tangle, really. It's a ball outside off stump. And he's a little bit early on. Maybe a bit of turn meant that the ball came off the inside half of the bat.
Stopped in the pitch as well a little bit, as well, if he's that early on it.
Very fortunate to get away with that.
It's an intriguing battle here between Carson and Pope because he's got the same field for Sibley, so he's giving both of these Surrey batters the chance to try and score through the offside. There's a big gap at cover for a single, but equally mid-off is quite close and quite wide. He's nearly in an extra cover position, so if you want to try and hit him straight against the spin, you can try. You can. Ollie Pope tried to do it.
Mid-wicket does well. Just for a second, Sibley might have thought that had gone past mid-wicket, and had it done so, he'd have got to his 100. But single off the last ball of the over means that he will retain the strike. Surrey 2-6, 3 for 2. Sibley on 99.
You saw at the ball where Ollie Pope came dancing down the track. That's what he was trying to do. He's trying to take on that mid-off area where there is a gap. He just hit it straight to the fielder that is there. The next delivery, the one he chipped, he stayed in his crease, and maybe that's why he wasn't able to quite get to the pitch of the ball and why it ballooned up off the inner half of his bat. But it's an interesting battle. Carson is giving him an area to score, and Pope looks like he's going to take it on.
I think Carson's done a really good job today because Surrey have looked to be aggressive against him. His first 2 overs went for 16. Since then it's 14 overs, 1 for 39, which is a really good job. And often bowling with huge gaps on the offside, so he's been very disciplined in his control of line in particular today. Can't really recall too many drag downs either. Anyway, Coles to Sibley, who's on 99.
Field it comes in. Just the one man on the rope.
Oh, inside edge. Sibley gets through and he reaches his 100. His second in as many weeks here at the Keir Oval. 101 against Essex last time out, followed by 100 this week against Sussex. The Surrey faithful rise to their feet to acknowledge another brilliant innings from the Surrey opening bat. He started 2026 really well. 400s in 2025, 2 already in 2026. Comes off 236 balls. A reminder of how the day panned out yesterday. Sussex were 92 for 7, but recovered in extraordinary circumstances to put on 358 for 9. All the momentum was with Sussex. Burns and Sibley had to deal with a 10-over burst at the very end of the day, and Sussex were right on the money in that final spell. He's negated the new ball threat. And just done his thing, really.
Yeah, 28th first class 100 for the Surrey opener. That's been coming off 236 deliveries. There was a close LBW shout earlier on today, but apart from that, he's been chanceless.
Yeah, I can recall one play and miss where he prodded at a ball that was a little bit short and wide. It was that close LBW shout that you mentioned on 30 against Haynes. But other than that, more or less chanceless innings from Sibley.
Yeah, the closest I can actually think of a moment where he looked a bit troubled was I think you were on with me. It was when Carson bowled from the top end, and there's one that just kept low, and he just about managed to get a bat on it. And if he didn't do that, it would have been cleaned up LBW.
A reminder of that excellent recent form from Sibley. 100 last week against Essex, and 100 late in the season against Warwickshire in September too, and that famous triple 100 here against Durham in June last year. He is, you have to say, playing the most consistent cricket of his career. Had a breakout summer for Warwickshire in 2019 where he was the leading run scorer in the country. That earned him his first England call-up for the New Zealand tour in late 2019. That was a one-off season. One seriously prolific year. But what he's doing at the moment feels more consistent. It feels like this is the norm now for Dom Sibley. Three deliveries to go until the second new ball becomes available for Sussex. Pope showing a lot of respect to this Jack Carson over.
Yeah, he's not taking him on in the same way he was previously. I think just that full shot, the one that just ballooned off the inside edge over the head of the bowler, has just forced Pope to rethink slightly.
Yeah, different players have different attitudes to risk versus reward in batting. Dom Sibley's at one end of the scale. Defended by Pope, maiden over bowled. Sorry, 265 for 2 after 80. And I'd say that there wasn't loads gained from Surrey being aggressive in the overs that we've seen since tea against spinners, because there was never really going to be a world where Sussex persisted with the spinners for any longer than the 6 overs that we've had. Second new ball has been taken, and it will be Finn Hudson-Prentice to take it first up. from the Vauxhall end, where he opened the bowling from yesterday evening. Wicketless so far from his 11 overs. Only bowled 6 overs today. 5 yesterday evening, 6 today. Bowled really well first up last night. Him and Robinson challenging both Sibley and Burns throughout. Really good control of line.
Well, it's been a feature of Robinson's captaincy all day, really, hasn't it? He's shorter spells, and he's not been afraid to go to all of the options that he has at his disposal.
Yeah, they've used 8 bowlers today, and you'd say that they're all a little bit different. Actually, it's not a very samey attack. He's managed his bowlers interestingly, generally using them in short, sharp bursts. Leading edge straight away from Sibley against the second new ball. I think with the exception really of Carson having a long spell this afternoon, and Crocombe had a long spell this afternoon as well, where he bowled sharp. He's the seamer with the most miles in his legs. 15 overs so far this innings, 13 of which are today. The other Sussex teams actually haven't done a huge amount of bowling on day 2. Robinson 9 overs, Hudson Prentice, this is his 7th. Haynes 6, Clark 9.5. Oh, vintage Dob Sibley. No need to run. Drilled through mid-wicket. Hudson Prentice over pitches. It's not that leg side, but Sibley, that's his area. And when he's been out there for 239 balls, he's not going to miss out on that.
Yeah, beautifully timed. Hudson Prentice actually just had a word with his mid-wicket fielder there. He obviously wasn't happy with where he was positioned, but dare I say, the fault lies more with bowling on Tom Sibley's pads when he's on 102, now 106. That has been, I guess, the most identifiable plan we've seen to Sibley is to bowl straight. See if he falls over one. Does he play the wrong line? I think I remember one delivery earlier when Clark was swinging it. That Sibley just briefly flirted with playing a shot through mid-wicket. One of those where then it swings past the outside edge and you miss it. But he adjusted on time. But apart from that, he's been very very resolute when they've bowled straight to him.
Full, driven from Sibley. Yeah, I think the delivery that they've tried to bowl, especially with the newer ball, I think it's harder to do when the ball gets a little bit softer, the seam is less pronounced, is a ball that is bail high, that moves into Sibley. He's been struck quite a few times on the upper thigh, the back thigh, to balls that have just nibbled into him. But in order to challenge that inside edge, the ball's got to be moving.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of movement for deliveries into this new ball.
And the margins are so fine as well. That delivery that I just described isn't hugely different from the ones that he loves to whip through mid-wicket. So bowlers have to get it right. And that would be another run for Sibley. 7 runs from the first over of the second new ball. Surrey 2-7-2 for 2.
Daniel Norcross just walked into the back of the commentary box singing. He was singing, I believe that was from Singing in the Rain. But it wasn't Singing in the Rain, the song, but it was from the musical Singing in the Rain. Which I wonder, does that mean he knows something we don't about the impending weather?
Let's have a look at the Sibley 100. His 28th in first-class cricket, his second this season, following up his work last week against Essex. Remarkably, I think the most remarkable stat is that in his first 100 runs, he struck just 6 boundaries.
It's very on brand, that, isn't it? And how many of those 6 boundaries were soft hands through third man? He's a man who knows his game, put it that way.
If Andrew Sampson is watching, I want to know the fewest boundaries scored in a first-class 100. How close is Tom Sibley to that record? Oh, that's hit. Sibley. Not too dissimilar from the ball that we were describing in the previous over. Just for comparison, Ollie Robinson in his 100, 12 fours, 1 6. Jack Carson in his 105, 14 fours. And even with those guys, we were complimenting their running between the wickets yesterday. So for Sibley to get to 3 figures with just 6 boundaries.
Well, he's made an error running there because they've had to call dead ball. Didn't play a shot. There's the ball.
Well spotted.
Cannoned off his pad or thigh, maybe. Let's look. How many boundaries did he hit in his 100 against Essex? Hang on, I'll look at that. He hit 8 boundaries last week in his 101 of 283 deliveries, which is interesting because he hit more boundaries, but he hit more boundaries last week, but his strike rate is much better this week.
You know, we're always trying to improve what we do on the Surrey broadcast, and we've got lots of clips today. I do think, though, that the highlight package doesn't really do Tom Sibley justice. It doesn't really get across his super skills. Yeah, can we have a package of every Tom Sibley full defence, please? That'll get us through the rain delay.
Probably got about 220 of them.
Mentioned Sibley's excellent recent form. Well, he's averaging 58.1 since the start of last season. This is his 600 in that time, including that triple 100 here against Durham last summer.
It's amazing, isn't it? The conventional wisdom is people don't like watching slow batting, and entertainment is boundaries and 4s and 6s. I think we've been thoroughly entertained. Certainly Daniel Norcross has been entertained today, that's for sure. I'm looking forward to hearing what he says about Tom Sibley when he comes up.
Question I'm going to leave you with, Nathan, before I depart. Do bowling captains actually bowl themselves less? I wonder how many overs Ollie Robinson would be bowling if somebody else was his captain. Anyway, Robinson into Sibley. And he pinches the strike once more. He's on 108. Surrey 2-7. 3 for 2. A few words from Nathan Johns before Dan Norcross runs you through the next half an hour.
It's a good question, Yas, about bowling captains. Are they reluctant to come across as hogging all the workload? Probably depends on the ego of the individual involved, doesn't it? I mean, Dan Norcross, I know if you captained a team, you'd bowl every over if you could.
Ideally, yeah. Well, Bob Appleyard, the great Yorkshire, if we don't really know how to categorise him, cutter, spinner, he repurposed himself as a cutter stroke spinner. Ooh, it's gone through loads of Simpson, hasn't it?
There's been a few of those today.
Yeah, a few that popped as well.
Yeah, it's
hopeful for the rest of the match. Surrey will certainly like the side of that because they've got themselves into quite a strong position. Yeah, he repurposed himself because he was so sick of being taken off as a pace bowler. He wanted just to bowl every over from one end. So he learned how to do cutters, and then rest is history. 200 wickets in his first full season. Phenomenal player. Did that while he was suffering with TB, which is quite something. A colleague of mine has a nickname for Dom Sibley, which I rather like, the Hoover Dom, and he's been hoovering up these balls here, adding them to his tally.
Yeah, I like that one.
Did Yas tell you the great stat? We were trying to find someone who'd got a sort of comparable number of runs and balls faced across a career. So Dom's getting closer and closer to 10,000. He's not far off now. About 9,700 or so, near enough. That.
Very quickly, he's on 9,000. Well, 9,875, but I don't think that would include today. So
9,983. Very exciting.
Yeah, it could.
How many balls had he faced at that point?
24,004. So you can add another 250 odd to that.
24,250. Now go and look at James Vince. And I know we are comparing apples and tables here. They're very, very different.
That's one way of putting it.
Very different characters, very different.
So James Vince has
different roles.
13,340 first-class runs, and he's faced 21,333.
So 3,000 more runs, 3,000 fewer balls. But they do a different job. Dom Sibley is there to blunt the new ball, to anchor the innings. And he is now just 16 runs away from 10,000 first-class runs.
I mean, his strike rate is 62.5. Like
Vince.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still looking at James Vince. Sorry.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. I was just going to say, that's not actually that low. No, there we sorry.
41.
I've changed my tabs. 41.
Mm.
I do apologise. You didn't even have the laptop open in front of you and you knew I got that one wrong. That's quite impressive.
Aye.
You watch a lot of Dom Sibley.
I've watched a lot of Dom Sibley, and I've relished every minute of it.
Yeah.
He does a job that's not fashionable, but I firmly believe someone's got to do it. Well, they don't have to do it, but it's handy if somebody does do it.
Runs are always fashionable.
Exactly. And time and blunting new ball bowlers, because what people don't really appreciate sometimes, I mean, some people do appreciate it, but those that don't understand, as we look at that wondrous wagon wheel. Look at that. I mean, it's just terrific. Shots all round the wicket, you'd say.
Except the ones in front of square only tend to go so far.
And
if it's not through mid wicket, that is. He's an excellent player off his pads.
Absolutely.
He played one shot 5 minutes ago before you came on. That was probably the shot of his innings so far.
It was glorious, wasn't it? Full on the pads. Don't bowl there. To Dom. But what is incalculable, but we as seasoned watchers of the game know, but we can't put a number on it, is how many runs he scores for people who come in after him, who instead of facing a new ball or a newish ball, are starting against a 30 or 40-over-old ball or even older. So, you know, if you're a number 4, if you're Ollie Pope, you love Dom Sibley. Think of all the number 4s that play for England who are coming out of bat with, 8 overs bowled, fresh bowlers and a hard new ball. He's done a load of work for the middle order.
Well, he's just changed his bat as well, as we were talking a few minutes ago.
Oh, he's got the bludgeon.
Well, it's a shame. If you hit 100 with a bat and then have to get rid of it, that must be agonising.
Again, you see, he's a man of such equable temperament. I don't think these things will concern him. It's just all part of the game, Nathan, for Dom. Samo's been in touch. to let us know that there have been first-class tons without a boundary. It's tantalising. We'll have to find out by whom and when.
Yeah, he's typing. We can see the half the sentence that
Yeah.
will give that information has appeared in front of us.
I wonder who it would be. Ah,
there
here
it
we
is.
go. Most recently, we're using the word recently rather loosely here. Paul Hibbert, remember him? No, me neither. For Victoria versus the Indians, touring Indians, at Melbourne in 1977. And I do remember the next fella. Watched him a fair bit. Shot. Beautiful from Ollie Pope. Reminiscent of Ian Bell. Gorgeous timing. Pigeon scatter. Scorches across the turf. His first boundary. Alan Hill, he used to play for Derbyshire. He got 100 for Orange Free State against Greekland West at Bloemfontein, also in 1977. I believe that's the correct pronunciation.
I'm not going to quibble. You were guessing. Yeah, Bloemfontein, yeah.
Bloemfontein.
You ever been to Bloemfontein?
No.
No, I've not been.
Sorry, no. Suddenly got into character there. No, I've not done a lot of South Africa. I've been to Iberga.
Very good.
I know my Koza.
I spent,
Cape Town.
a good bit of the Women's World Cup in.
Well, we did, didn't we?
We did. We were together.
Beautiful,
yes.
yeah.
We were together. Yeah, but
with the marvellous cloudy, striated shadows against the orange rocks. Gosh, it was beautiful.
yes.
It's a beautiful ground, Paarl, Cape Town and Iberga. Oh, and again finds the gap between extra cover and mid-off. It's lovely to watch Ollie Pope when he's in this touch. Again, a bit over-pitched from Robinson. 9 off the over. Surrey 283, 17 more for a second batting point. The rain is so far staying away. And what is encouraging is that I can see southwest London. When you can't see southwest London, you know you're in trouble. But at the moment we can. And for fans of getting as much cricket in as humanly possible over a 4-day game, we can make 8 overs up. Ali Brown has rejoined us. 8 overs tomorrow. So tomorrow there'll be a long day. Just marking your cards if you're coming in or if you're watching on the live stream. When you get a day like that, it actually becomes a little bit more easy to predict your timings. I'll explain more in a moment. Whipped away beautifully by Sibley. Again, straying onto the pads. Just a little flurry of boundaries now for Surrey. 115 and 355, that's when the breaks are. So they're fixed. We don't faff about with overs remaining and whatnot. So we take another look at this. Both Sussex bowlers perhaps a little guilty of straining for swing and movement, bowling a little full at two high-class batters, Ali Brown.
Well, they've taken the new ball, so they're looking for some movement. But of course, a new harder ball means it comes harder off the bat. And a nice bit of acceleration, I think, by Surrey. And they'll be aware that I think the forecast isn't great. We're hoping to get as much cricket as possible. And of course, they want to reduce that gap so that they can really push on tomorrow morning and hopefully have about 4 sessions to bowl at Sussex and just bat the once.
Yep, they'll have to go some for that, but they've got the batters in the middle and lower order to do that. The first job at hand is to maximise those batting points if they can. There's another 25 overs to be bowled before that cut-off happens. So 400's a bit of an ask. 4.5 and over, but it's not outlandish. Not outlandish against perhaps tiring bowlers. Because Sussex, you'd imagine, well, they're going to be in the field all day today. Thinks of a run that isn't there. The lights are starting to take some effect. We're starting to see some shadows. I was talking to somebody on the balcony about this, Ali, Am I right in saying that the umpires, the first time they take players off for light, they assess it with their eyes, then they take a meter reading, and then that meter reading is the basis for future whatever. Is that right?
That is right, yeah.
Can I ask a question that may seem stupid, but I'll come back to it in a moment. Why don't they just go, right, this is the light reading, which is the point at which, across the country, games then stop for bad light? Why are we relying, when we've got a light meter, on umpires being a light meter?
Well, I mean, it would be easy that way, and it used to be in the past that actually, if the batters were fine with the light, that you would, you would play. So you would, but nowadays it's the umpires make that decision, and that's what we've got to stick with. And you might say, in the past, not so much for light, but for wet weather, there are times where we've carried on playing in a game where you'd expect to be out, and I'm talking about a T20. We played a T20 at Essex, and you would expect there to be a regimented. If it rains a bit, are you going to play through it or not? And we played a game at Essex where we should never have played, and this was in 2005, and it didn't affect us, but it affected other people around the ground.
Yeah.
So what you're saying about light is, how do we know? Can we justify that light is absolutely right? Because that's not quite such an easy thing to do, and there could be pressure from players and umpires, and the batsman, will, if they're in a good position, will be in the umpire's ear saying, "No, it's fine." Because they don't want to go off. So they take that reading, and it's all taken out of the batsman's hands.
Just saw Jordan Clark there signing some autographs. One of the people whose autograph book he signed looked remarkably like Danny Rubin, and I had to double take a bit there, the ECB media manager, because I didn't think Danny Rubin was particularly fussed by Jordan Clark's autograph, or indeed anybody's autograph for that matter. I don't think that's a sort of Danny Rubin thing, but it did sort of bring me up short a little bit. But maybe he's come out to check the light and have a little look. But back in the day, I mean, I think you'd have been playing when they did this. They sort of introduced light meters below the scoreboard, didn't they? And they would have 5 lights on it, and then once it hit sort of 3, then they'd go, ooh.
Yeah, but you could actually. I think there were times where that wasn't.
Oh, now then, has that carried? Either way, it's been spilled. It's gone to ground. Pope might have got a little bit of good fortune there. And it's things like that just get umpires a bit twitchy. Ball takes an edge, and suddenly they think, oh, is it a bit darker than we thought?
Yeah, the hands on hips would indicate that probably carried. But
we'll be able to see from here. It's not the perfect angle, but it does look like it's carried. It's going to give us a better idea. Yes, it has. Quite low, but still pretty comfortable. It's gone sharply. Pope's going to get off strike with that single.
So I like where you're coming from with the old system, which was 5 lights, but then I think there was some way, because we used to have that in the old score box, which was used to be Steve Howells, and his brother used to actually sort of turn the wheel, if you like. It wasn't back in the day, but there was there were 5 lights up on the left hand side, and then but there was a way that you could sort of cover up the meter.
Oh, really?
A little bit.
Yeah.
And you might go, is it really that much? So you could.
It was open to abuse.
It was, yeah.
Flicked away, fine. Another run for Sibley. 10 runs away now from 10,000 first-class runs. We're keeping an eye on the umpires. Sometimes they don't automatically have the light meter with them. Sometimes I have to call for it. And it used to be, I don't know if it still is, the Megatron. That's the name of the light meter. Which I always thought was a particularly grandiloquent word for an item that just brings us despair and disappointment. Fetch me the Megatron so that we can call the game off. Great, thanks.
So you think it should be bigger because of the name? It should be something.
It should be enormous.
It
should be this
out.
tiny thing. Yeah.
With lights and everything else flashing.
I mean, really, it's more like a Minitron than a Megatron, but, you know.
Yeah.
What do I know?
I mean, I think we want to see as much cricket as possible.
do.
And but we also want safety. If you've got someone who's bowling 85, 90 miles an hour and, you know, in the dark, what you don't want is...
Crocombe bowling a couple of bounces at your head. Yep.
Yeah. So, but I mean, what it used to be was if Crocombe was bowling, you might say, the umpire might say, look, you know, it's not good enough for that, but you can stick a spinner on, or you can stick on half of the Leicester attack or something like that, and that should be fine. So,
well, I mentioned this in the last game, when actually Surrey skipper Rory Burns did a thing of genius last year against Hampshire, because, you know, sometimes bad light isn't terminal, but because of the ludicrous playing conditions that we insist on having here, rather than just go, right, you keep playing until it's done, there's this thing where if it's like after 6 o'clock when you go off, even if the light improves, you can't come back on, right? And at about 5 to 6, it had got dark. And so Rory brought himself on, bowled a couple of overs, by which stage, at about 10 past 6, the light was better again. And it was the start of the Hampshire innings, the fourth innings of the match, end of the over, 289 for 2. And Surrey then picked up a couple of wickets before the close of play, which, had he not bowled, they wouldn't have got the opportunity to do. So, you know, often captains don't want to bowl bowlers who aren't going to take wickets because you're just giving away free runs, aren't you? But in this case, it was just a really smart assessment of the conditions. He could see that behind the OCS stand, Fin stand, whatever, that there was cloud, but it was going to pass. And so he just gambled on that, and it did the trick. It was good proactive captaincy. They don't seem particularly perturbed by the prospect of imminent rain. I haven't seen an umbrella up anywhere, which is good. And as I say, I can't see, as you go, if we get a shot from behind Archbishop Tennyson's school, that gives us an idea of where the weather's coming from. Oh, as straight can be. The most reliable fielder on a cricket field is the stumps at non-strikers end.
I'm trying to gauge from the flags on top of the whether it's actually coming this way towards us.
Yeah, it's a bit more southerly than westerly sort of thing. So in the first two games we've been playing, we've had easterlies, so that's when the flags, as we look at it from our end, are rigid out towards the right. Well, here they're swirling a touch. They started today with a standard southwesterly breeze, but it's just a trifle swirly, which suggests imminent concerns. And also those shadows are now becoming, just in the last 5 minutes, have become more noticeable, haven't they? The lights are casting proper shadows.
I think there's a little bit of rain in the air if you look at the SSE Energy Solutions windows. It's quite...
Oh, that's your method, isn't it?
Yeah, look at a dark window is generally the way forward, or trees when you haven't got a ground like this one.
Yep.
It's not heavy, but I think it's in the air.
Of course, doesn't help Sussex too much either. They don't want that ball getting damp. Could be a couple here. Should be. So the batters out there will be conscious of this. I mean, I remember a particularly dramatic moment, the 2023 Ashes at Edgbaston, when you could see a thunderstorm. It was on its way. It was coming from the holly stand, from over the holly stand. And there you see these little droplets of rain. Droplets of, well, moisture at any rate. And Duckett was batting. He got out in that mini period. And he could see the rain was coming. And that may have affected the way he was playing. It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, for a batter, because a batter doesn't want to have to be thinking about those sorts of things, because you just want your mind free to focus on the ball. And then surely a bit of you is thinking, don't get out. Negative suggestion, worst thing ever. Don't get out. We're going to go off for rain shortly.
Well, it's a bit like playing the last couple of overs of a day's play, isn't it? It's the same thing. And if you think that's going to be brought forward by some inclement weather, then you're thinking just try and get through that period.
Well, we've done pretty well because we thought this was going to arrive about an hour earlier. Nice use of the feet, that from Pope, just opening his body up, trying to access a gap in the offside. Couldn't quite find it. But these two are still playing pretty aggressively now. Oh, look, these are telltale signs. When spectators start to, I wouldn't say rush for cover, and that's an even more telltale sign. Ground staff. We love the ground staff dearly, but the less we see of them, the better. Kirstie White's in, bringing us her meteorological genius. What's the prognosis, Kirstie? It's raining. It is raining. They're not yet off. Everybody is ready and prepared. Spectators are taking their more comfortable. Well, those don't mind. They don't care. They are absolutely fine. Not a waterproof or an umbrella in sight. What's he talking about, do you suppose? I'm going to say it's not the cricket.
So Bumble's assessment is to take his hat off and see if he can feel it on his head.
Smart.
That's where we're at these days.
Yeah. Well, it's going to give you a fairly definitive notion. They are also pretty much unfussed, I would say. Why is it they're hardy souls, aren't they, the youth? We continue for now. It won't ruffle Sibbers, though, will it? He's an unruffleable character.
Does anything ruffle him?
I don't know.
The immovable object?
Yeah.
I mean, once he's in, he's in.
He really is.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like a statue. It's like a carving on Mount Rushmore.
He's quite a presence. He's got quite a size on him. So he's a strong lad. And once in, he loves big scores.
Horrible to bowl. Like you can't see his stumps or anything. There's nothing to give you encouragement. Yeah, you see, he just covers up everything.
It's annoying, isn't it? And when he's just balanced, not falling over, moves early. What more do you want?
Well, I was just saying earlier to Nathan, it's impossible to calculate this, but you would be a good person to talk to about it, batting in the middle order. Having an opener who's reliably going to see off the new ball. It's his second new ball, don't forget. So if you're batting at 5 and 6, you'd far rather not face a new ball. So you can look at the raw numbers of Sibley, and they're pretty good. He's averaging 58 since the start of last season. But then on top of that, there's a kind of incalculable benefit that he gives to you guys at 4, 5, 6, isn't there?
Well, I think middle order players would tell you. We were very lucky back in our day. We had Ian Ward was our opener, and generally he would see off. He might get 35 in a session.
They are going off midway through the over, and I don't want to be a Cassandra, but having seen the forecast, that this is a bank of cloud that's coming in. The very strong likelihood is that this is going to be the last of the cricket for today. So we'll make up 8 overs tomorrow, or will we make up 8.3 overs? Because we're halfway through an over. Hopefully 8.3. So we would only have lost 10 overs today. We can't make up the other 8 on the last day for reasons that make no sense. Don't at me. Send a stiffly worded letter to the English Cricket Board. Don't involve me. I'm on your side. I think it's crazy as well. You can't make up overs on the last day. But let's as the covers come on. So before we go, let's finish this point, because Dom Sibley has been the man of the day, and you're telling us about Ian Ward doing a similar, if in slightly different fashion, job.
No, I mean that sort of role is invaluable, and I don't think my numbers would be anything like they were if I didn't have someone like that at the front. And so Wardy would generally score 35 in a session and see off the likes of Donald, you name it, Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose, and that allowed us to come in with a less than new ball, obviously, and of course the first session from those class bowlers, was seen off in great fashion. So it allows you in your different roles. And so, although you might say Dom's got 116 off 268, he's allowing players to play around him, and he's allowing the Dan Lawrences and the Jamie Smiths to come in and then play that role in the middle order. That it's a very important role. So I think that's one of the things that in our winning era, Wardy never really got the credit that he deserved, because actually in those times, once he got his first 100, he sort of went on and scored lots of hundreds, but he spent loads of time seeing off some high class bowling to make our jobs a lot easier. So, and that's what you need when you set up, how you set up, where's your aggression. Your aggression's coming in the middle, and the middle order players might score at twice what the opener does, but the opener gets the hard job. And if you reverse those roles, I don't think many middle order players would want to come in and face international class bowling, swinging it all over the place at 85 plus. So yeah, I mean, very important, and we were lucky in that era to be able to build those big scores. We built them from the top, and he's invaluable.
That's one of the many magnificent things about cricket, that people have different roles, and you cannot just measure people on the basis of their runs and their strike rate. The game is dynamic. The ball dies and atrophies, and then a new one comes along. The pitch changes. Some people are better against spin. Some people are better against pace. It's all part of what makes the rich tapestry of the game so wonderful. And today has been Dom Sibley's day yet again. His 600 since the start of last season. Let's take a look at today's scorecard. Surrey starting at 19 without loss, added 273 in 77.3 overs. An opening partnership of 148 broken when Rory Burns dragged a full delivery from Crocombe back onto his off stump for a well-made 77. He and Sibley having seen off the new ball in the first session without losing a wicket. And then Ryan Patel for his first knock of the season. Made a really dynamic one, actually. It allowed Sibley to continue going at his own pace. Unfurled some glorious cover drives, as we often see from Ryan Patel. Showed great temperament. Then tried to get a wriggle on before the second new ball, went hard at Carson, struck him for a lofted 4, went for it again, and picked out Hughes at mid-off, who took a decent catch to a slight steepler, if you like. Ollie Pope has come out to join Sibley and has got through to the close unscathed. There you see the bowling figures. A bit messy. 8 bowlers used, in part because Clark bowled 5 balls, 1 over, and Leaning bowled the other one. Coles Leaning there, the most underused, if you like. Haynes as well, a very economical spell, none for 7. But the 2 wicket takers, Carson the off spinner, getting Ryan Patel 1 for 55, and Harry Croker has probably been the most dynamic of the bowlers, the fastest certainly. It's been great fun to watch with the other wicket. There is the match summary. Surrey just 66 runs behind now with 8 wickets in hand. It's probably going to be close of play for today, you would imagine. But it's set up nicely for Surrey if they can bat well and go past Sussex and get a lead in excess of 100, 150, maybe even more, with a bit of dynamism from their middle and lower order. Then they could put Sussex under a lot of pressure at the back end of tomorrow and then through into the 4th day, which is bank holiday. Make sure you get down here to the Kia Oval. We're trying to set another record, trying to break the record of last week. We started off really well yesterday, added nearly another 4,000 or so today. And it being a bank holiday weekend, honestly, where else would you rather be than in this magnificent stadium, watching 2 England players start tomorrow, with 2 further England players carded to come in at 5 and 6, and loads more to come. I think we're probably going to leave it there. We'll obviously hang around until the close of play is actually announced, but I think that it's unlikely we'll get much more play. On the plus side, there is only 1 cover out there at the moment. The whole of the ground hasn't been covered, so it's not particularly heavy rain, but the problem is it's a bank of rain, and it's afflicted other parts of the country today. Taunton saw it earlier. It's sort of coming from the southwest, as many of the most awful things in this country do, and then it rolls its way over. Don't stop making myself laugh. Over into London, and it's decided to bring, I think, an early closure to our fun for today. But Ali, are you back tomorrow?
I'm not back tomorrow, but
back
I
on
am
Monday?
back on Monday to try and get the numbers up.
Get the numbers up and
Absolutely.
take the 10 Sussex wickets that Surrey are going to
I
need
think
if
it
they're
could
going
be
to force that win.
Could be set up, quite nicely, but Surrey got to get a wriggle on tomorrow. But they've got a nice platform, and there's no reason why they can't. The wicket looks good, but if they can get a 150 lead or more, and they've got plenty of firepower to do that, then could be set for a fun last day.
I think we're gonna take a break here. As I say, we are going nowhere because we are here to serve. But there's every chance that we won't be back. So for the time being, at any rate, from Yas Rana, myself, Paddy Brown, Kirstie White, and Nathan Johns, we are going to take a goodbye. And at the very latest, we hope to see you tomorrow morning at about 5 to 11.